9,000 King looked murderous. All of the eyes on his armor were opening. There was a weird god light in his eyes. It was like some green halo that looked strange and beautiful. It gave people a chill. Han Sen's heart felt that chill. It seemed like his eyes were shutting, and he had no control over them. It was different from how it felt when he faced the nine-eyed sword. This time, Han Sen not only felt tired, but his will also seemed to be blurry. It is no wonder that is a god personality armament. It is much stronger than that nine-eyed sword. Han Sen's will was like steel, so it was not easy for 9,000 King's god personality armament to try and control him. The big goldfish was affected by the rabid power. Its will was not so clear. It swam toward the pavilion. 9,000 King, do you really think I, Han Sen, am rubbish? Han Sen's face looked calm. Almost at the same time, he vanished. In the next second, he was in front of 9,000 King with his knife directly before his neck. Although 9,000 King was rather afraid of Han Sen, he was even more afraid of Sacred Leader. He would rather fight Han Sen than risk touching an object left behind by Sacred Leader. He did not want to get hurt by it. 9,000 King lifted his left arm to block Han Sen's knife. With the thousand-eye battle armor, he did not have to be afraid of Han Sen's knife. The other fist gathered up some weird power and released some green light through an eye. He was attacking Han Sen's belly. 9,000 King suddenly noticed that his arm and his fists were still a foot away from Han Senator. He could not get close. Han Sen's knife slashed across his unprotected neck. His neck had a wound that revealed the bone inside. Han Sen thought, "It is no wonder he is a true god that's top class. My full power attack only cut his skin. I cannot even break his bone." His hand did not stop. Han Sen was like a god demon as he waved the cause karma knife. The knife lights slashed across each other. Every knife slashed across 9,000 King's neck. 9,000 King's body kept changing. He was trying to block or dodge Han Sen's knife lights. He shockingly discovered that no matter how fast he was, he could not dodge or block the attacks. It was like he had been made terribly slow. Time area. 9,000 King shockingly screamed. He saw what power Han Sen was using now. Han Sen was so cold. He did not say anything. He kept on slashing and slashing. 9,000 King's neck wound was getting deeper and deeper. Even the bone had been given a few deep marks. God blood kept flowing. The purple fire on the wound kept spreading. That was Teeth Power's power. 9,000 King's armor kept flickering with a weird light. In the time area, although they were only a foot away from each other, nothing it did landed on Han Sen. God blood was oozing. 9,000 King was triggered. He madly asked, "Han Sen, do you really think you can do whatever you want with a time area? Today, I will let you know why I am called 9,000 King." Han Sen's eyes moved. He saw 9,000 King had some weird shadow. That shadow was like some angry demon crawling out of hell. It looked extremely murderous. It made people feel a chill by just looking at it. When that mad demon shadow came out, 9,000 King's entire body was like an erupting volcano. He expanded a lot. Some weird atmosphere covered the holy garden. 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King madly shouted. All the weird eyes on the armor opened. The eye lights went past the time area to strike Han Sen. Can it break the time area restrictions? What kind of Geno art is that? Han Sen was shocked. He teleported away from 9,000 King to dodge the light. 1 second is 1,000 years. I can turn 1,000 into 1 second. No matter how strong your time area is, you cannot black my 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King coldly looked at Han Senator. His body exploded with light. This time, the light on his armor was like a weird and green sun. It shone across the holy garden. If Han Sen did not leave, he was going to be hit with the light. Han Sen knew that 9,000 King said what he did about 1 second being 1,000 years was most likely a bluff. He could probably only do 1 second for a year. Even so, it broke his time area, which was a difficult thing to do. When the eye light came down, there was nowhere to go to avoid it. Han Sen could not leave the holy garden. All he could do was rely on the shield of the Medusa's gaze to block the scary eye light. The goldfish family arrived at the stone pavilion, But the stone pavilion could not block the light. The two of them were controlled by the eye light. Their eyes became green light bulbs, and their bodies swam toward Wanner's statue. Hansen frowned. He used the shield, but he could only protect himself and Bauer with it. He could not protect the goldfish family with it. The worst off, however, was Yang Yunsheng. He was already heavily injured and lying on the floor. He was unable to get up. Now, he was affected by the thousand-eye battle armor. His eyes became light bulbs. Ignoring his wounds, he somehow got up and flew to the stone pavilion. Pang! 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 There were 3 loud noises. The goldfish family and Yang Yunsheng had barely touched the clothes of the statue and been sent flying across the holy garden. Yang Yunsheng was injured. Even though he was controlled by the thousand-eye battle armor, he could no longer get up. He was covered in blood. The goldfish family was injured too, but their injuries were not as severe. 1 second is 1,000 years. 9,000 King shouted. The thousand-eye battle armor released a scary eye light again. Hansen noticed that 9,000 King's silver hair was looking a bit white, and his skin had a few wrinkles. He suddenly understood and said, "This old man's 1 second is 1,000 years will speed up his own time too. The more he speeds up, the older he gets. This Geno art will spend his lifespan. It is no wonder he did not use it until now. He did not dare to use it freely. He only uses it during important moments." Just as Hansen thought, 9,000 King's 1 second is 1,000 years sped up the time of others and his own time. If he kept using 1 second is 1,000 years, Hansen would not even have to fight. The man would just grow old and die. Weird. 9,000 King's original power is not time. How can he use a time Geno art like 1 second is 1,000 years? Hansen started to think it was weird, so he checked 9,000 King out. Under the power and influence of the thousand-eye battle armor, the goldfish family hit the statue again. This time, 9,000 King used more power. The big goldfish was not supposed to be controlled easily, but the big goldfish had rabid power. It meant its will was not so clear. It was worse than the small goldfish. It sped up to the statue. Pang! The big goldfish's body hit the statue. The statue moved a little. The big goldfish's body flew away again. At the same time, the statue had some holy light. Hansen was frozen as he looked at the statue. According to 9,000 King, it was not really a statue. It was made from the holy Kirin's horns. Supposedly, it was a true god weapon. No matter how good it was just a dead object. Now, the statue was full of holy light. His face was like a jade stone. The hair and hands were a blood color. It was starting to look like a real person. It did not just look like one. It really did come alive. The statue's eyes were lively, and the body turned soft. She stood up and looked at everyone in the pavilion. 9,000 King watched as the jade statue was revived. His body shook. He did not look powerful anymore. The light of the battle armor quickly disappeared. The eye closed tightly. There was a thud as he kneeled in front of the revived statue. His head touched the floor. He did not dare raise his head as he said, "Servant number 9 is greeting Miss Wanner. Do you remember number 9, Miss Wanner?" Hansen thought. This old man 9,000 King knew Sacred Leader's sister was called Wanner and he did not tell me. The statue saw 9,000 King, who was terrified on the floor, shivering with fear and not daring to raise his head. She raised the cup in her hand and drank all the wine it contained. "Number 9, was that you who wanted to break the statue?" After the statue drank the wine, it started to speak. It was not the voice of a female like Wanner. It was the voice of a man. When 9,000 King heard the voice, he raised his head. He was scared. His eyes opened wide. He looked at the statue like he was looking at a ghost. He only took one small glimpse. 9,000 King immediately slapped his own face and said, "It is my fault. I am a bad servant. I should die." Hansen, who was standing nearby and seeing all of this, was frozen. 9,000 King was not joking. He was really slapping himself terribly hard. His cheekbones were breaking. In just a few slaps, he was already covered in blood. 9,000 King kept on hitting himself. He kept on hitting himself hard. It was hard enough to be considered a form of suicide. The jade statue did not watch 9000 King, who was in the middle of slapping himself to death. He looked at Han's senator. It made Han's son feel a chill, so he secretly gathered up power. When he heard 9000 King speak after the statue came alive, he felt as if it was embodying sacred leader. The statue looked at Han Sen and smiled as it asked, "What is your name?" Although his body looked like water, his power was too outstanding. One sensed that he was a very gentle man. One would not have thought he was a woman. Crystallizer Han Senator, what is your name? Hansen thought that person was not hostile, but he did not underestimate him either. He remained in a state of caution. Name, that is a distant memory. I have almost forgotten. The man laughed. After a seriously long think, he said, "My name is Qin Xiu. I am the Kingdom's king." Xiu means fixing the country and keeping the peace. Before Han Sen could say anything, Qin Xiu was talking to Han Sen again. "Can you share a few cups with me?" Qin Xiu sat down in the pavilion. He picked up the bottle and poured 2 cups of wine. He raised one of them. "If you do not mind, I am willing to join you." Han Sen spoke as he walked into the pavilion. He sat down next to him. He raised the cup that Qin Xiu had poured. While they were talking, 9000 King was still slapping his face. He did not dare stop, but he looked confused. He was not able to confirm that the man who had been revived through the statue was his master. He also did not know if the man he served had truly come back to life or if this was some sort of shadow copy. No matter who he was, 9000 King did not dare slow down. People like Sacred Leader, even if he only had a sliver of life, he could not disrespect him. The master had invited Han Sen for a drink. 9000 King could not believe that this situation was happening. Although Han Sen was a strange character, compared to his master, 9000 King thought Han Sen was not even worth one of his hairs. In the universe back then, only God knew how many scary elites found themselves in the position of a servant before the glory of Sacred Leader. Very few God spirits were able to share a drink with Sacred Leader. Now, Sacred Leader was drinking with Han Senator. He also had addressed Han Sen by his name. 9000 King was in total disbelief. In that universe, whoever was worth the leader addressing them by their name was almighty. Does Han Sen really have what it takes? 9000 King was shocked. Qin Xiu raised his wine cup and said, "Cheers, my friend." "Why go cheers with me?" Han Sen was confused. He looked at Qin Xiu. It did not matter if this was Sacred Leader reborn or not, but there was a problem with his attitude. Has he seen the relationship between me and Warner? Hansen thought. Qin Xiu laughed and did not answer. He drank all the wine in his cup and said, "Back then, I made this holy garden and cut it out from space. I had it stop and remained fixed in a certain place in time. I made the holy garden cycle every hour. Here you will never get old and you will never die. This is a place in which you can live forever." Qin Xiu really is Sacred Leader, Hansen thought. Qin Xiu looked at the holy garden and sighed. "I wanted to keep Warner here, so she could live forever. She could watch her favorite views, eat her favorite meat, and drink her favorite wine. She told me she would rather die than live in an endless loop." Qin Xiu poured out some wine and drank it all. He closed his eyes. It looked as if he was trying his best to enjoy it. He was remembering the person he used to love it. "So, I cut the holy Kirin's horn off to make a statue of her. If her soul was inside the statue, she could live forever and would still have her memories. She would just be unable to leave this holy garden." He put down the cup, smiled, and said, "But Warner told me it was like being put in prison. She defied my wishes for her." Hansen found this interesting, so he asked, "And then?" Qin Xiu looked like he was smiling, but he was not smiling. He did not answer Han Sen's question. He poured himself some wine and looked at the cup of wine in Han Sen's hand. Han Sen was fascinated by hearing the tale, so he had forgotten to drink the wine. He quickly necked it down. Qin Xiu was holding the wine bottle. He poured out another drink for Han Senator. He raised his cup and said, "I will cheer you again." This time Hansen did not ask why. He knew that Qin Xiu must have known Wanner was being carried by him in some way. Otherwise, sacred leader Qin Xiu would likely not say cheers to a guy he did not even know. 9,000 King, who was kneeling outside the pavilion, was frozen. To be cheered by sacred leader, in that sky, on that ground, in that life, in that world, was something he had only ever seen performed to Han Sen. When Han Sen downed his second cup, Qin Xiu gave Han Sen another refill. He raised his cup and said, "I will cheer you with another cup." Han Sen did not say anything. He just drank the third cup he had been given. He understood people like Qin Xiu. If he was willing to talk, he would tell him. There was no point in asking anything. Deified Gene +1. Han Sen's brain had the Geno increase announcement playing, but he did not care about it. In the next cycle, those points would be out of his system. Qin Xiu drank all the wine. He put down his wine cup and said, "It is a shame that this body is just a spirit. Cannot drink a lot with you. I do not have much time. After I am gone, the Holy Garden's time and space loop will end. You can use this statue to go to the back door. Then, you can reach the Holy Palace." After that, before Han Sen could say anything, he turned around to look at 9,000 King, who was repeatedly slapping himself in the face while kneeling before the stone pavilion. His face was going to break. "Number 9, from now on, you will follow Mr. Han," Qin Xiu coldly said. "If he wants you to live, you will live. If he wants you to die, you will die." 9,000 King was shocked. He did not dare think about it. He just immediately answered, "Yes, I understand." Qin Xiu said that, but he did not even look at 9,000 King. He looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked as if the man could see through his lungs. Qin Xiu sighed and said, "It is a shame that this life is too short, and I could not take care of you." He looked at Han Senator. His body had a holy light leak out from it. As the light was fading, the life force on the statue became weaker. The body started to look like jade. The jade statue was looking smaller. After a while, the jade statue had no more life force. It became a doll that landed in Han Sen's hands. Han Sen was holding the jade statue. The Holy Garden felt a little different, but he could not tell what was different about it. 9,000 King stood up and looked around. He had gone crazy. He started running toward the Holy Garden's door. This time, when he ran out, he did not reappear via the back door. He was actually able to stand outside the door. The sacred power has been extinguished. 9,000 King was surprised and happy. When he looked at Han Sen, conflicted emotions shone in his eyes. How is this kid connected to the leader? What was the last thing sacred leader meant? Why did he say that? 9,000 King kept thinking about what had happened. The restrictions of the Holy Garden are already gone. It is best that we leave. Han Sen waved his hand. He picked up the stone pot, wine bottle and cups. Before, there was sacred power covering those items. No one was really able to consume the food and the drinks there. Now things were different. Han Sen was not going to let the opportunity pass him by. After picking up the items, Han Sen held Bauer. He called the Goldfish family forward to take them to the back door of the Holy Garden. Qin Xiu had said that the back door would enable him to reach the Holy Palace. That must have been the Sacred Races Hall. Han Sen was going to go there, regardless of the purpose Qin Xiu had. He had come this far, so he was certainly not going to turn back now. Han Sen had only just walked a few steps when 9,000 King teleported behind Han Sen. Han Sen was suddenly alerted. He looked at 9,000 King. He did not expect 9,000 King to bow to him and say, "Sacred leader asked me to protect Mr. Han. That is what I am going to do. I am going to ensure your safety. That was just a spirit in the image of your master. Now that the spirit is gone, there is no need for you to take it so seriously." Han Sen did not think an old man like 9,000 King would be so loyal, even when Qin Xiu was not around. "How could you say something like that?" 9,000 King seriously asked. "I am a servant of the master. If this is the wish of the master, even if it leads to my death, I will carry out my given tasks. You really do not have to do that. You and I both know that with you by my side, I will be in danger." Han Sen laughed. 9,000 King looked serious. With a wry smile he said, "To be honest, if the master did not give the order, I would try everything I could to kill you. Things are different now. No matter how much courage I have, I will never want to bring you harm." After pausing, 9000 King looked sincere and said, "Believe it or not, mister, but I would never disobey an order given to me by my master. Otherwise, the results would be worse than death. The spirit is gone. What can you be afraid of?" Hansen frowned. He did not know if what 9000 King said was true. Judging by the way he looked, it did not appear to be a lie. "No matter how you think or feel, I am going to do what the master told me, even if it involves me risking my life." 9000 King did not explain. He insisted on following Hansen. Hansen thought about how 9000 King behaved when the statue moved. He knew 9000 King was really scared of Sacred Leader, so perhaps this really was a genuine sentiment. It was not out of the realm of possibility. Hansen did not say anything more. If 9000 King insisted on following, he would not mind a spare meat shield. He called for the goldfish family to gather around. As he held Bauer, they all left the holy garden. 9000 King knew what Hansen was thinking, so he quickly said, "I will lead the way for you." After that, 9000 King went in front of Han Senator. He behaved just like a servant. After leaving the holy garden, aside from the 2 long, bright lanterns near the gate, darkness was all around. Hansen asked 9000 King, "How did you walk through the darkness?" 9000 King quickly and politely said, "Mister, I have the 1000 battle armor. I can repel the dark power that seeks to consume. If we do not meet the space charm, we will not be in danger." "What is the space charm?" Hansen frowned. The space charm is a xenogenic, but it is different when compared to the average xenogenic. This thing appears after a disaster happens to Sacred. It only exists within the darkness inside Sacred. It has incredibly scary powers. Even a top-class true god cannot fight a space charm, but the space charm only travels in the dark. A place with the long, bright lantern is a place they will not draw near. 9000 King looked at the darkness ahead and said, "It looks like the way ahead does not have long, bright lanterns. I will scout for you. If there is a space charm, you need to leave. Do not care about my safety." Hansen thought 9000 King was honest, but he did not know if it was coming from his heart or he was just pretending. But 9000 King had the 1000 battle armor, which could repel the power of the dark. The big and small goldfish could not do the same, so Hansen summoned the stone lantern and held it for travel. 9000 King saw Hansen hold that stone lantern that could push away the darkness. Put him in awe. He thought, "This stone lantern can push away Sacred's darkness. This kind of treasure must have come from the leader himself." I was right. The leader's relationship with Hansen is not something normal. Thinking of that, 9000 King's face looked weird. That was because he thought about the sentence Qin Xiu said before he departed. "It is a shame that this life is too short, and I could not take care of you." 9000 King had a strange expression as he thought, "Is Sacred Leader gay?" Under the stone lantern's light, they were able to see broken buildings. Approximately 99.9% of Sacred had turned into ruins from the battle. Only rare places like the Holy Garden were whole. Walking on black, destroyed ruins, Hansen was doing just as Qin Xiu instructed. He kept walking on a straight trajectory from the back door. Building after building that he went by all looked like trash. After all that time, he had yet to come across Sacred's legendary race hall. Suddenly, amidst the ruins, Hansen found a very well-preserved statue. It was the statue of a ghost car. Hansen pointed at the statue and asked, "This thing, is it one of Sacred's holy beast ghost car?" "Mister, this is the ghost car statue," 9000 King quickly answered. "This statue is supposed to be in the center of the Holy Palace Plaza. I do not know why it ended up out here." Sob, sob. In the dark, the sound of a crying woman was heard again. It gave those who heard it a flare of goosebumps. "Number 9. Do you know where the crying sound comes from?" Hansen asked with a frown. On the road, he had heard a woman crying many times. Mister, that crying sound comes from the space charm, 9000 King answered. It is the sound she makes when the space charm is hungry. The space charm must be looking for us. Since you have the lantern, mister, she has not dared get too close. What kind of xenogenic is space charm? Hansen asked. 9000 King smiled and said, regarding that, I have no idea. That thing only lives in the dark recesses of sacred. It never gets close to the long, bright lanterns. Normal light can light up the darkness, but you cannot see space charm's body. All you will see is a shadow. It is like a fairy flying. You cannot see the details of its face. That being said, mister, your stone lantern is very good. I have never heard of something being able to light up the darkness that wasn't one of those long, bright lanterns. 9000 King carefully continued to keep licking Hansen's boots. He wanted to find out where that stone lantern came from. Hansen did not say anything. He only continued to go forward while holding the stone lantern. Suddenly, Hansen saw a long, bright lantern up ahead. It was like a very big firefly, but there was still a distance between him and the light. Hansen was happy. He hastened his passage to reach the light. 9000 King made sure to swiftly follow. When they got close to the light, Hansen saw a giant monument. Each side of it had a bright, long lantern. Those two long, bright lanterns were much bigger than the usual ones they had seen. They lit up several hundred feet around the area they were situated. They felt like shields of light against the dark. Before the monument, Hansen saw a few people were standing there. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was there, as were 3 of the Extreme King deifies. Aside from them, there was someone else. When Hansen saw him, his body shivered and shook. It was the person from Sky Palace's first seat. Hansen had seen him at the sanctuary's gate before. Back then, Sky Palace's first seat wanted to take Little Flower for a student in Sky Palace, but Hansen was able to get away. Since then, Hansen had not seen this person again. Hansen had been to Sky Palace a few times since then, but he had never Sky Palace's first seat. He did not expect to find him, of all people, there. Hansen wanted to hide his face, but it was already too late. Sky Palace's first seat, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, and the others were already looking in his direction. Hansen frowned. Sky Palace's first seat knew Hansen came from the sanctuaries. If he exposed his identity, that would not fare well for him. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others saw Hansen and who he was with, they were shocked. They stared at Hansen's stone lantern in awe. The stone lantern was similar to the long, bright lanterns that could light up sacred. It even provided more room around it than the other lanterns, so they were shocked. The first seat of Sky Palace looked surprised too. What surprised him the most was different from what surprised Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others. Hansen led 9000 King and the Goldfish family toward the monument. He put away the lantern. He was going to say hello to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, but he shook his head and provided a wry smile instead. Brother Han, you should not get too close. What do you mean? Hansen asked with surprise. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, although there are long, bright lanterns, this place is a trap. We are all trapped here, and we cannot get out. Hansen thought, why couldn't you tell me sooner? What is the point of waiting for me to get this close before telling me? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was not really a friend, so he had no reason to warn Hansen at all. Hansen had not really expected that he would. He just coldly asked, if it can trap you, a Grandmaster, what amazing thing is this? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster pointed at the monument. Once you look at the monument, you will understand. Hansen turned his head and looked at the monument. When he looked at Sky Palace's first seat's face, he stared at him like his eyes were on fire. Yet he didn't do anything. Hansen looked at the monument. He saw 2 big words on the monument. Fate Monument. Hansen read the 2 words on the monument, but he did not understand why they were trapped there. When Ancient Abyss Grandmaster saw Hansen's face, he knew that Hansen did not know what the Fate Monument was. He quickly said, Fate Monument is Holy Kirin from the 4 Holy Beasts' Talent Gene Treasure. This monument can decide your fate. The Holy Kirin used his treasure. Not a single person in the universe could beat him. The monument ended up here. Although the Holy Kirin does not control it, the power of fate is still within it. If you enter the radius of the fate monument, you will be affected by it. Your life will be frozen in this place. If you stay away from the fate monument, your life will be gone, and you will die with it. Is such a thing possible? Han Sen looked at the fate monument in shock. Yes, it is, Mr. 9000 King politely said to Han Sr. If you look at the back of the fate monument, you will see your fate. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others were shocked. 9000 King was accompanying Han Senator. It was something they were already surprised about. After hearing the way 9000 King was talking to Han Sen, it was like he had become a servant or something. 9000 King was leading the way. Han Sen led the Goldfish family behind the fate monument. An extreme king deified elite quietly said to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, "It looks like 9000 King is with Han Senator. This is unbelievable. How can Han Sen claim such an old monster?" Ancient Abyss shook his head but did not speak. When Sky Palace's first seat heard what was said, his frown tightened. This kid is the person I saw at the sanctuary gate. Even if he did come to the universe from the sanctuaries, he could not achieve much with the power he had. It was not that many years ago, yet he is already deified. He can also tame the old monster 9000 King. In the years I have been trapped here, what has happened? Sky Palace's first seat weirdly looked at Han Sen. Han Sen followed 9000 King to the fate monument. He saw a few black shadows on the back of the fate monument. It was like the shadow on the monument was cast by flickering candlelight. Han Sen had a closer look and frowned. The monument's shadow was obviously a big and small goldfish. As for the big and small people, their shape was obviously depicting him and Bauer. The others, like Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Sky Palace's first seat, and other shadows were on the monument too. There was not one less. Han Sen turned around and asked the Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, "Grandmaster, with your power, are you able to break the restrictions of this monument?" The fate monument is not a treasure that can be broken with brute force. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster wore a wry smile. Right now, I am waiting for my fate to be on the fate monument. If we use brute force to attack the fate monument, only our fate will be damaged. If we break the fate monument, our life will be broken there too. We will die. Is this treasure that magical? Han Sen looked at the monument with shock. Mister, he is correct, 9000 King said. The fate monument cannot be broken by brute force. If the Holy Kirin was still around, this monument could be broken. Now the Holy Kirin is dead. The fate monument can do stuff by its own will, but maybe we can break it. When hearing 9000 King sound like a slave before Han Sen, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and Sky Palace's first seat looked very strange. What way? Han Sen asked. 9000 King did not answer. He looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, Sky Palace's first seat, and the others with hesitation. Obviously, he did not want them to hear the solution. Sky Palace's first seat looked at him with disdain and coldly said, "You are just a servant of sacred. What kind of method or knowledge can you have? You only want to use the call of fate function of the monument, don't you?" 9000 King was not going to hide it. He fought back and replied, "If you know the monument has a call of fate, and you are still trapped here, isn't your life too cheap?" Sky Palace's first seat was not angered by this. He coldly looked at 9000 King and said, "My life is a very heavy one. It is 9,818 kilograms heavy. I wonder how heavy your life is. We can see whose life is cheaper." "How dare you?" 9000 King was furious. The eye on his armor opened. It looked like he was ready to fight. Sky Palace's first seat looked at 9000 King coldly. He was casting a power too. Han Sen looked at 9000 King and asked, "Number 9, what is Call of Fate?" 9000 King looked at Sky Palace's first seat madly. He then bowed and said, "Mr. Call of Fate is the base power of the Fate Monument. It is like a normal creature using gold or stone to suppress an enemy. If the opponent is more powerful, the requirement of gold or stone would be greater. You had to be heavier than the opponent to suppress them under the gold and stone. The logic of the fate monument is like that, but it suppresses a soul and not one's flesh. Ordinary powers cannot escape the fate monument's suppression, but souls have weight. We cannot see or touch it usually. We can't measure it either, but the fate monument can measure how heavy your soul is. It uses kilograms to do it. Without the Holy Kirin controlling it, the fate monument can suppress souls that are 10,000 kilograms heavy or below. If your soul is heavier than 10,000 kilograms, you can escape the suppression of the fate monument. You might even be able to control the fate monument and become its new master. Hansen thought this was funny. He laughed out loud as he asked, "Really? What determines the weight of the soul? Your achievements? Your talents? Is it your level, maybe?" 9000 King shook his head. "It has nothing to do with your achievements, talents, or level. The weight of a soul for every creature is fixed. It is there when you are born. It does not increase nor decrease. Even some cheap low-life creatures can have a soul that is 10,000 kilograms. Many true God elite souls might be as light as a feather." "Oh, so what is the effect of the weight of a soul?" Hansen asked. "I have no idea," 9000 King quickly said. "The soul does not affect your talent or your practice. It also does not affect your lifespan. It does not do anything about your leveling up either. Aside from affecting the fate monument, I have never heard of the soul's weight contributing to anything. That is because you are ignorant." Sky Palace's first seat behaved as if he had a grudge with 9000 King. He looked at him with disdain. 9000 King's face looked angry. The green eye on the armor stared at Sky Palace's first seat as he said, "So, are you not ignorant? Then, what is the use of a soul's weight?" Sky Palace's first seat said, "The weight of a soul is the base of life. If it is light, your life is cheap. If it is heavy, your life is expensive. It measures your fate. How is that useless?" 9000 King looked disdained. He coldly said, "You are exaggerating. According to what you're saying, the barons and viscounts that have a 10,000 kilogram soul are more important than true God creatures." Sky Palace's first seat squinted his eyes. "The weight of life depends on your level. Commoners like you would never understand that." 9000 King was going to argue with Sky Palace's first seat, but Hansen interrupted them. "How do you begin the call of fate? Is it dangerous? You only need to place a drop of your blood onto the fate monument, and it will weigh your soul," 9000 King quickly said. Hansen looked at Sky Palace's first seat, but he said nothing. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not say anything either. He supposed 9000 King was likely correct. Hansen did not try it himself. He received a drop of blood from the goldfish's wound and threw it at the fate monument. That drop of blood was like lava when it hit the fate monument. It spread like paint in water. The entire monument turned red. Hansen suddenly saw the top of the fate monument spawn 4 number zeros. They started to jump, starting from 0001. Hansen knew that each number meant 1 kilogram. 4 digits meant the maximum was 9,999. If it hit 10,000, which was more than 4 digits, that meant it reached the maximum of the fate monument. The fate monument would not be able to suppress the soul. Hansen looked at the fate monument number keep jumping and thought, "This fate monument works just like the law's eye." Hansen thought the number on the fate monument would keep rising. After all, the life of a true god Xenogeneic could not be too light. The number on the fate monument only reached 26 before stopping. It did not move anymore. Is the big goldfish's soul only worth 26 kilograms? Hansen was shocked. That was unexpected. Sky Palace's first seat said his soul weighed 9,000 kilograms. The big goldfish was true god too, but it only had 26 kilograms. The difference was far too staggering. So, power and level really don't correlate with the weight. Hansen hesitated a moment before taking some blood out of the small goldfish's wound and throwing it at the fate monument. Just like earlier, after the fate monument absorbed the small goldfish's blood, the top of the monument displayed a bunch of numbers. The total sum rose quickly. Han Sen did not have many high expectations. After all, its mother had a soul that weighed a measly 26 kilograms. The small goldfish's soul would likely be less than half of that. But the fate monument's number managed to hit 3 digits, and it was increasing fast. The numbers were rising like mad. A second later, it hit 4 digits. The soul is so weird. They are blood-related, but the weight of the soul has a massive difference. Han Sen was shocked. 9000 King, who was nearby, said, "Although the soul is very ancient under ordinary circumstances, it is hard for anyone to see souls. Only xenogenic treasures like the Fate Monument can look into the soul you have. The weight of the soul is very hard to explain. Some low-level creatures have a very heavy soul. Some high-level creatures have a very light soul. Even if they are born from the same mother, their souls can be vastly different. It is hard to tell the rules and what determines the weight of a soul." Han Sen nodded. He looked at the small goldfish's number jumping up. After a while, the small goldfish's soul number came to a stop at 7,493. 9000 King saw the little goldfish's soul test come to a stop inside. A 7,000 soul? It still has a lot to go before hitting 10,000. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, "What a shame. If one of us can hit 10,000, perhaps we can get out of this." Han Sen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and asked, "Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, have you conducted your own test?" "Our people have already tested. There have been a few hundred to a few thousand. No one reached 10,000. If one of us had managed to do that, we wouldn't have been trapped here." Ancient Abyss paused before saying to Han Sen, "Now, there is only you and your daughter that has not conducted the test. I hope one of you can have a 10,000 kilogram soul so we can leave. Otherwise, we are all trapped here." Han Sen nodded. He pricked his finger and drew out a drop of blood. He threw it at the Fate Monument. Han Sen's blood was red. It was red like a ruby. It landed on the Fate Monument and shattered. The Fate Monument absorbed it. The entire monument turned into a crystal ruby. The numbers on top of the monument showed up. They were jumping so fast. The numbers increased and quickly hit 3 digits. 9000 King saw Han Sen's soul was over 1,000. He looked jealous as he said, "Mister, you have an expensive life. You have reached 4 digits so fast. It looks like hitting 10,000 will not be difficult for you." "You overestimate him," Sky Palace's first seat coldly said. The other people did not know about this, but he did. Han Sen was a creature from the sanctuaries, and he had seen Han Sen's talents. His genes were not stable and his talents were just average. Although the weight of the soul had nothing to do with one's genes or talents, the rules of the sanctuaries would hurt the soul. Not many people knew that. Sky Palace's first seat wanted to force his way into the sanctuaries. He had been hurt before by it, so he knew all about it. Many race elites knew the crystallizers had escaped to the sanctuaries. Under the rules of there, they would not believe the soul of a crystallizer could be greater than 10,000 once they left. Ancient Abyss Grandmasters and the others stared at the Fate Monument's number. This could free them. They were hoping Han Sen's soul could exceed 10,000. 9000 King heard Sky Palace's first seat and felt a bit angry. He coldly said, "Mister's life is very expensive. Cheap people like you cannot measure it." "Oh, really? I would like to see how expensive his life is." Sky Palace's first seat spoke gently, but his face made 9000 King very mad. He wanted to kill him with his hands. 5,000. An extreme king could saw that Han Sen's soul weighed above 5,000, which gave them hope. 8,000. Ancient Abyss eyes started to change. After 9,000, even Sky Palace's first seat's eyes looked strange. Clearly, he had a hard time believing that Han Sen, a person who had come from the sanctuaries, possessed such a heavy soul. Weird. The rules of the sanctuaries claim they will reduce your soul. He comes from the sanctuaries. Why would he have such a heavy soul? Sky Palace's first seat frowned. The number kept on jumping. It was getting very close to 9,999. The few deifieds of the Extreme King held their breath. They stared at the number on the monument. They hoped the number would jump even faster to reach the breakthrough. Finally, as everyone watched, the 4-digit number reached nines across the board. It became 9999. At the same time, the number on the fate monument stopped. It had instantly stopped, but in the eyes of the deifieds, it felt like a century. In the next moment, the number on the stone monument jumped. This time, the number did not increase. Instead, the numbers returned to 0. Everyone was shocked. A deified extreme king said, "What is going on? I thought once you reach 10,000 kilograms you are allowed to escape the suppression of the fate monument. Why has the soul's weight suddenly returned to 0? There is no way Han Sen's soul is just 9,999. He only needed one more to reach 10,000. Go and look behind the monument. See if Han Sen's soul is there." Everyone went around the back of the monument for a look. Suddenly, the fate monument was shining brightly. The fate monument was dyed red because of Han Sen's blood. It released 10,000 bright lights. It was like 10,000 glistening water drops were flowing out. The whole ground started to shake. The 10,000 lights of the fate monument were rising. They left the ground and floated in the air. Roar! Everyone was shocked when they heard the fate monument make a sound like a beast roaring. It was like a tiger or a dragon. Everybody next saw the red fate monument turn into holy white. A white, jade-looking holy Kiran beast came out of the sky. The holy light on it was like a sun. It lit up the entire dark area. The broken floor, the ruined buildings, all the broken machines. With the holy Kiran's very bright, holy light, Han Sen and the others saw everything clearly. Aside from that, fairy-looking shadows were floating across the ruins. These fairy bodies were half-transparent. They looked like blue jelly. These are space charms. Han Sen suddenly remembered the description of them from 9000 King. The space charm was afraid of the long, bright lantern's light. Under the holy Kiran's light, it did not seem to be afraid. It actually looked a bit happy. It was showered in light and happily danced in it. A little further inside the fate monument of sacred, there was a dark area, but it was not completely dark. Old Vulture, what happened outside? Why has the darkness around the holy palace lessened considerably? In the darkest corner of the palace, a beast, which looked completely red, had an eye that resembled a purgatory abyss, looked at the dark sky. On the roof, a giant beast, which had no eyes, asked, "Is your eye going funny? How can sacred be bright?" A weird, pitch-black bird stared at the darkness and said, "Things really do look brighter," turned and spoke to a pretty woman. "You old horny woman, do you see what is out there? It is fine for you to call me a horny woman, but I will rip your head off if you call me old again." After the pretty woman said that, she peered into the faraway darkness. Weird. Things do appear brighter. What is going on? Auntie May was surprised. It can't be my eye going funny. The darkness around the holy hall is much weaker. Something must have happened in sacred. It must be something huge. The angry red beast started to move. It seemed as if he wanted to go outside to take a look at what might be going on. Something big? So what if it is big? Those god spirits wouldn't come here. What other creature could make changes to sacred? Auntie May had a look of disdain. She sighed and said, "Little Master has been gone for so long. Why has he yet to come back? Do you think something might have happened to him?" "You horny woman, don't you worry," the eyeless big beast said. "With Little Master's power, no creature in the sanctuaries could do battle with even his littlest finger. They won't be able to do anything to hurt him. Plus, Old Cat is following Little Master. Although that old cat is a bit lame and doesn't do much, he is one of the 4 holy beasts. He used to watch over the sanctuaries. He won't let anyone or anything bring harm to the Little Master." "Humph. Who knows if Old Cat is reliable?" Auntie May coldly asked. "That is not right. Why is it going so bright over there? I think I can see a light." The red beast with an eye was staring into the darkness. Old Vulture stared off into the distance too. Inside the darkness, there was a twinkle of light that was expanding. Although it was still unable to light up the holy palace and eradicate its dark, they could see the light. Auntie May looked toward the light and was shocked. What happened? That light can shine the darkness around the holy palace. What happened outside? Old Vulture had the best vision among them. While he was watching, he suddenly screamed, "The Holy Kirin! It is the Holy Kirin! That is the Holy Kirin's spirit releasing power." How is that possible? The Holy Kirin's spirit? Isn't that inside the Fate Monument? Little Master did not go to the Fate Monument yet, so how could the Holy Kirin's spirit appear? The red, angry beast let out a strange scream. Impossible! Aside from Little Master, no one else should be able to activate the Holy Kirin's spirit. Auntie May's expression changed. Why are we still sitting here talking crap? Let's just get out of here. The Little Master's Holy Kirin spirit cannot be stolen by someone else. The red, murderous beast weirdly screamed and flew into the darkness. His body touched the darkness, which made some same sounds, mechanical and cogwheel-breaking sounds. The red flames of his body struck the darkness. Every step he took was like breaking the world. Goddamn barren power! The red murderous beast kept swearing as he went. No matter how much he swore, he could only travel through the dark. Old Vulture flapped his wings and soared into the dark. It looked like a sky full of dark clouds. After going into the dark, there were some thunderous noises. There were lots of sparks around him as he battled with the dark. Auntie May and the eyeless big beast rushed into the darkness too. They traveled slowly through the dark. They were in a rush, but they could not get out of the darkness to reach the shadow of the Holy Kirin. Deep Abyss Grandmaster and Sky Palace's first seat looked at the Holy Kirin, which was a transparent light. It did not have a body. Han Sen also stared at the Holy Kirin. The more he looked at it, the more afraid he became. The Holy Kirin was not a xenogenic right now. The presence of its body was more like beast soul. Han Sen almost screamed. The Holy Kirin looked like a beast soul and not a xenogenic. As the Holy Kirin body's light grew brighter, the Fate Monument's light became weaker. It was like the power in the Fate Monument was going into the Holy Kirin. It made its body more solid. Although it was not solid yet, it did appear to become more tangible and alive. What is going on? Isn't the Holy Kirin dead? Its horn became a statue, and its meat was cooked. How can the beast's soul still exist? If the beast's soul is a spirit, can the body be gone but the spirit remain? Han Sen had many questions flooding his mind. Voila! The Fate Monument lost all of its light. It shattered like a rotten hunk of wood, turned into a sky full of dust. The Holy Kirin was looking very alive, but its body still looked like a beast soul. It did not become fully solid. The light on the Holy Kirin started to become dim. The light, which had been so bright, turned dark. Only the two long, bright lanterns continued to glow with their limited range of light. One of the four holy beasts, the Holy Kirin, is not dead. An extreme king deified elite was utterly flabbergasted. No, the Holy Kirin's situation does not seem to mean it is alive. The Deep Abyss Grandmaster stared at the Holy Kirin and frowned. Sky Palace's first seat stared at the Holy Kirin too. He pulled his hands into his sleeves and flicked. He looked like he wanted to attack, but he didn't. He seemed to be afraid. The Holy Kirin's eyes looked at Han's Senator. Its four legs were moving toward Han's Senator. The holy light was on his body. The scene was exceptionally strange to witness. Hansen thought, what does it seek to do? Is it because I activated the Fate Monument? Does it now want to fight me? Does it want its Kirin horn back? While Han Sen was guessing, the Holy Kirin came before him. It did not look as if it was doing anything. The Holy Kirin stopped very close to Han's Senator. It was so close that it made Han's son wish to retreat. But the Holy Kirin suddenly and quietly moaned to Han's Senator. It lowered its head and placed its head in front of Han Sen. What does that mean? Han Sen looked at the Holy Kirin, which was lowering its head. He had no idea what the Holy Kirin wanted. The Holy Kirin saw that Han Sen was not doing anything, so it moaned again. It then put its head closer to Han Sen. Han Sen finally understood something. He reached out his hand and touched the Holy Kirin's head. Bzzzt. Han Sen's hand touched the Holy Kirin's head. The Holy Kirin's body melted. It turned into light that entered Han Sen's hand. It went up his arm and all the way up to his brain to enter his sea of soul. Holy Spirit, Holy Kirin received. At almost the exact same time the announcement played, Han Sen heard an angry shout saying, "Stop it!" Han Sen suddenly saw a murderous beast, which looked completely red, roar in the sky, which was very dark and burning red. It was heading toward Han Sen and looked murderous. It spat some red light out at him. The red light was not a flame. It was like a laser. It suddenly doused Han Sen in red light. "Red Ghost, you are still alive!" 9,000 kings screamed with shock. In the next second, he flashed in front of Han's senator. The eyes on his green armor opened. He released a green light that fought against the red light. He kept fighting Red Ghost's red light while screaming, "Red Ghost, do not hurt Mr. Han." Red Ghost looked at 9,000 king and coldly asked, "Who is this? Is it you, the servant Thousand Eye? Did you, servant, not die but found a new master?" His tone of voice was riddled with disdain. "Shut up. The master asked me to protect Mr. Han. Do not dare try anything." 9,000 kings spoke angrily, but people could tell he was afraid of Red Ghost. He did not dare attack it. Red Ghost laughed dimly. "Thousand Eye, don't do anything here. How old is he? When the master was here, his great-granddad's granddad was not even born yet. Did you say the leader asked you to protect him? Pa, you are talking way too much crap." 9,000 king wanted to explain, but Red Ghost kept madly shouting. Some metallic sounds were heard that rumbled like thunder. The red light turned into darkness. The Red Ghost angrily looked at Han San and said, "Stop talking crap. I do not care if you have found a new master, you old servant. Have your master hand over the Holy Spirit. Otherwise, you and your new master can die together." After that, a red light emerged from its mouth. It tried coming for Han Sen, but 9,000 kings stood before it. "Red Ghost, do you really think I am going to be afraid of you?" 9,000 king gnashed his teeth and did not stand down. His body flickered with a green light. The angry ghost shadow appeared. He used 1 second is 1,000 years. When he used 1 second is 1,000 years, 9,000 king barely managed to block the red light. 1 second is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a second, Red Ghost said. "Are you willing to use that many years of your lifespan for this moment? Let's see how long you can last." Its mouth was still full of red light as it kept attacking 9,000 king. 9,000 king's body's green light had the buffs imparted by 1 second is 1,000 years. Through it, he managed to stop the red light's attack. His face kept getting older, and his hair kept getting whiter. 9,000 king kept blocking the red light as he shouted, "You should leave, Mr. Han." Han Sen was surprised. He did not expect 9,000 king would go to such lengths to protect him. It did not look like he was just pretending either. He wanted to say something, but he saw something coming over from out of the dark clouds. It was circling them. It evilly asked, "Go? Go where? If you do not leave the Holy Spirit behind, you will all be killed." "Fish bird? You are still alive." 9,000 king's face looked even more horrid. "It is not us those who are alive." A very cold female voice sounded from the black. A very attractive woman came forward out of the darkness. On the other end, an eyeless beast crawled out. The 4 scary-looking creatures blocked the bright lanterns around. They blocked Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the others, who were on the verge of leaving. "No, Demon Girl, you guys are still here." 9,000 king was shocked. He looked at the 4 creatures. "Yes, we are here, and we are in charge of maintaining the Holy Palace. The Holy Palace is still here. How can we die?" The demon girl rolled her eyes. She looked at Han San and said, "You are a servant, yet you are also still alive. It looks like you have a new master too. That is surprising." 9,000 king kept blocking Red Ghost's red light while shouting, "I have not betrayed the master. The master asked me to protect Mr. Han." Old Vulture coldly asked from the air, "How can you still be so stubborn? I will kill you, the servant, first. Then, I will deal with the kid that dared to steal our Holy Spirit." quickly spat out some black smoke. The black smoke was not very strong, but it was weird. It was like a black, toxic snake heading straight for 9000 King. 9000 King tried his hardest to block Red Ghost's attacks. He did not have spare power to fend off the black smoke too. He looked scared, but he still did his best to block it. Suddenly, 9000 King felt as if his shoulders had been pulled back by a certain power. He dodged the black smoke and left the red light's attacks. He turned his head. 9000 King saw that Han Sen was in front of him. The red light and black smoke were headed for Han Sen. "Careful, mister." 9000 King was shocked. He wanted to go up and help Han Sen block it, but he felt as if space around had some weird changes. The red light and black smoke started to strangely slow down. They could not get close to Han Sen. Time Ghost's time area. Red Ghost and Fish Bird sighed with shock. They put away their powers and stopped attacking. "Time area is not that good," Fish Bird coldly grunted. It wanted to flap its wings and go straight for Han Sen. "Old Vulture, stop it." Auntie May, the demon girl, said. She stopped Old Vulture from proceeding. Old Vulture rolled its weird eyes and asked Auntie May, "What is it?" "Get rid of these others who are disturbing us, and then we will get rid of him," Auntie May coldly said. "Okay." Old Vulture rolled its weird eyes. It flapped his wings and spat out black smoke. It was going toward Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and the other 3 Extreme King Deifieds. The big eyeless beast on the other side was moving its giant body. It rolled toward Sky Palace's first seat. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's body rose like a cloud, but he was unable to block Old Vulture's black smoke. He kept falling back while shouting, "Stop it! I have something to say." The 3 Extreme King Deified Elite were not as strong as Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. The power inside their bodies was shattered by the black smoke. It was like they had lost their souls as they dropped to the floor. "If you have something to say it in hell after you have died," Old Vulture spookily said. It flapped its wings and flew toward Ancient Abyss. The big eyeless beast was like a rolling knife going toward Sky Palace's first seat. He saw Sky Palace's first seat clap his hands. The direction in which the big eyeless beast was rolling changed. It turned 180 degrees and rolled into the dark. "My name is Sky Palace's first seat elder. We are not here to offend anyone. Can you please hear us out?" Sky Palace's first seat was very strong but did not dare say something reckless there. He was being polite. No one cared about him. The eyeless big beast emerged from the dark again. It was headed for Sky Palace's first seat. The Sky Palace's first seat used a changing ground and changing sky method. He wanted to change space so the eyeless big beast could not get close to him. This time, the eyeless big beast did not get affected by the swap of the sky and earth. Although space was different, the eyeless big beast was still headed for Sky Palace's first seat. It was rolling faster and faster. It quickly arrived in front of Sky Palace's first seat. Sky Palace's first seat's expression changed. He immediately waved his sleeves. Space resided within his sleeves. He wanted to suck the eyeless big beast into it. Just as the eyeless big beast was about to approach the sleeves, it suddenly stopped. The creature's mouth turned into a speaker in space. It blew wind at Sky Palace's first seat. "Do." It sounded like a ship's foghorn. The moment the sound was heard, one saw shockwaves come out of the eyeless big beast. They came out like water waves that enveloped Sky Palace's first seat. The waves turned into a sonic ring that wrapped up Sky Palace's first seat's body. Sky Palace's body's very high power was madly running, but he could not break the grip of the sonic ring that had a hold of him. He was trapped by the sonic ring. The eyeless big beast turned around with the intent to leave with the sonic ring pulling Sky Palace's first seat with him. They returned to the demon lady. On the other side, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had not been granted a moment to speak. The fish bird was too fast. The continuous attacks were too much for Ancient Abyss Grandmaster to deal with. He suddenly had lots of wounds. In the end, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster flashed away and retreated into the darkness. The fish bird chased him for a while but soon returned. Based on his expression, it was unlikely he managed to catch up with Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. This guy's geno arts are weird, the fishbird said upon his return. He can travel around the barren powers. He managed to escape. It is fine, the demon lady said. It is not hard to guess what the Extreme King is doing here. Just ignore him. Everyone returned their attention to Han Senator Sky Palace's first seat was struggling. He was incapable of escaping the power of the sonic ring that had snared him. The demon lady stared at Han Sen and said, "Give me the Holy Spirit, and I will permit you to live." Han Sen did not answer her. He just measured them all with his eyes. In the image old cat had brought to him before, Han Sen had seen the demon girl and others. He knew he had come to the right place to find Little Flower. "We are asking you a question," Old Vulture madly shouted. "Stop being frozen." 9000 King quickly flashed behind Han Senator. He faced the demon lady and said, "You guys must believe me. It really was the master who asked me to protect Han Sen and lead him to the Holy Hall. The master's soul remains in the statue inside the Holy Garden. Carry on as you please and keep making up your story." Red Ghost coldly laughed. "The Holy Garden statue is what the master prepared for Miss Warner. Why would his soul be inside there?" 9000 King was frozen. He could not explain it. He thought in his heart, Master, I would do anything for you and the person you love, but dying at the hands of our own people, this is terrible. Master, you were always so smart. How could you not foresee this happening?" 9000 King made a decision and said to Han Sen, "Mr. Han, you should leave first. I will slow them down." Upon hearing that, Old Vulture and Red Ghost laughed. "Slow us down? How? Are you going to use your 1 second is 1,000 years? Even if you squander all of your lifespan, how much can you truly delay us? Old servant, you are very loyal to your new master." The demon lady looked at Han Sen. "Old Nine, you fall back," Han Sen said to 9000 King, who was in front of him. "Mr. Han." 9000 King wished to say something, but Han Sen stopped him. Han Sen signaled 9000 King to fall back. He looked at the demon lady and asked, "Are you Auntie May?" The demon lady, Old Vulture, and the others were shocked. The titles of Auntie May and Old Vulture were something they reserved for themselves. No one else should have known that. That was especially true for Auntie May. It only started when Little Flower was there. Only Little Flower called her that. Old Vulture and the others just called her a horny woman. "Do you know me?" The demon lady frowned and looked at Han Senator now that she thought about it. He did look a bit familiar. "I am Han Senator. I have come looking for Little Flower. Please, everyone, allow me to be with my son once again." Han Sen bowed before them. He was being polite. If it didn't work out, he would have to use force. "You are Han Sen." Auntie May and the others were shocked upon hearing that name. They knew Little Flower's biological father was Han Senator to them. It did not really matter who his father was. So they never cared about what Han Sen looked like. Even if they saw him on the street, they would not have recognized him. They would not have cared. Old Vulture's eyes were open wide as he looked at Han Senator. He screamed, "You are Little Master's father." 9000 King was frozen. He had no idea what had become of the situation. His brain could not function. He ended up saying, "What does this mean?" Old Vulture said Han Sen is the Little Master's father. That means Old Vulture has a new master, and the new master is Mr. Han's son. Wait a minute. 9000 King's eyes turned bright. He suddenly thought of something. He slapped his legs and thought, "I see it now. I see it now. I knew it. Master has it all prepared. He must have known this would happen. I see it now. Ha! Ha! I could not have foreseen this. I really couldn't have." Master and Mr. Han had a child. With Old Vulture and the demon lady's personality, if it was not for the master's child, they would not have taken it as a leader. This must be right. Master wanted me to protect Little Master's father. Wait, no, father. How could two fathers make a baby? Whatever, with the master's power, he can do anything. 9000 King thought that seemed right. He thought he was saved. After 9000 King thought of this, he started laughing. He laughed and said, "You are all family. Why are you still fighting?" Hurry up and invite Mr. Han into the Holy Palace. The demon lady and the others all looked at each other. They did not know what to do about this. They never thought Little Flower's father, a guy who had come out of the sanctuaries without anyone's help, had become deified. On top of that, he had managed to claim old monsters like 9,000 King. Now, there he was in Sacred getting his son back. This was far beyond their expectation. They never thought this might happen. Sky Palace's first seat, who was trapped, was going to escape while they were fighting 9,000 King. Who would have known it would turn into a family reunion of sorts? And Han Sen had become the new Sacred leader's father. He was shocked. Does this mean that child has become Sacred's new master? Sky Palace's first seat thought about Little Flower. He had wanted to take him to Sky Palace, but he accidentally let Han Sen escape. He did not expect that child to become the new master of Sacred. Everybody was thinking, but no one was speaking. The scene had become extremely strange. Old Vulture looked gloomy and said, "Although you have Little Master's blood, you cannot be allowed to steal Little Master's spirit. You must give the Holy Spirit back." "Yes, the Holy Spirit must be returned," Red Ghost said while staring at Han Sen. "So, are you guys revolting?" 9,000 King's expression changed. The demon lady, Auntie May, laughed at Han Sr. "You are Little Master's father. You are a guest here. You are a guest in Sacred. But the Holy Spirit is very important. It is an item for your son. I am sure you would not want to steal what belongs to your son, would you? I hope you are willing to return the Holy Spirit." "I can return the Holy Spirit," Han Sen coldly said. "Give me Little Flower, and I will hand it over." "Little Flower is not in Sacred right now," Auntie May said. "Just give me the Holy Spirit and it will be fine." "In that case, I will wait for him to come back," Han Sen replied. If he was going to deliver it to anyone, it would be the Little Master. 9,000 King shouted from his nearby position. "Why would he give it to you guys? Hurry up and lead the way. Allow Mr. Han to wait in the Holy Palace for Little Master's return." "He cannot enter the Holy Palace," Red Ghost coldly said. "Why can't he enter the Holy Palace?" 9,000 King asked. "He is Little Master's real father. Why can he not enter the Holy Palace?" Red Ghost stared at 9,000 King and grumpily said, "Stop shouting. Butterflies develop from caterpillars. Butterflies can fly. Can caterpillars fly? What is that supposed to mean?" 9,000 King was furious. "It means exactly what I said. Give me the Holy Spirit and get the hell out. When Little Master needs it, he will go and look for it." Red Ghost and 9,000 King stared at each other. They were like fighting cocks. "How dare you ignore Mr. Han? He was told to come to the Holy Palace by the leader. Why are you disobeying his order?" 9,000 King was so angry that he was shaking. "Do you think I am going to believe what you tell me?" Red Ghost asked with disdain. 9,000 King wanted to say something, but the demon lady interrupted him. "Thousand Eye Sacred Hall is a different place. That is the last hope of Sacred. Only Little Master can go inside. No one else can go inside, including people like us. If you want to do a good deed for Sacred, you should at least understand that." After pausing, Auntie May said to Han Sr., "Old Cat must have told you the situation regarding Little Master. With us taking care of him, he is in good care. He is not in danger. You do not have to worry about that. Right now, Little Master is going to be deified. Not long after, he can build Sacred up again. Then, the Sacred door will open, and you can come and see him and become a full-time guest of Sacred. Regarding the Holy Spirit, that is the item Little Master needs to liberate Sacred. Otherwise, when Sacred reopens, harm will come to Little Master. You are Little Master's father. You would not want to see Little Master be harmed, would you?" The demon lady flicked her hair. She squinted her eyes and went on to say, "I have told you this much because you are the father of Little Master. We would have killed you and taken the Holy Spirit back with ease if you weren't. We would not waste so much time talking crap if you were anybody else. We respect you because you are Little Master's father. I hope you can understand this. What does reopening Sacred entail?" What kind of danger will Little Flower have? Hansen frowned and looked at Auntie May. That is sacred business. Old Vulture screamed. Don't you worry about it. Hansen's expression was gloomy. Sacred business? Little Flower is my son. Are you saying things about my son are none of my business? Kid, do not make us go hard on you. If you make us fight you for the Holy Spirit, we will not even care about you being Little Master's father. Red Ghost's body was moving. He was like a big beast that could swallow the sky. He was oppressing Hansen. Hansen's personality was very stubborn. He only took things softly. He didn't take them hard. Besides, this affected the safety of Little Flower. He was not willing to fall back now. I am afraid you do not have what it takes, Hansen coldly said. He drew his cause karma knife. He held the shield of the Medusa's gaze in his other hand. Although the Holy Spirit and Beast Soul had different names, they were the same thing. If he was not able to use force and take the Beast Soul, the Holy Spirit would be the same. If the Master died, the Holy Spirit would be gone. Hansen did not think they could take the Holy Spirit out of him without killing him. If they were able to just take it, the demon lady would have already attacked. She would not have spent so much time talking to him. What do you want? Red Ghost, Old Vulture, and the others had dark expressions. They did not expect Hansen to become so hostile. In the sacred era, they had been invincible existences. Not many people were able to fight them. In this era, they were stronger than ever with their titles. Even powerful people like Sky Palace's first seat, who was the best in the universe, had been trapped by the eyeless big beast. Hansen was just a creature from the sanctuaries. He was only butterfly class, yet he dared to raise his voice against them. They did not think something like that could happen. What about it? Hansen looked calm. He looked past Old Vulture into the darkness. Hansen was looking toward where Red Ghost had come from. If that was true, that was where the Holy Palace resided. I do not care what this place is. I do not care about who you people are. I do not care about reopening sacred. I do not care about shining the whole world. In my eyes, it is all shit. If something harms my Little Flower, come hell or high water, I will tear it up. After Hansen said that, he passed the stone lantern to Bauer and said, Bauer, hold the lantern for Dad. We are going to tear up this lame, holy palace. It has already fallen once. Let it forever remain inside a history book. Bauer sat on Hansen's shoulder. She held the stone lantern and shouted with excitement, Tear it down! You do not have what it takes. Red Ghost grunted with obvious disdain. The demon lady looked at the stone lantern. She was shocked and asked, Why is Sacred's race lantern in your hand? What? Race lantern? Red Ghost, Old Vulture, and the eyeless beast were shocked. They looked at the stone lantern in Bauer's hand. They were shocked to see it. Red Ghost screamed, Race lantern? It really is Sacred's race lantern. How could he have it? The sacred lantern is still here. So, does that mean... Old Vulture was so excited that he was trembling. Hansen heard what Old Vulture said. He felt strange about why Sacred's race lantern was not inside the Geno Hall but was instead inside the universe. Hansen was not able to care too much about that fact just yet. He jumped up and raced into the darkness in the direction of the palace. I do not care about some fucking sacred leader or some race lantern. Whatever hurts my son is going to be broken. Hansen was very angry. He cast Bloodpool Sutra and Jade Skin to the max. It made his body become ice jade. His skin was half transparent and it was glowing. This is madness. Old Vulture coldly grunted as he flapped his wings and flew in front of Senator Hansen had already used his time area. In the time area, Old Vulture's speed was still like lightning. It was like the time area did not affect him at all. Hansen knew that it was not because the time area was useless. It was because Old Vulture was simply too fast. It was faster than what the time area was able to do to it. This was the first time Hansen had witnessed someone use speed to break his time area. When it came to speed, Old Vulture had to be the very best in the entire universe. No one should have been able to fight him. Old Vulture was like a black cloud covering the sky. He covered the space around Senator. He flapped his wings, which made space generate all sorts of vacuum knives. They were like a vortex surrounding Han Senator. All those vacuum knives had a scary power that seemed like it could rip space. Even if a true god elite was to take a hit from the true space knives, they would be shattered. Those true space knives were only surrounding Han Senator. They did not go any further to kill him. Han Sen, due to your relationship with Little Master, I will give you one chance. Old Vulture coldly screamed. I will not grant thee any more. I am giving you a chance to. Give me Little Flower. Han Sen flashed away. He teleported away from the true space knife vortex. He kept heading into the darkness. Stop talking crap with him. Take him down. Red Ghost rushed into the darkness. His red eyes were shining. He was ready to attack Han Sen, but he heard a weird scream bellow from his side. Don't you dare hurt Mr. Han. 9000 King had hesitated, but he still decided to follow. The eyes on his armor were all open. They released 10,000 eye lights. It stopped Red Ghost. You are an old servant. The only reason I chose not to kill Han Sen was because of his association with Little Master. Do you think I will hold back on killing you? Red Ghost was furious. His body exploded with a red light. He was gonna fight 9000 King. The eyeless big beast's mouth turned into the shape of a speaker. He blew at Han Senator suddenly. Many shocking sonic rings worked to bind Han Senator. That sonic power was everywhere. It was not something that could be avoided. Han Sen did not slow down. Sky Palace's first seat had been trapped by those sonic rings. So those rings were strong. Han Sen suddenly shouted, Bower, hold the lantern. He quickly raised the shield of the Medusa's gaze. The eyes on the shield opened. They turned into a scary staring light that challenged the sonic power. Bower quickly placed the lantern in front of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. After the weird light traversed the flame, it was dyed white. The staring light struck the sonic powers. Everyone saw that the wave-like sonic powers were frozen in the air. It looked incredibly strange. It was like waves of the sea frozen in space. Han Sen flashed his body. He was almost into the darkness when the demon lady suddenly appeared in front of him and smiled. She looked very pretty, but she did not often smile. She was very cold. She was like an ice mountain. Now that she smiled, it was like spring was coming forth to melt all that snow. All of the flowers bloomed in her honor. Her stunning smile was too difficult to accurately describe. Her smile was pretty. For Han Sen, all it could do was make him frown. Within that smile, Han Sen felt confused. He had the feeling of wanting to die for that woman. He wanted to go right into her arms. In fact, his body was heading for the demon lady, and he had no choice in the matter. He was frozen. Han Sen raised his hand. A stone mirror appeared in his hand. Silver light shone from the stone mirror. The shadow of the nine-tailed fox was out. The nine-tailed fox woman emerged. The very calm space around was suddenly thrown into turmoil with all sorts of waves. It was like bolts of lightning striking each other. The demon lady frowned and looked a bit surprised. She looked at the statue and said, The fox's 9-spin destiny mirror. It all seemed to happen so slowly, but it all happened in a moment. Han Sen broke 3 of those attacks and continued his escape into the dark. The demon lady and the others never expected Han Sen to wield a trick such as that. It was too late to stop Han Sen now. Pursue! Old Vulture screamed. It flapped its wings and raced into the darkness. The dark air of the darkness created countless bolts of lightning. It made it look like a thunder god bird soaring through the sky. Aside from Red Ghost and 9000 Kings still fighting, the demon lady and the eyeless big beast raced into the dark to stop Han Sen. Catcha! Sky Palace's first seat's sonic ring broke. Sky Palace's first seat escaped. I did not expect that guy from the sanctuaries to be able to level up like that. Perhaps there is still some hope for the whole thing. Sky Palace's first seat did not leave. He ran into the darkness. Han Sen had only just rushed into the darkness when the old vulture caught up. The old vulture was still flying too fast. Even in the scary dark, it still had amazing speed. It was right behind Han Sen. You have a death wish. Old Vulture had been badly triggered. When he was in the universe, he had swallowed countless spirits. He was like the best beast of the generation. Throughout his entire life, Sacred Leader was the only one he had sworn allegiance to. Even the people like the Demon Lady, who was a guardian of the Sacred Palace, were people he only treated as friends. Now Han Sen wanted to force his way into the Holy Palace. It was exactly what was needed to make him that angry. He abandoned all idle thoughts, opened his mouth and sucked. A cloud of black smoke emerged from it. It covered the sky and ground, and it was going for Han Senator. It was like a scary, black smoke, toxic dragon. "Don't kill him. We need him alive," the demon girl shouted. She was still behind in the pursuit. Among those 4 beasts, she was the one with the most sense. The others only knew how to kill when they were triggered. The demon lady did not want Han Sen to be killed. Otherwise, how would they explain it to Little Flower? These were things that could only be hidden for a while and not forever. Old Vulture was very murderous. He could not be convinced. He shouted, "I will suck his flesh and his soul. Then he can never respawn. He will vanish from existence. The universe will never know his name." After that, the black smoke grew crazier. It was heading straight for Han Sen like a toxic dragon head. In the darkness, the universal cogwheels broke. Han Sen was only able to teleport within the area of the stone lantern. He was not able to get out of the black smoke. He stopped trying to escape. He raised his shield of the Medusa's gaze and fought against Old Vulture's black smoke. Bauer hastily raised the stone lantern and placed it in front of the Medusa's eyes. The weird light was full of white fire. It combined with the black smoke but could not freeze the black smoke. Only the front of it was frozen. The black smoke from the back was still attacking. It broke the black smoke in the front. Upon meeting the staring light, it froze, but the back smoke kept on looping. The black smoke and staring light kept attacking. The situation seemed frozen in a loop. The eyeless big beast's body was big, but it was not clumsy. When it rolled, it was faster than the demon lady. Seeing Han Sen and Old Vulture stop where they were, the eyeless big beast blew toward Han Senator this time. After it blew, it did not produce sonic rings. Instead, it was a scary, super high-pitched rumble. DZZT. Han Sen felt as if he was shaking with the sonic power and going to fall apart. Within a second, the buildings around them turned into sand. No matter whether or not they were made of stone or metal, under the super high-pitched shaking, they all turned into dust. Han Sen was unable to dodge the scary attack that damaged everything around. Armor instantly showed up on Han Sen's body. His spell armor was close to his body when it appeared. It broke the clothes Han Sen had been wearing. Only the blue robe with a black stripe remained. After the spell armor appeared, the spell on it flickered. Forever solid power covered Han Sen's body. The super high-pitched sonic power lost its effectiveness. It was unable to spread in his body. Now the demon lady was present. Old Vulture and the eyeless big beast were nearby as well. They surrounded Han Sen. "Han Sen, this is your last chance," Auntie May coldly said as she stared at Han Sr. "Give me back the Holy Spirit, and I can allow you to leave this place unharmed. Give me Little Flower, and you guys can have anything you want," Han Sen coldly said. "Otherwise, even if some god from the sky came, I am still going to tear this holy palace down." "How dare you say that?" Old Vulture was furious. The black smoke in his mouth was crazier. It suppressed the light of the shield of the Medusa's gaze. It was headed toward Han Sen. "Han Sen, you are kind of a genius," the demon lady said. "Not many people can be like you and achieve so much in such a short amount of time in this universe. I am impressed by your talents. It is a shame that even though you are Little Flower's father and your genes are stable, in the future, you won't be regarded as the greatest. I suspect you already know that." "I don't know," Han Sen coldly said with a laugh. "I will explain it to you. How about this? In the sanctuaries, you get all of the creature's genes to use. It is to improve your power. At the same time, when you absorb the genes of the xenogeneics, it means the genes of your own body will receive a flush and change. They will make your genosubstance chains very unstable. So, no matter how your genes evolve, they will still be very unstable. Little Flower is different. Although he has your genes, the genes he has have already been modified. They became his basic genes. Thus, the instability problem is gone. That means Little Flower receives all your benefits and has none of your flaws. He will be even greater than what you are right now. So, the potential Little Flower has is what you don't have. So, what is your point? Hansen coldly asked. It does not matter how good my son is. He is my son. He is not some tool to be used by sacred. We never thought of Little Flower as a tool, the demon lady seriously said. He is our little master. He is the new sacred leader. Han-sun looked at her with disdain. He coldly laughed and said, if sacred leader's position is that prestigious, why has no one else replaced him all these years? Why does it now have to be Little Flower? Fine, let's not talk about that. Take 10,000 steps backward. Even if we let you go to the Holy Palace, you could not destroy anything there because the Holy Palace is indestructible. If it was, it would not have ended up fine after the huge fight. The demon lady paused and said, you must believe us. Little Master is the one that was chosen by God. He can liberate sacred and become the king of the universe. You are his father. You should be proud of him. You should not stand in the way of his potential. I am proud of Little Flower, but that is not because he is some bullshit sacred leader. I am proud because he is my son. Hansen mocked the demon lady. Old Vulture continued spitting out black smoke while screaming, stop talking crap with him and just kill him. The demon lady waved her hands. She looked at Hansen and said, believe it or not, I can tell you for sure that when you are in the Holy Palace, you cannot do anything. Like the Holy Spirit you stole, you took it because you could. It is worthless to you because you cannot use it. The Holy Spirit is a geno-armament sacred leader created. Only the people with a holy body can use it. It is useless for others to make use of it. Hansen knew the demon lady was telling the truth. Although he had taken the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit, he could not summon the Holy Kirin out like an ordinary beast soul for a geno-armament. Hansen felt that the Holy Kirin had no intention of fighting him. For some reason, there was a gap. Even if the Holy Kirin was willing to be used, Hansen could not use it. Their powers were not compatible. For example, it was like the voltages of two currents did not match. It was like a machine that required 4 volts to work, but Hansen could only provide 22. Thus, he was not able to start up the machine. The reason Hansen did not use the Holy Spirit was that he was unable to activate the Holy Kirin. He could not use it as a geno-armament. The demon lady saw Hansen's face keep twitching. She said, plus, you are Little Flower's father. You would not steal his stuff, would you? It belongs to him and it will be with to him sooner or later. Why must you be so stubborn? We just want to treat Little Flower nicely. Why do we have to fight? Don't you think this is going too far? Old Vulture's black smoke almost touched the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Hansen felt the power of the black smoke had left. He suddenly felt a strange power. It was like a very small vortex was consuming all of the life forces around. Hansen's skin felt a chill. Hansen's face did not change. He watched the demon lady, Auntie May, approach him and said, what you said really makes sense. If everyone is good to Little Flower, we should let Little Flower be returned to his father. A son being with his father is normal, isn't it? If you guys want to see him, you can see him if Little Flower wants to see you. Silly and clumsy. The demon lady was angry. After all that, Hansen was still not taking it soft or hard. She had lost her patience. Hansen laughed and replied, ha! Ha! You stole my son, yet you call me silly and clumsy. It is no wonder sacred was the first faction in the universe. It was very overbearing. If you insist, then we have to be like that, the demon lady said. You cannot blame us. Auntie May took out a hairpin and pointed it at Hansen. A dot of starlight appeared. It was headed for Hansen's eyebrow. Why are you wasting time talking to him? The eyeless big beast quietly asked. His body was as big as a boar, but it was now expanding. Some vessels that looked like chimneys had formed on his back. BZZT. The sounds of honking cars could be heard from the vessels. A scary shockwave was released. It was all headed for Han Sen. Aside from Old Vulture, who had a speed that could accelerate through the time area, the eyeless big beast, and the demon lady's powers were affected. Their powers were unable to land on Han Sen. The time area was unable to stall them for very long. Their powers still tried to strike them in the end. Bauer, take it. Han Sen threw the 9-spin destiny mirror to Bauer. He took out his cause karma knife. He threw it in the air and used his mouth to bite the cause karma knife. At the same time, Han Sen pulled out another weapon. It was Fox's charming god Jin. The cause karma knife was powerful, but its primary power was the cause karma. It dealt little much damage by itself. In a fight this intense, it would have been difficult for it to be of much use. Han Sen would have had to wait until he was injured before making use of it. Only then would it have benefited him. The charming god Jin was different. When Han Sen pulled out the charming god Jin, Blood Pulse Sutra's power was already being put into the Jin. That power was not going to control the charming god Jin. It was going to rip an opening in the seal of the Jin. Previously, Han Sen's power had been insufficient for him to control the charming god Jin. He had actually been put under the charming god Jin's spell. He had to enlist the help of others to help seal the powers of the charming god Jin. Now Han Sen's power was as good as a true god. It was enough to use true god weapons and race weapons. He did not have anything to worry about. Catcha! The charming god Jin was sealed. It was gray. Blood Pulse Sutra made a crack, and the purple Jin body showed up. Suddenly, the crack of god purple light made the purple Jin look brighter. There were many cracks. In the end, there was a pang. All of the gray shattered, created a bright purple body. Han Sen was holding the charming god Jin. He waved it at the demon lady's jade hairpin, which looked very small. After they collided, Han Sen was shaken, but he was not injured. Most of his power had been drained. Bauer was holding the stone lantern and the 9-spin destiny mirror. She aimed it at the eyeless beast who was unleashing sonic rings. The 9-tail fox lady in the mirror was shining and revealed a silver light. The sonic rings were not broken, but they bounced away. Old Vulture's black smoke was like an upside-down galaxy. Kept coming down like crazy. The shield of the Medusa's gaze was not able to block it all. Han Sen teleported away to lose the tail of the black smoke. It was such a close distance that Han Sen could not dodge it. The eyeless big beast was close to Han Senator. He had deliberately gone next to the eyeless big beast. He used the eyeless big beast's body to block. Old Vulture was worried, so he dodged the attack. The father and the daughter, Han Sen and Bauer, fought together. They were fighting the 3 big brutal beasts. The 3 brutal beasts were unable to do anything to them. No one was winning and no one was losing. The 9-spin destiny mirror deflected the attacks. The charming god Jin's name was actually Cupid's Jin. It did not look as if it was doing much. In Han Sen's fight, considering the charming god Jin's hitting power, the 3 brutal beasts felt as if their powers were weaker. It was like they did not actually want to kill Han Sen. Han Sen and Bauer made use of the stone lantern. The 9-spin destiny mirror, charming god Jin, and the shield of the Medusa's gaze were used to deny the attacks of the 3 brutal beasts. It was impossible to tell who was winning and who was losing. While he was fighting, the eyeless big beast screamed, "This kid is a bit tricky. Why does he have so many true god weapons and race weapons? Fuck. No, get out of my way. Do not stop me." Old Vulture felt sad and screamed. Most of his attacks were being blocked by the eyeless big beast, which was very upsetting. The demon lady was holding 2 jade hairpins. Her body kept showing up and disappearing, but she was unable to find a way to hurt Han Sen. Dong! Han Sen was swinging his head. His mouth was biting the cause karma knife. He blocked the demon lady's hairpin attack. His body fell back. His teeth were bleeding. The demon lady, eyeless beast, and Old Vulture were more powerful than Han Senator. He might not have been able to defeat them 1 versus 1. But Han Sen was not afraid of the gang attacking him. He might not have been able to beat the demon lady 1 versus 1. But 3 versus 1 was easy for Han Senator. He felt at ease too. Han Sen was very good at using formation skills and the enemy for his own advantage. He made 3 big brutal beasts strike each other, which made their own attacks weaker. Han Sen and Bauer, the father and daughter, were blocking left and right. At the same time, they fell back into the darkness. The demon lady and the others were unable to prohibit Han Sen's advance. They just could not move there that fast. While Han Sen was falling into the dark, the demon lady and the others were feeling as if their bodies had more restrictions in the dark. Fighting the barren powers cost them their energy. Plus, the time area had greatly weakened them. It made it harder for them to stop Han Sen. Fuck! What is this? Why does this guy have so many weird things? All of the good stuff in this world has been taken by him. Old Vulture was becoming very depressed. His power was greater than Han Sen, but he felt as if he was unable to use it against him. If he did not have the race lantern to buff the 9-spin destiny mirror's attacks, I would be able to break that goddamn crap mirror. The eyeless big beast was also feeling bad. It is no wonder that this guy is Little Master's father, the demon lady said. His genes are unstable, but his battle powers are formidable. He can make us hurt each other. You guys should fall back. Leave him to me. I have a way to stop him. Old Vulture replied. Sure, I will leave this to you. We will suppress him for you. It flapped its wings and departed the battleground. Thought a fight like that would be too depressing. The eyeless big beast rolled to the side. He blocked the way to the holy place where Han Sen needed to go to. Han Sen was not going to allow that. He was now like a shadow. He was like a maggot on a bone following the eyeless big beast. He was not going to permit him to depart the battlefield. The eyeless big beast was upset and screamed, You! Stop following me. It could not get rid of Han Senator. It did not have a speed ability like Old Vulture. Han Sen used the time area to stay next to the beast. Could not get away from the battleground. Eyeless, what are you doing here? Just get out of here. The demon lady's attacks were being taken by the eyeless big beast. She felt angry. I want to leave too. The eyeless big beast was even more depressed now. Suddenly, the scene turned very awkward. The eyeless big beast was falling back, left and right. But it was unable to get rid of Han Senator. It also aided Han San by shielding the attacks of the demon lady. Old Vulture flapped its wings and flew next to the eyeless big beast. Its talons grabbed the eyeless big beast's body. It was going to take him away from Han Sen's time area. Where are you going? Bauer happily shouted. Her 9-spin destiny mirror shone toward the stone lantern's flame. A white mirror light hit Old Vulture. It made Old Vulture's body shake. It was like it was electrified. It let go of the eyeless beast and flew off into the darkness. While they were fighting, they heard the sound of a wailing woman come from the darkness. Clearly, the space charm had been attracted by the prospect of a fight. The space charms were scared of the stone lantern, so they did not draw close to the fight while it was happening in the light. Bauer had shown 9-spin destiny mirror on Old Vulture. It did not look as if it had been hurt. Not long after it was hit with the light, Old Vulture became afraid of 9-spin destiny mirror's light. He did not want it to touch him again. The scene seemed frozen. The demon lady was like a headless fly shouting at the eyeless big beast. Eyeless, go to the opposite side of the holy palace. Upon hearing her, the eyeless big beast changed directions and started rolling another way. The demon lady blocked an area about 7 inches from Han Senator. His objective was to reach the holy palace. The eyeless big beast was going in the opposite direction. Unless Han Sen gave up on going to the holy palace, he could not use the eyeless big beast for defense. Without any hesitation, Han Sen gave up on the eyeless big beast. He was headed for the holy palace. Let's see where you choose to run now. Auntie May, the demon lady, grabbed a hold of the exposed Han Senator. Her jade hands were holding 2 jade hairpins. The 2 jade hairpins crossed each other like a fork. The 2 jade hairpins started to shake, but they did not produce a sound. Let's see how you escape my demon girl shield, Auntie May coldly said and grunted. The 2 jade hairpins buzzed and turned into a cross shape. They started flying out of Auntie May's hands and hover through the air. It was like the very fabric of space was flipped wherever the jade hairpins crossed. Many shadows came out from the ripple. They were space charms. The space charms were scared of the stone lantern's light. They did not dare get close to the stone lantern. Now the space charms were coming out from the jade hairpin. On top of that, they no longer seemed to fear the light of the stone lantern. They surrounded Hansen like fairies. They were all flying around and going for Hansen. The space charms were white. They looked different from the blue space charms Hansen had witnessed floating in the dark, but he could not tell what was different about them. Hansen used the Medusa's gaze to shine on the space charms. No matter how hard he tried, it did not work. The light just went through their bodies. It was unable to freeze their bodies. He cycled through a few different geno-arts, but nothing he tried seemed to affect the space charms. Even his time area was unable to get close to them. Bauer was holding the 9-spin destiny mirror and shining it on them, but that made the space charms disperse. They were scared. It seemed as if the space charms were afraid of the 9-spin destiny mirror's mirror light. The 9-spin destiny mirror required one's energy to emit light, and there were more and more space charms coming. All of them were flying around in the sky. They were all going for Hansen. Bauer used the mirror's light to shine one way, but space charms came around to get her from a different way. After she shined the other way, more came from another direction. It was difficult to keep it up and stay safe. The space charms looked evil. They were like fairies flying around. They had smiles that were quite attractive. It made Hansen want to go hug them. Hansen knew that the space charms only looked very attractive. After all, they looked like fairies. If he got close to them, they'd become demonic beasts that devoured people. 9000 King was a top true god, and he had a god personality battle armor, and even he feared the space charms and did not dare engage them. When he saw the space charms, he hid as far away from them as possible. That alone indicated how scary they were. There were now around a dozen space charms. They blocked them on 4 sides and 8 directions. Based on his position, Hansen had no chance of getting away. There were still more space charms inside the cross coming into existence. He had no idea where the space charms actually came from. Horny woman, you have not used your demon lady powers in so long, yet they are still so strong, old Vulture said to the demon lady. It is too destructive. After the demon lady power is gone, these space charms are going to hang around in the darkness and cause trouble. I cannot concern myself with that prospect right now, the demon lady quietly said. We have to get him first. We cannot let him take the Holy Spirit away. The eyeless big beast came rolling over to lick her boots. With your demon lady powers, not even a god spirit would be able to escape. This kid can surely not escape, the demon lady coldly said. If it was not for that 9-spin destiny mirror being able to restrict the space charms, I would have taken them down already, but that is fine. They surely cannot last just with this 9-spin destiny mirror. In fact, things were just as how the demon girl expected things to go. Bauer kept using the 9-spin destiny mirror. Although she made many of the space charms fall back, she was unable to destroy them completely. She was also unable to repel the advance of all the space charms. By mistake, a space charm flew in front of Han's senator. It was very close to his lap. That pretty face suddenly turned into a scary face. It was going to bite Hansen's leg with its fangs. Hansen quickly used the charming god Jian to strike the space charm's head. But the charming god Jian went right through its head. It was unable to damage it. Hansen flashed away, but the space charm's teeth were still able to gnaw on Hansen's legs. The pain went straight into his bones. He felt as if his bones had been carved by teeth. When Hansen lowered his head to get a look, he did not see blood or a wound on his legs. Hansen's heart jumped. He realized that the blue and black striped robe had blocked the space charm's teeth. The teeth were blocked, but the power was still there. The power hit his legs and almost shattered his bones. He thought, fortunately, this robe was able to block the space charm's teeth. They did not sink in. Otherwise, this scary power would bite off my entire leg. Seeing more and more space charms appear, Hansen kept teleporting while Bauer kept using the 9-spin destiny mirror. They remained alive, but they were unable to solve their predicament. The situation for the father and the daughter fighting team had decayed into something worse. The robe can block the space charm's biting attacks. It looks like a pretty good treasure to me. How many years has that guy been out of the sanctuaries to get so many good top-class treasures? Old Vulture watched Han Sen not get injured by the space charms and knew something was wrong. As she observed Han Sen, the demon lady said, "This guy really is quite special, but he does not have a holy body. He cannot use the Holy Spirit armament left behind by the leader. He is still not very good. Compared to the little master, this guy is like a half-finished product. Not bad. Only little master can restore sacred to its former glory." The eyeless big beast was buzzing as he agreed and nodded. This time, the demon lady's power summoned 30 space charms. Han Sen and Bauer were tired of dealing with them. They were not going to last much longer. Han Sen was bitten a few times. He had the clothes to protect him. Although his flesh was not injured, it still hurt. He was going to do something, but the sunglasses on Bauer's head suddenly flashed. She became just like the space charms. Han Sen picked up the stone lantern and 9-spin destiny mirror that Bauer dropped. Bauer already looked like a space charm in the air. Without the 9-spin destiny mirror's power, the group of space charms rushed forward like the tide. In the next moment, the space charm Bauer had become emitted a horrible crying sound. When that sound spread, the space charms headed for Han Sen stopped. They all looked at the space charm Bauer had become with confusion. Bauer continued to emit the crying sounds. After making the sound, Bauer said to Han Sen, "Dad, turn the light off." Han Sen was shocked but quickly understood what she meant. He put the stone lantern away and dropped everyone into darkness. Only the demon girl's hairpin, with the cross space rip, continued to emit a weird light. "Sob! Sob!" Bauer was crying again. That crying sound quickly spread through the dark. Before long, the crying sound erupted everywhere in the darkness. Many of the space charms hidden in the darkness started flying over to their position. Old Vulture and Eyeless were frozen. They had never seen anything like this happen. The demon lady was confused too. She had never heard of another creature being able to turn into a space charm. Suddenly, the expressions of the demon lady and the others changed. The demon lady's white space charms and the blue space charms that came out of the dark were all making crying sounds. They all turned around and flew at them. The demon lady's power had generated 30 space charms, but it seemed as if even more were coming out of the dark. The group of them flew over. Even Old Vulture was starting to look gloomy. "Holy shit, what is happening here? Horny woman, why are your space charms staging a coup?" Some space charms were headed toward the eyeless big beast. They kept flying around the eyeless big beast, strangely screaming. The demon lady looked terrible. She had used her demon lady powers at their maximum, yet she could not control the space charms. Bauer kept on screaming. Clearly, she was more attractive to the other space charms. Many space charms were flying toward the three beasts. They even started attacking the demon lady. "Dad, let's run." While the demon lady and others were fighting the space charms, Bauer, who was still a space charm, pulled Han Sen in the direction of the Holy Palace. She kept flying and screaming at the same time. It made many more space charms fly toward the demon lady. "Stop them!" The demon lady was shocked and angry. She wanted to rush forward and stop them, but the space charms were in the way. She was not able to go forward. Old Vulture was the fastest, but the space charms were surrounding him as well. After he tried his best to get rid of the space charms, he could no longer catch up with Han Sen and Bauer. The demon lady, Old Vulture, and eyeless big beast kept chasing them from behind. Han Sen and Bauer were up front running as fast as they could while Bauer made her crying sounds. The space charms were affected by the noises. They kept running at the demon lady and others. It stopped the demon lady and the others from chasing the father and daughter. They were unable to catch up with the two people. The father and daughter did not use the stone lantern to light the way. Han Sen found it hard to block the Baron powers. Since Bauer had the space charm power, the Big Baron power did not harm Han Sen. The space charms were able to dance in the Big Baron powers and not be brought harm. Because of the big baron powers becoming stronger, the demon lady and the others were affected. It made it harder for them to chase Hansen. Bauer was pulling Hansen forward quickly through the dark. Not long later, in the darkness, there was a dim light. It was the light of a long, bright lantern. This place should be the Holy Palace. I wonder if Little Flower is there. Hansen was not going to believe what the demon lady and others had told him. He was only going to believe Little Flower's absence if he was there to witness it with his own eyes. "Do not worry, Dad," Bauer said. "We can see my little brother Little Flower very soon." She continued pulling Hansen forward in flight. They were getting closer to the light. In the corner of the very dark world, Hansen saw a very dim light and an ancient god temple-looking palace. There was also a big plaza. The plaza had a long, bright lantern positioned in each of the four corners. It was just enough to light up the plaza. Hansen had seen this place before. It was from the video Old Cat played for him. Little Flower had spent a lot of time practicing Geno arts in that plaza, and he had practiced with Auntie May a lot too. "This is it. This is the place. Little Flower!" Hansen shouted across the plaza, but he received no response. Eventually, Bauer led Hansen to the plaza, but Bauer was still a space charm. When her body touched the lights, her body produced some white smoke. It was like she was vaporizing. Bauer immediately returned to her original shape. The effect was gone. "Little Flower, little brother." Hansen and Bauer were heading into the palace. They kept shouting, but the place was quiet. There was not even an echo. They heard no answer. Hansen did not care for the palace much. It was best if Little Flower was there, but it was fine if he wasn't. He was going to tear down that bullshit holy palace so sacred could never be rebuilt with Little Flower. "Stop it. Whoever comes to the holy palace must die." Old Vulture, Eyeless, and the demon lady all shouted, but they were caught up by the space charm assault. They could not catch up to him. Hansen and Bauer were already at the front gate of the holy palace. The old stone door looked like it was very old. It was like every speck of dust had drowned in a lake of mystical history. Hansen and Bauer did not care much for it though. They both moved forward through the air, landing one big foot and one small foot against the door. A booming noise sounded. The two stone doors on the left and right were kicked open by the father and daughter. Once the door was kicked open, everything that was inside the palace was revealed. You deserve to die." Old Vulture was so angry that it was shaking. Its expression looked very murderous, but it was still a bit far from the holy palace. He tried his best, but he was too slow to prevent Hansen and Bauer from entering the palace. Hansen rushed into the big palace and observed everything around. The first thing he saw was a stone statue. The stone statue was at the back of the hall's stone stage. It was like a king that could rule the whole world was standing there. Hansen knew that the statue was of Qinxiu. It was the person who called himself Sacred Leader. It was just a statue, but it had the power to look down on the world. If a creature with a weak will looked at the statue, it would feel compelled to kowtow before it. There were two more stone statues next to Qinxiu's statue. There was one on each side of it. The left one displayed a phoenix and a holy Kirin. The right side displayed the ghost car and 9-life cat. They were the 4 holy beasts of sacred. Looking down there were also stone statues of the 10 generals of sacred. There was Purple Fight, Ghost Bone, and Purple Eye Butterfly. All of them looked unique. They each had their own presence. It looked as if they could come back to life. Boom! The father and daughter stepped closer to the statue. In the dark, big hall, all the long, bright lanterns lit up. Wanner's statue in Hansen's chest was burning up. It felt as if she was going to jump out of his chest. The jade statue was built from the holy Kirin's horn. It was formed into the shape of Wanner. Qinxiu and his soul resided inside it. When Qinxiu's soul faded away, the jade statue became small enough to fit inside Hansen's hand. Qinxiu had told Hansen to take the statue to the holy palace. Hansen kept wondering what Qinxiu wanted with him and the jade statue. The jade statue was burning hot. It seemed as if it was flying out of Hansen's chest. He knew something was wrong. Han Sen wanted to take out the jade statue and find out what was going on. Old Vulture was already in the holy palace. It brought black smoke along as it ran toward Han Sen like the wind. Han Sen avoided the strike and teleported behind the statue of Qin Xiu. Old Vulture was shocked and extremely furious. Put its power away, not wanting to damage the statue of Qin Xiu. Get the hell out of there! Old Vulture angrily yelled. Its black feathers flew out like arrows heading toward Han Sen. Han Sen did not respond. He moved around the statue to avoid the hit, but it was like the black feathers had a life of their own. They were able to maneuver and continue chasing Han's senator in their flight. They perfectly curved around the statue. Although Han Sen had not seen what Qin Xiu looked like, the presence exuded by the statue was mistakenly the same. That special presence was just like Qin Xiu's soul. Other people would have been unable to make it out. Han Sen still felt a little weird because, in the legend, Sacred Leader wore armor. No one was able to see his face. This statue was wearing cloth. The face was visible, but there was no armor. Han Sen's body kept teleporting around the statue. Old Vulture did not want to hurt the statue, so it was very worried. Could not do anything to Han Sen. Do not hurt the statue. The demon lady had chased away the space charms that Bauer no longer controlled. She was flying through the palace with the eyeless big beast. Of course I won't. Old Vulture yelled in an annoyed tone. If it was not for the statue, Old Vulture would have pinned Han Sen to the floor. It would not have allowed him to keep bouncing around, which was really ticking him off. The demon lady and eyeless joined in the fight, but Han Sen was very good when it came to combat against a group. He had the palace and statues for cover. The demon lady and the others were strong, but they could not do anything to Han's senator that made them super depressed. A man with a soft voice approached the holy palace. Everyone, I have a way. I can help you get Han's senator. Are you interested? The demon lady and the others turned around. The person who was speaking was the Extreme King's ancient Abyss Grandmaster. After his escape, he had not left. Instead, he followed them to the palace. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not enter the palace. He just stood outside of it smiling. Before the demon lady said anything, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said, I have a treasure that can solve your current predicament, but I will need your help. How does that sound? Do you want the holy body geno fluid? The demon lady looked at Ancient Abyss and coldly grunted. Ancient Abyss said with much seriousness, Senior, you must know that the Extreme King's king bodies are just testers for the holy body geno fluid, and it was a failed tester. For me, being able to perfect my king body is my sole wish. It is a shame I will have to disappoint you, the demon lady coldly said. The holy body geno fluid was never produced. When Sacred was destroyed, the holy body geno fluid had yet to succeed and be finalized. I do not expect to have the product of the holy body geno fluid, Ancient Abyss said with a bow to them. I just hope to receive the recipe and information that circulated back in the day so the Extreme King will have a clear direction in which to go and improve. That would be great. I was hoping you might be able to do that for me. If you can help us take down Han Sen, I can give the information regarding the holy body geno fluid to you, the demon lady said. But do not expect much. After that battle, most of the information was destroyed. There is only a small part of it left. Thank you for agreeing to this. Ancient Abyss bowed again. Why are you talking so much crap? How are you going to help us capture him? Old Vulture kept chasing Han Sen while screaming. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster pulled something out of his chest. He threw it at the demon lady and said, With this treasure, I believe the few of you can kill or capture him with ease. The demon lady picked up the item. It was a circular ball that looked like the model of a planet. The demon lady immediately recognized what was inside. Astral instrument. Did that servant get it from the laboratory? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's expression did not change. He said, Back when Sacred suffered its destruction, our ancestors wanted to maintain the power of Sacred Leader to avoid the complete loss of Sacred. He hoped to one day serve Sacred again once they rose from the ashes. Ha! The demon lady, Auntie May, coldly grunted. Although she knew Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was talking nonsense, She was not in much of a mood to fight back. She coldly said, "If this can capture Han Sen, I can assure you that you will receive whatever it is you want." "Thank you for doing this," Ancient Abyss said with another bow. Han Sen knew that Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was a very suspicious individual. He was not surprised that he had betrayed him, but he did not know what the astral instrument was. He did not know what power it contained. The demon lady held the astral instrument. She watched as the astral instrument shone with starlight. It was spinning fast. The astral instrument was like some light in a pub. It suddenly had so much starlight that it covered the whole holy palace. It made Han Sen's vision suddenly change. He was in the holy palace, but for some reason he was appearing in space. Everything in the holy palace was gone. Han Sen suddenly understood that the astral instrument was a space treasure. It was able to pull creatures into space. Unless he was able to break the astral instrument in Auntie May's hand, he would be forever trapped in that space. "Kid, where are you going to run this time?" Old Vulture coldly laughed and ran at Han's senator earlier. In the Holy Palace, it had been afraid, which was very upsetting. Now, in space it was no longer afraid. It could release its power and feel good. Seeing the black smoke like a dark cloud in the sky coming for him, Han Sen did not move. He pulled out a wine bottle and drank it all. He drank everything he could with his hands lifted high. "If I am going to fight, then let's fight." Han Sen's presence was like a volcano erupting, covered the whole of space. In Han Sen's brain, an upgrade announcement sounded. "Deified Gene +1. Deified genes have reached the max. Battle body evolving." Although Han Sen had the chance to level up in the Holy Garden, he did not have enough time alone. He also had not wanted other people to see him in xenogenic mode. Thus, he chose not to become a true god. Han Sen was afraid that if he leveled up and did not go into xenogenic mode, he would only have a battle body. That would have been a waste. Now, there was no reason for him to be so cautious. Han Sen was not in his xenogenic body. He only used Jadeskin to push himself this far, but he wanted to take Jadeskin to True God class first. As soon as he started evolving, his 4 battle bodies started to change. He did not just level up one battle body out of his xenogenic mode. "Now, I know that if I am not in xenogenic mode, I can still level up." Han Sen was happy. He thought leveling up one battle body was a waste. He also did not want to expose his xenogenic mode, which was why he chose his Jadeskin. Now, 4 battle bodies were leveling up together. That was very good. The cells of his composition quickly changed. The functions of his body greatly increased. The substance chains of his genes were modified. Han Sen's entire body was like it had been reborn. Because Han Sen's whole body was wrapped up by spell armor, and the blue robe was dressing the spell armor. One only saw his head, face, hands, and spell armor. Even so, one was able to witness shocking changes. The white spell armor's spell flickered. The spells behaved like they were melting. They were melting into the armor. The armor turned bright. It looked like a crystal. It was as if it had burned into transparent metal. Seeing the black smoke cover the universe and space, it was like a demon landing atop the world. Han Sen clenched his fists and faced the black smoke, which covered the sky and covered the ground. He immediately punched. The demon lady frowned. Old Vulture's black smoke was not just something powerful. It was not quite so straightforward. It had a power that could ravage one's soul. Even if the body was not hurt, touching the black smoke still resulted in death. Han Sen did not use treasure. He used his fist to fight Old Vulture's black smoke. The demon lady believed he must have had a death wish. "Keep him alive!" the demon lady shouted at Old Vulture. She was afraid that Old Vulture was too excited and would kill Han Senator if that happened. The Holy Spirit would be gone. Old Vulture did not hear her. Earlier it had been very sad. Now that it was able to fight with all of its power, its murderous mind was fully triggered. Could not think straight anymore. It was too late for the demon lady's reminder. The demon lady saw Old Vulture looking murderous and knew the situation was bad. Along with the Holy Spirit being destroyed alongside Han Sen, Little Flower learning the truth would be very bad. In the universe, there were not many phoenixes or Kirans around. There were xenogenics similar to them, like the Demon Lady, Old Vulture, Eyeless Best. Their 4 powers were not much weaker than any of the holy beasts. There were only 4 holy beasts there, and they had their reasons to be. The 4 holy beasts were called the 4 holy beasts because they were the ultimate weapons Sacred Leader made to kill God. Sacred Leader used them to fight against God's Holy Spirit armament. Out of those 4 holy beasts, the only one that had the Holy Spirit armament was the Holy Kirin. The others, like the Phoenix, Ghost Cast, and 9-Life Cat, did not become holy spirits when Sacred was destroyed. Now, the Ghost Car and Phoenix were gone. It was unknown whether or not they had lived or died. 9-Life Cat guarded the sanctuaries, so the only Holy Spirit armament remaining was on the Holy Kirin. If it was destroyed, it would be very bad for Sacred's plan of rising from the ashes. They were missing this required powerful weapon. The Demon Lady had many ideas flashing through her mind. She did not say anything. The black smoke and Han Sen's fist collided. In the next moment, the Demon Lady and Eyeless Big Beast opened their eyes wide. Han Sen's fist blew up the black smoke. It was like the black smoke was no greater than ordinary smoke. It was destroyed and unable to do anything. Han Sen's fist punched the black smoke. The black smoke created a giant vacuum zone. Han Sen went through it and teleported in front of Old Vulture. Very good timing. Old Vulture was not shocked. It was happy. It was the most invincible in the universe. It was a true god-class xenogenic fish bird. Aside from Sacred Leader in that universe, it had never felt obliged to bow before anyone else. It would not retreat from combat against Han Sen. A bird sound shook the whole universe. Old Vulture flapped its wings. Its sharp claws had a rip space power. It was headed for Han Sen's fist. Catcha! The fist and talons collided. The Old Vulture's talons could shred anything in the universe, but they were broken by Han Sen's punch. The punching power did not relent there. Proceeded to strike Old Vulture in the chest. Pang! Old Vulture's body was like a cannonball that fired away. It hit a planet. The impact broke the planet, kept falling back and broke another planet. Then, there another one. It made the stars explode in space. How is that possible? The eyeless beast was shocked and screamed. Fortunately, he had no eyes. If he had, his eyes would have popped out. The eyeless big beast knew full well how strong Old Vulture was. He was no worse than the Phoenix or the Ghost Car. He was as good as a true god could be. Even though Han Sen had become true god class, he had only just become true god class. The pure power fight was not balanced. Now, he had released one punch and suppressed Old Vulture. On top of that, he had shattered Old Vulture's talons. How scary was that power? The Demon Lady could not believe this either. One punch broke the fishbird's talons. In that universe, that kind of god power was probably only something Sacred Leader could showcase. I thought you wanted to fight. Now, let us fight. Han Sen's body flashed. He teleported above the eyeless big beast, waving his fist and punching toward it. The eyeless big beast roared. Its body clenched together, which made its back sprout bones that were serrated. They spun quickly like a chainsaw. They were headed for Han Sen's fist. Cha-cha-cha. The chainsaw-like bones were broken into many pieces. The shell on the eyeless big beast's back was punched away by Han Senator. It created a giant blood hole. The blood water was like a volcanic eruption. His body flew away. How is that possible? So strong. The Demon Lady could not believe her own eyes. With that kind of fitness or power, she was only afraid a holy body becoming true god class could do that. Han Sen was a creature that had not practiced a holy body, yet his body had reached this level. It was hard to believe. I thought you wanted the Holy Spirit? Han Sen's voice was in the Demon Lady's ear. He was right in front of her. His scary fist was in front of the Demon Lady. Beautiful woman, charming demon heart body. The Demon Lady's body suddenly changed. All her clothes ripped to reveal the splendor of her body. It was perfect. Could steal a soul. Auntie May's entire body released some presence that no creature could resist. Even the sky gods and Buddhas would have fallen for her. They would have killed themselves 9 times for her. Boom! Han Sen still punched her beautiful chest. His fist went right through it. Flesh, red blood, and snow-white skin contrasted to create a weird, scary, and beautiful scene. The astral instrument fell out of Auntie May's hands. Han Sen grabbed the astral instrument and held it in his hands. The sky, which was full of stars, suddenly vanished from existence. Han Sen found himself back in the Holy Palace. Old Vulture was damaged. Eyeless and Auntie May fell into the hall. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was waiting for Auntie May and the others to get rid of Han Sen in the astral instrument's realm. Not long later, he saw the zone disappear. With its removal, a body fell out. When he had a closer look, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was shocked. He could not believe what he was seeing. Han Sen was holding the astral instrument. He was standing in the hall. Old Vulture, the Eyeless Beast, and Auntie May were bloody and lying on the floor. They all looked terribly injured. This was very shocking. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster did not say anything. He wanted to leave the hall and escape into the darkness. Grandmaster, are you going to leave without saying goodbye? Han Sen suddenly appeared in front of Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. He prohibited Ancient Abyss Grandmaster from following the path he had chosen to depart by. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster knew it was futile to say anything. He had to go through this to live. He shook his body. Suddenly, 8 of his clones appeared. They went in 8 different directions. Han Sen was shocked. He could not tell which one was the true Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. The 8 clones shared the same presence as Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. All of them looked as if they shared the same body. Grandmaster, there is no rush to leave, Han Sen coldly said. His body flashed. He took out his cause karma knife. He slashed out 8 knife lights. They were slashing toward Grandmaster's 8 clones. The knife was still the same knife. The knife skill was still the same knife skill. Because Han Sen's true god power made him much stronger than before, he could slash 8 times. 8 knife lights almost slashed 8 clones instantly. 7 clones were destroyed. Only 1 clone had a turtle shield that blocked Han Sen's strike. The teeth power hit the turtle shield, created a deep mark. It almost broke the shield. The powerful strength hit the shield, and Ancient Abyss Grandmaster went flying. He was spilling blood. Catcha! The turtle shield was cut in half. Although 1 slash did not break it, with the teeth power's ripping power, the turtle shield had been broken. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was in space. He dropped the broken turtle shield and quickly went flying into the darkness. He was like lightning or a weird bird. He used a borrowing strength skill. Han Sen's slash power became the fuel for his escape. Very good Ancient Abyss Grandmaster. Han Sen had to compliment him. After all, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was a worthy Grandmaster for the Extreme King. If you seek to leave this place now, you have underestimated me. Han Sen used the astral instrument that he had just recently possessed. Suddenly, the sky was full of starlight. He put Ancient Abyss Grandmaster into its realm. Grandmaster, thank you for your astral instrument. If you didn't do this, you could have escaped. Han Sen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and smiled. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster had a wry smile as he said, if I knew you were this strong, you could have easily dealt with the fish bird and eyeless demon. Then, I would not have had to do what I did. So what are you planning to do now? Han Sen smiled. Upon hearing him, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster looked at him in shock and asked, does that mean you are not going to kill me? That is what you need to ask yourself, Han Sen coldly said. What do you want? Ancient Abyss Grandmaster quietly asked. You and everything you know. Han Sen had a lot of questions about the Extreme King. The most likely people that could answer him were either the Grandmaster or Bai King. I do not know much. I just do everything the king commands me to do. While he was talking, Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's hands suddenly flipped. A weird coin appeared in his hands. When he flipped his hands, the coin twisted space and dropped his body in space. See you later, Brother Han. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's voice came from that space as his body vanished. Did I approve of your departure? Han San saw Ancient Abyss Grandmaster disappear in space, so he summoned his pistols and fired at the twisted space. Pang! The space exploded. That twisted space was frozen. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was stuck in space. He could not totally go into space, but he could not drop out of the space either. He could no longer do anything. He was stuck inside that portal. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster's expression changed. He had a true god Yin-Yang space coin. It was able to locate a direction. He needed to use the Yin-Yang space coin to teleport wherever he chose. Unfortunately, using the Yin-Yang space coin took time. He spoke to Han Sen so he could set it up. When the Yin-Yang space coin activated, even the space powers and time powers could not stop sending him back. Yet Han Sen's power froze the entire portal. It was hard to imagine. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster knew he was unable to run, so he immediately said, "Ask me whatever it is you wish to know. If I know, I will tell you everything. Grandmaster is so smart. You have so many tricks. I will not dare to ask you stuff here." Han Sen raised his hand. A metal tower appeared. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was stuck with forever solid power. He was about to be taken into Destiny's Tower. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster wanted to fight back, but Han Sen shot him once more. He could not move, so he was sucked into Destiny's Tower. Seeing Ancient Abyss Grandmaster trapped on the 7th floor of Destiny's Tower, Han Sen put away the astral instrument and returned to the Holy Palace's plaza. Old Vulture, the eyeless big beast, and Auntie May were in front of the hall. They looked at Han Sen weirdly. Han Sen was in a rush to get to Ancient Abyss Grandmaster, so he ignored them. He did not expect their wounds to have healed in such a short amount of time. They were almost fully recovered. It was no wonder why they were true god Xenogeneics. Han Sen walked through the Holy Palace and asked the three of them, "Where is Little Flower?" Little Flower really isn't at the palace. Old Cat took him to the sanctuaries to harvest genes. Auntie May answered Han Sen's question. Her attitude was a bit different from before. Her answers were different too. "Really?" Han Sen coldly asked. He kept walking. "We told you Little Flower is not here," the eyeless big beast screamed. "What else do you seek to do?" "What do I want to do? I thought I told you ages ago." Han Sen kept walking. He raised his cause karma knife. He brought the knife above his head and slashed it down. Scary knife air was rushing through the hall. "Today, I will tear down the Holy Palace." The Demon Lady and Old Vulture looked at each other. The Demon Lady waved her hand. A stone lantern suddenly appeared. The Demon Lady did not dodge. She held the stone lantern and brought it in front of Han Senator. There was a catch-a noise. The scary purple knife light was stopped by the stone lantern's light. They saw the light collide with the knife air. The flame moved like a mad. It was like it was going to be extinguished any second. Han Sen still deflected it. Roar! Old Vulture and the eyeless big beast made loud roaring noises. They both spat out a stone lantern. They lined them up beside the Demon Lady in the Holy Palace. The stone lanterns were releasing lights that covered the entirety of the Holy Palace. Han Sen saw the 3 stone lanterns and noticed they looked very similar to the one he owned. It was like they had all been birthed by the same body. Han Sen wondered. Weird. I thought they said the stone lantern was Sacred's race lantern. Why are there so many of them? Old Vulture stood in front of the stone lantern and madly shouted at Han Sen. Han Sen, don't you think about getting cocky? If my treasure and god personality were not destroyed back then, you would not be standing right now. Han Sen did not care for what Old Vulture told him. He slashed down. This time, the power Han Sen used was stronger than before, but the effect was not as impressive as the last time. The 3 lights tremored. Clearly, the defensive lights backed one another up. Han Sen slashed a few times consecutively. Although every knife strike made the 3 stone lanterns' flames quiver, they were unable to break the protective capabilities of the lanterns. Therefore, Han Sen knew their stone lanterns were a bit different from the one he personally wielded. Han Sen's stone lantern boosted any power but did not change the element they possessed. The lantern itself did not have protective power. The stone lanterns possessed by the demon lady and the others had a protective power. However, it seemed as if it did not increase the powers of their attacks or anything of the sort. All the lanterns did was condense and amplify the defensive properties when in the proximity of others. Han Sen, don't you waste your time, Old Vulture coldly said. Sacred's race lanterns are here. With the protection of these lanterns, even if a god spirit was here, they could not gain access to the holy palace. What you are saying is an absolute joke. You each have a lantern each, so that's 3. I have 1. Shouldn't Sacred have 4 lanterns? Han Sen lifted his lips as he spoke. Not just 4. The demon lady, Auntie May, said. We should have 5 lanterns. Every race only has 1 race lantern. Are you telling me that Sacred has 5 race lanterns? Do you think I am stupid or something? Han Sen looked at them with disdain. That is because you lack knowledge. The ignorant race lanterns you know are not comparable to our sacred race lanterns. Old Vulture looked back with disdain. He really hated this situation. The demon lady said, every race's race lantern is already established. It is because they got lucky. It is why they have a lantern to shine and notify the world about their race. The sacred lanterns possessed by Sacred were creations of Sacred Leader. They are greater than those owned by any other race. They shine for any race that supports Sacred. Every civilian of Sacred can receive the race's glory. Little Master will become the leader of the universe. You will be Little Leader's father. You will earn lots of glories. If you are willing, you can help Little Leader's ascendance with us. After thinking for a moment, Han Sen said, so, Sacred does not have a race lantern, and Sacred Leader created these stone lanterns. That is good to hear. If the stone lanterns were made by Sacred Leader, they were not approved by the Geno Hall. Han Sen randomly asked, how could it have offered protection to the sacred civilians? It is not difficult to earn the approval of the Geno Hall, Old Vulture proudly said. All you need to do is get to the hall and place Sacred's race lantern at the highest point. Do that and it will be above all the others. Who would oppose that? Han Sen was admiring something now, but he was not admiring Old Vulture. He was admiring what Sacred Leader Qin Xiu did. The other races just wanted to light up a lantern and try to earn a position amongst the higher races. Qin Xiu, however, chose to make a lantern for himself. He made his own rules and race lanterns above every race. Not many creatures were able to do something like that. It looked like Qin Xiu's plans failed though. He was unable to bring the sacred race lantern to the highest point of Geno Hall. Han Sen, you and Little Master, the father and son, can work together. You can rebuild the glory of Sacred. It would be of great benefit to the universe. Stay with me and help Little Master rise the race from the ashes. The demon lady was trying hard to convince him. Han Sen had a look of disdain. He slashed down. The lights of the 3 lanterns shivered. Han Sen, do you have no ears? We are just like you. We are here to help Little Master. The eyeless big beast looked mad. Han Sen kept slashing the lights. He coldly laughed and said, it was not like this before. My little flower is not a tool for Sacred to use. If Sacred can light up the lantern, it is not a concern of Little Flower. If you want to light it up, it is your own business to do so. Do not take advantage of my Little Flower. Plus, you guys stole Little Flower. You tore my family in half. You should be slashed. There is no need for words to be spoken. After speaking, Han Sen continued to slash the lanterns over and over. He kept slashing until the lights blew up. Every knife, air, and lantern light went everywhere. He could not cut it open, but it made the demon lady and the others scared. How can Han Sen's body become so strong? I am afraid he is almost as good as Sacred Leader. The demon lady was in shock. It was difficult to imagine a creature that emerged from the sanctuaries was able to evolve to such a high level. Although the creatures in the sanctuaries consumed other creatures to reinforce their genes, that sort of leveling up changed their blood. It made their genes better generation after generation. That was how they reinforced their blood. Like Little Flower was the second generation of his genes. He was the biggest benefactor. The genes of someone like Han Sen and others of his generation were really unstable. It was unknown if he could level up or not. It was also unknown whether or not he could become strong. Han Sen leveling up to become a true god was shocking. Now, he had a scary fitness level. He was much better than most top-class true god creatures in the universe. It was a wild concept to comprehend. Han Sen, stop wasting your breath, Old Vulture coldly said. Although your fitness is the best out of all true gods, and your power could become stronger than the Holy Kirin, you cannot break the defense of 3 race lanterns. Really? Han Sen coldly replied. His cause karma knife leaned forward. The sky was full of knife air. It was like a flood covering the sky and the ground. Under the sky you are all chess pieces. I do not believe there is a chess game I cannot break. Han Sen slashed down. Knife lights flooded the area. It was like a galaxy being turned upside down. A knife light flew across the 3 race lanterns, repeatedly striking them. It made the 3 lanterns' flames dim. The flames were becoming smaller and smaller. It was as if they were going to be extinguished any second. Catcha! Catcha! The lantern's light was suppressed by the knife stream. The area that could be lit up for protection was small, so it could not protect the whole Holy Palace. Some walls outside the Holy Palace were hit by the knife streams. It left knife mark after another knife mark on the stone walls. It was unknown what the Holy Palace's stone walls were made. With the power of Han Sen's knife airs, he was only able to leave small marks upon the construct. Even so, under the endless knife stream that attacked, the knife marks in the stone wall grew greater. They all went by each other, making it look like the walls were going to come undone. The demon lady and the others were shocked. Back then, there were 5 race lanterns there. During the battle, the Holy Palace did not break. Now, only 3 race lanterns were protecting the Holy Palace. Yet this was just Han Sen alone. It was not a god or some spirit. Han Sen was operating alone, but he had the necessary might to overcome the defensive attributes of the race stone lanterns that were working in tandem with each other. It was too shocking. Seeing the 3 stone lanterns were dying right there and then and about to have their flames extinguished any second. The demon lady, Old Vulture, and eyeless beast felt a bit of regret. In their eyes, the creatures of the sanctuaries were just test subjects left behind by Sacred Leader. Aside from Little Flower's body reaching the requirements needed for another that was as great as Sacred Leader, which made him be considered one of the fruitful test subjects, other creatures of the sanctuaries were deemed failures of test subjects. They were not worth mentioning. They were not worthy of them wasting their breath explaining. Even though Han Sen had the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit, from what they could tell, he only received it out of dumb luck. It was because his soul was extra heavy. The heaviness of the soul did not affect the talent practice. The speed needed to level up, so they did not care too much about it. He could not use the Holy Spirit, which proved that Han Sen did not have the necessary qualifications for replicating Sacred Leader. He was considered a failed subject. Who would thought that a failed test subject could suppress 3 race lanterns with only a knife? He was going to break the Holy Palace's last line of defense. If the Holy Palace was destroyed, the hope of rebuilding Sacred would buckle with it. That was not something that had to do with power. Without the Holy Palace, even if Little Flower's holy body became a true god and was as strong as Sacred Leader, it would only lead to the repetition of history. The demon lady and the others knew they needed this Holy Palace and someone who could control the Holy Palace. That way, they could fight against the god spirits and the sky. They could rebuild the past glory of Sacred and maintain it. If I was willing to have a nice chat with Han Sen, perhaps it would not have come to this. The demon lady was sad, but there was no pill of regret to take. She sensed that Han Sen had a firm resolve to destroy the Holy Palace. There was a knife stream. It was like a galaxy falling. It almost put out the 3 race lanterns. The radius of the light was small. They were only able to light up a small portion of the Holy Palace's gate. The walls around the Holy Palace were hit by the knife stream. Knife marks kept increasing. Stone and dust were everywhere. They were watching the last hope of Sacred be torn down by Han Sen's knife stream. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roaring sound. It sounded like a lion or a tiger. It was coming toward them. A red shadow quickly appeared out of the dark. It was like a crazy, running blob of lava. The demon lady, old vulture, and eyeless beast saw this. It made them terribly happy. It was Red Ghost. Red Ghost, hurry up! Old vulture screamed with excitement. Light your race lantern. Let's protect the holy palace. Red Ghost did not know what was going on, but he saw Han San suppressing the demon lady and others with a knife. Even the holy palace's stone walls were about to buckle and fall. He could not risk hesitating. He opened his mouth. A stone lantern appeared. It went in front of the holy palace. The 4 stone lanterns were all together. The fire inside the 3 stone lanterns was almost gone. It was like they were now filled with gas. The fire rose high. The holy palace was lit up, and so was the plaza around them. Han Sen's scary knife stream hit the light. He was not able to suppress the light, for stone lanterns combined into one powerful light, releasing a power that was not just 1 + 1 = 2. The 4 race lanterns were like a set. The power of the 4 lanterns was greater than 3 lanterns. They had some special buffs. Old Vulture saw Han Sen was incapable of defeating the race lanterns, and so he mocked them. Han Sen, no matter how strong your body is, it is not a holy body. You cannot use a Holy Spirit armament or a race lantern. You will never achieve what Sacred Leader accomplished. After all, you are just a commoner. Although Han Sen tried his best, just like Old Vulture said, his power was not enough to break the 4 stone lanterns' defense. Even under the Sky Knife skill's knife stream failed to do it. Other Geno arts were even worse off. He couldn't break the defensive attributes of the light. Do I really have to use my xenogenic battle body? Now, Han Sen only had one way to increase his power. He only had the xenogenic battle body left. It would have increased his fitness a lot, but no one knew if the xenogenic battle body would be enough to destroy the light's defense. Han Sen, you are holding Sacred's main lantern. You can try it. Sky Palace's first seat's voice came from not too far away. He came out of the darkness and stood near the plaza. Upon hearing Sky Palace's first seat, the expressions of the demon lady and the others immediately changed. Han Sen looked at Sky Palace's first seat and asked, "What do you mean?" "As far as I know, Sacred has 5 race lanterns. There is 1 superior lantern and 4 lesser ones. When Sacred was destroyed, Sacred Leader used the 5 race lanterns to secure the Holy Palace. Even the sky and the God spirits did not get God benefits. It left Sacred with some hope." Sky Palace's first seat looked at the demon lady and their 4 stone lanterns. He went on to say, "Sacred's race lanterns are different from the race lanterns of others. They have 4 subordinate race lanterns. 1 race lantern is the primary one. The subordinate race lanterns can only protect. They cannot trigger powerful power. Only the main race lantern can buff the creature's race power, and you can control the 4 subordinate lanterns. Right now, Sacred's main race lantern is in your hands. If you can control it, you can control the 4 subordinate race lanterns. If you want to break the Holy Palace, it should be a piece of cake for you." The faces of the demon lady and the others changed. They did not expect Sky Palace's first seat to know so much about Sacred's race lanterns. "You," Old Vulture screamed, "you are all the dogs of God's spirits. In the beginning, aside from sacred elites like me and the others, only the God spirits saw the power of the race lanterns." Sky Palace's first seat did not argue with him, nor did he feel compelled to explain. He just went on to tell Han Sen, "Right now, we need to see if you can control the primary race lantern. If you can control it, everything is possible." Han Sen looked at Sky Palace's first seat and asked, "How is this going to benefit you?" Sky Palace's first seat quietly said, "I can only tell you that people from Sky Palace do not want to see the second rise of Sacred. I am being honest. You do not need to ask me, and I won't answer you." Han Sen did not know if Sky Palace's first seat had a connection to the God spirits. One thing he knew for sure was that he was not lying. 1 primary and 4 subordinates? Han Sen summoned his stone lantern. He and Bauer were both able to use the stone lantern, but he could only use the power of the stone lantern. He could not control the stone lantern, so he could not activate the stone lantern's power. Now Han Sen had leveled up to True God class. He could try it again. Perhaps this time he could control the stone lantern. The faces of the demon lady and the others did not look good. In the beginning, they did not make use of the race lanterns because of the primary race lantern Hansen was holding at the time. They thought about Hansen not possessing a holy body and believed he could not activate the primary race lantern. That made them feel safer. If the primary lantern was not activated, the 4 subordinate race lanterns would not be affected. Hansen looked at the demon lady and old vulture. He then placed his power into the stone lantern. He wanted to activate the race lantern of sacred. When Hansen had put power into the stone lantern before, the stone lantern did not have a reaction. Now he was trying it again. After all, Hansen's power was greater than it was while he was butterfly class. BZZT. There was an incredible power being placed inside the stone lantern. It made the flame of the stone lantern turn very bright. The very small flame suddenly became as bright as a torch. The scary flame was brighter than the 4 subordinate race lanterns lit up together. It lit up everything around. The demon lady, old vulture, eyeless beast, and red ghost were shocked. The primary lantern had been activated. The 4 subordinate race lanterns had a reaction. They were all shaking as the flames started to quiver. They were facing the stone lantern Hansen possessed. It was like they were obeying his will. Upon seeing this scene, Sky Palace's first seat was immeasurably happy. He had wanted to try this too. He had not expected that Hansen was capable of activating Sacred's primary race lantern. In the next second, another buzzing noise was heard. The primary race lantern escaped from Hansen's clutch. It was headed into the holy hall. Hansen's hand was full of blood. He had clearly been hurt by the race lantern. The happiness and sadness were reversed. The face of Sky Palace's first seat changed. The demon lady and the other 3 were shocked and happy. Hansen looked at his hand and frowned. With his power, he had been unable to wield the stone lantern. It forced itself out of his hands. One easily sensed how strong the stone lantern power was because of its ability to do that. Only Hansen knew that when his power entered the stone lantern, it had not been activated for himself. It activated the power inside the stone lantern and started fighting. Boom! The stone lantern landed on the Holy Palace's roof. The 5 race lanterns, 1 primary and 4 subordinates, were shining. They lit up the darkness around. It was like daytime. Hansen saw that there were space charms in the darkness. He also saw the Fate Monument in the distance. 9,000 King and the big and small goldfish were still there, looking in his direction. Hansen thought Red Ghost returned because he had managed to kill 9,000 King and the others, but things hadn't turned out that way. This situation was a bit negative, but at least they weren't dead. Boom! 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 The lights of the Holy Palace flickered. It was not an illusion. It really was shaking. The roof of the giant palace was like a lotus flower opening. It showed many Holy Palace statues. The stone lantern slowly went toward the main seat, which was Qin Xiu's stone statue. It landed atop his stone statue. Hansen remembered that Qin Xiu's stone statue should have been holding his hands together. Now the statue was reaching out a hand. It was clearly in a different position. Hansen took a closer look. He did not think the statue was alive. He felt weird. The stone lantern landed on Qin Xiu's stone statue. It made the whole stone statue burn. It was like the stone lantern's flame. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The stone lanterns in the hands of the demon lady, eyeless beast, red ghost, and old vulture flew out. The 4 stone lanterns had forced their way beyond their control. They flew into the Holy Palace. Seeing 4 subordinate race lanterns descend and be distributed between a phoenix, ghost car, 9-life cat, and the Holy Kirin's head, the 4 holy beast stone statues were burning like Qin Xiu's stone statue. The 5 burning stone statues suddenly ignited the whole Holy Palace. The entire palace was within the holy flame. The 10 general stone statues were lit up too. The whole Holy Palace was like a burning city with holy flames. It looked very ethereal. Ha ha, Hansen, no matter how strong you are, you do not have a holy body. You will not earn the approval of Sacred's race lanterns. You cannot control the race lantern, and the primary lantern has left you. It has returned to the Holy Palace. Now, the Holy Lantern has been returned to where it belonged. The Holy Palace will open up again. All we require is Little Master to become true God, and then we will be back. He will control the Holy Palace and fight the skies full of God spirits. Old Vulture was so excited that he screamed. The eyeless big beast said, Han Sen, you should now understand that Little Leader is the savior who was meant to be. He was meant to be the man in charge of the whole universe. Even if you are his father, you cannot stall his ascendance. Come on. Han Senator, come with us and help Little Master break the rules imposed on us by the God spirits. Become the true masters of the universe. The demon lady laughed and invited Han Sen along for the ride. Han Sen ignored the demon lady and 3 others by her side. He looked at the Holy Palace, which was burning like a sun. There was one statue in the Holy Palace. He looked at the primary race lantern and Qin Xiu's stone statue. Old Vulture laughed and said, Han Sen, just sit and watch. Sacred's glory will return thanks to Little Master. No one can stop it. Han Sen looked at the knife in his hands as he slowly said, I do not know if Sacred can obtain its past glory, and I do not know if Little Flower will become the prince of the entire universe. I do know that I am his father. You stole my child from me and got him to do the most dangerous thing in the entire universe. That was unavoidable. Little Master has these talents. He was a born savior. You should be proud of him. Before the demon lady finished, Han Sen's voice sounded. Shut up. Han Sen's eyes looked icy. His voice was as cold as his knife. He sounded depressed as he said, You guys keep talking about ignorant things. You keep doing things to harm people, believing you are so noble. What are you people? That is my son. Even I would not let him fulfill my regrets and my dreams. Yet, you guys made the decision to risk his life to become your savior. Save your mother. If you want to be saved, save your own fucking self. Don't just randomly force the dreams you cannot achieve on someone else and call him the only savior. How dare you say something so obscene and be so proud and cocky about it? That is just you being weak, useless cowards who are afraid to die. You only say it because you are scared. Han Sen raised his head. His eyes were like blades as he looked at Qin Xiu's statue. Word by word, he said, The son of Han Sen will only live for himself. He will fight for his own dreams. The knife buzzed. Han Sen raised his knife high as he slashed toward the very bright Holy Palace. Fuck you and your savior. Countless knife lights surrounded Han Senator when the cause Karma knife came down. It was like an entire galaxy falling. Scary knife lights slashed outside the Holy Palace, but it was blocked by the holy fire. No matter how it was hit, it could not enter the light. It is useless, Old Vulture said with a cocky laugh. The race lantern has returned. Even a sky full of God spirits would not stand a chance. Aside from Little Master, who has a holy body, no one can go in. No one can hurt it. The demon lady asked, Han Sen, why are you so stubborn? Little Master is everyone's leader. You are his father. Why are you getting in his way? Han Sen was holding the cause Karma knife. He kept pushing down. Knife lights and the Holy Palace's lights kept striking each other. The Holy Palace's light was shaking, which also made Han Sen's hands shake. The skin between his thumb and index finger cracked. The boiling blood was shaking out of the wound. Little Flower can decide if this is the way. It is just as you guys said. This path has been decided for him because you yourselves are too scared to walk it. You guys make Little Flower walk it instead, and he is just a child. If you want to rebuild Sacred's glory, use your own blood to build it. If you want to kill a sky full of God spirits, use your own knives to kill them. Using the lives of others to finish your dreams that you yourselves could not accomplish. Pa! You make it sound so glorious. You guys are pathetic. Han Sen harshly spoke each word, which was like a sharp blade. How can we explain it in a way for you to understand? In this world, only Little Master has a holy body. Only he can use a Holy Spirit armament and control the race lanterns. Only he can do something like that. Even if we wanted to do it ourselves, it would be impossible. Old Vulture was angry. The demon lady said, "Han-sen, there are some things that are just meant to be. It is like how no matter how strong you are, you cannot use Sacred's race lantern. It will resist. It is like how you cannot set water on fire or make a fire stop. The world approves of the Little Master. It accepts Little Master as its savior. There are responsibilities he has to assert control of. He cannot avoid what his destiny compels him to do." Han-sen looked very stable. He kept pushing down his cause karma knife. Even the light power made the cause karma knife surface burn. It made Han-sen's body burn too, but he did not relent. Han-sen looked very angry as he burned. He kept accelerating the growth of his power. Han-sen would have rather exposed his super god spirit body to destroy the bullshit of Sacred. The universe will continue to function even if a few important people are lost, which includes me, Han-sen coldly said. No one is born its savior. No one should be forced to carry such a grand burden the moment they are born. Compared to death, a so-called destiny is just the fate of your heart. If you are willing to carry it, anyone can fulfill their destiny. Sacred Leader was the best of his generation. He achieved everything. He commanded everything. He controlled everything. Even if he committed a crime, that was his destiny to carry. Even if he deserved to die, I, Han-sen, would admire him to have the courage of carrying such a destiny. I cannot believe his subordinates were just a bunch of useless creatures without any guts or knowledge. You insult Sacred Leader's name and legacy. The Demon Lady, Old Vulture, Eyeless Beast, and Red Ghost heard his words and felt angry. They were not Han-sen's opponents. Even if they felt insulted, they did not dare walk out of the Holy Palace's light to fight Han-sen. You are just trying to play word games, Old Vulture coldly said. It was furious. If you say everyone can carry their destiny, why don't you go and control the lantern and control the Holy Palace? If you cannot do it, then what you just said is bullshit. That is just your crazy talk because you are so small, useless, and jealous. Back in the past, they were very powerful in the universe. Everyone was scared of them. For Old Vulture, in particular, Han-sen had just claimed it was a coward. How could it not be mad? It does not matter if I succeed. I tried my best, and that is something I am fine with. Han-sen looked certain. Old Vulture's words were unable to change his mind. Old Vulture wished to say something, but it saw a white flame arise on Han-sen's body. It burned like mad on him. Impossible. This is impossible. Old Vulture, upon seeing the flames, was shocked, could not believe it. The Demon Lady, Red Ghost, and Eyeless Beast opened their eyes wide. They looked at the wreath-like flames on Han's senator. Their faces looked as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible. That is impossible. Only holy bodies can use a Holy Spirit armament. How can he? As the flames around Han Sen's body grew brighter, the Demon Lady's eyes opened wider. Roar! The roaring sound carried across space. Han San was turning into a light shadow that carried white light and looked like a Kirin. He raised his head and looked down. It was the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit. The Holy Kirin. Impossible. Aside from our little leader who has a holy body, no one can control the Holy Spirit armament. No way. Seeing that power, which was like a holy beast covering Han Sen's body's Holy Kirin shape, Old Vulture acted as if he had lost his soul. The Demon Lady, Red Ghost, and Eyeless Beast were like wooden chickens. They were all staring at the light of the Holy Kirin, completely unable to speak. Boom! The Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit turned into a white flame. It was headed toward Han Sen's cause karma knife. The holy light made the cause karma knife light burn. The knife flames burned stronger and stronger like a burning, bright sun. The Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit totally went into the cause karma knife. The knife turned transparent. One was able to see the Holy Kirin's spirit mark on it. Han San clutched the cause karma knife tight and felt an endless power surge through the blade, which made him feel calm. Earlier, he was not able to use the Holy Kirin. Now, for some reason, it was reacting and he was able to summon it. Han Sen understood why the demon lady and the others placed so much faith in what the Holy Spirit armament could achieve for them. The Holy Kirin provided a power that was so strong one could not imagine it. Even a god personality armament like the Sky Vine Radish God Lance could not compare to the power possessed by the Holy Kirin. It was like a star or a moon. Han Sen slashed. He broke the light of the Holy Palace. Han Sen entered the Holy Palace wherever the knife light went. The first thing Han Sen destroyed was the Holy Palace's door. No! No! The demon lady, old vulture, red ghost, and eyeless beast looked hopeless and roared madly. The race lantern's power was useless against the Holy Spirit armament. It was unable to prevent Han Sen's advance. They did not understand why Han Sen was able to use the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit. That should have been impossible. The Holy Palace's door was cut in half. They fell on both sides. Han Sen was holding the Holy Spirit that was infused with the cause karma knife. Suddenly he entered the hall. Wherever the light went, the burning stone statues broke. Limbs and broken walls were everywhere. Han Sen stood in front of Qin Xiu and the 4 holy beast stone statues. He wildly waved the cause karma knife's flames. Han Sen looked at the statue of Qin Xiu and raised the knife in his hands. Qin Xiu, I drank 3 cups of your wine. In the future, I will be responsible for Wanner's life. You and I will go our separate ways. We fight to secure our own path. Perhaps today I will have to break your path to build my own path. Han Sen, you dare. Old Vulture, the Demon Lady, the Eyeless Beast, and Red Ghost were all roaring. They released their strongest powers to become 4 different scary powers attacking Han Senator. They were trying to stop Han Sen from destroying the Holy Palace. Han Sen waved his knife. The knife had a Holy Spirit power. It suddenly cut open 4 people's power. 1 knife meant 4 injured. Blood was in the sky. The Demon Lady and the others fell outside the Holy Palace. Blood burst out of their chests. They turned into a holy light that danced. They struggled a little, but they could not get up. The karma of Little Flower should be composed by itself, Han Sen said. Today, I will not kill you, but I must destroy this holy palace. He then slashed toward Qin Xiu's statue. "Nu!" The demon lady shouted from the spot where she had been thrown to the floor. She was unable to stop Han Sen from attacking Sacred Leader's statue. Old Vulture, Red Ghost, and the Eyeless Beast were hopeless as they watched. No matter which way they viewed it, they did not expect that one day, the Holy Palace would be destroyed by the Holy Spirit Sacred Leader made. A sky full of God spirits could not destroy the Holy Palace, but it was going to be destroyed by the weapon Sacred Leader had made. Catcha! Han Sen's knife was decisive as it slashed down. The white knife light cut the Qin Xiu statue in half through the middle. Each side fell in a different direction. The Qin Xiu statue's race lantern, however, remained floating in the air. It did not fall with the statue. Boom! 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 While the Qin Xiu statue fell apart, the other statues around fell apart. The Holy Palace was shaking and falling apart too. It was like the end of the world. No! The demon lady looked very hopeless. She could not believe the Holy Palace was coming undone like that. The hope that they could rebuild sacred had been dashed across the stones. Old Vulture's eyes and the eyes of the others were dribbling blood tears. That had been their only hope for all those years. Now, that hope had been destroyed in one mere moment. It made their hearts feel like ash. Sky Palace's first seat watched this unfold from afar. He felt immeasurable relief and said, "This is the dust of history. It should be forever buried. Why disturb a world that is already in chaos? Mister, why are you doing this?" 9000 King looked to be in shock as he stared at Han Senator. He could not believe Sacred Leader wanted him to escort Han Sen, just so he could destroy the Holy Palace. He suddenly felt conflicted about a whole number of things. He was frozen standing where he was and uncertain about what to do next. While everyone was thinking, they saw the destroyed Holy Palace unleash lights that came out crossing each other. There was more and more light. The rocks that fell from the Holy Palace all rose. Below, a crystal object that was so big like a disc appeared. 5 sacred race lanterns were heading to the 5 corners of the crystal disk. Each one had a place to hold the lanterns. The 5 lanterns started to exude a light that steadily grew brighter. They were brighter than when they were atop the stone statues. When this happened, the demon girl lady, who had previously appeared hopeless, was suddenly thrust into shock. They were all frozen and staring at the crystal wheel. They had no clue what was happening. Hansen frowned and looked at the crystal disk. He felt something come out from his chest. It went into the crystal disk center. It was Wanner's statue. Wanner's jade statue landed on the crystal disk. It fit into the slot of the crystal disk in the center. The hand-sized jade statue grew bigger. It suddenly returned to the size Hansen saw in the Holy Garden. The crystal disk had many weird symbols and patterns because of the weird statue. It looked like a fuse box with a line of lights crossing each other on the crystal wheel. When every light crossed each other, there was a weird symbol. When the lights rose, the jade statue behaved as if it had a life. The eyes started to look alive. A gaze landed on Hans Sr. "I knew you were the person I needed." "I am no savior," Hansen said as he stared at Qin Xiu. "I did not need a savior," Qin Xiu's voice said. It was coming from the jade statue. "I am not going to save the world, and I am not looking for anyone to walk my path. All I needed was a forerunner. I needed a person that could break the rules of the here and now." "Leader!" 9,000 kings shouted and kowtowed. The demon girl, red ghost, old vulture, and eyeless beast tried their best to bow before Qin Xiu. They looked happy and excited. They were in a state of disbelief. "I am not what you needed? Aside from Wanner, I will not do anything for you." Hansen frowned. "I do not need you to do anything for me. You just need to follow your heart. You and I are the same. Even without me, you would reach the path you seek. I am just the one that sees the end sooner than you can." After Qin Xiu spoke, the light on the jade statue grew brighter. The whole crystal wheel connected together. It was like it was standing on a bright moon. Before Hansen could say anything, Qin Xiu looked at the demon girl and the others and smiled. "Thanks for your hard work, guys. You have done well. From now on, you guys are free to do what you want to do. You do not have to keep guarding this place." "Master, what is this all about? I thought you said that only the holy body could become the new master of sacred. Why does he not have a holy body?" The demon girl's heart was confused. "You can become the new master of sacred if you have a holy body. You can become the next sacred leader that way. You can build another sacred, but that is the lowest requirement. It is a choice you have to make to maintain the last shred of hope. What you really need is something more than that. What I need is someone who can walk further than I can. I need someone who can accomplish even more." Qin Xiu stood on the crystal wheel and looked into the sky as he spoke. His eyes started to look unfocused as his arms slowly began rising. It was like he was trying to hold the whole sky. "Allow me to introduce you to this interesting world." Qin Xiu smiled. Hansen wished to say something, but the wheel suddenly became too bright. The crystal disk spun like mad. When Qin Xiu raised his hands, the crystal disk's light was like a volcanic eruption. It became a beam of light that fired into the sky. Boom! The entire universe started to shake. Lots of stars and systems quivered. Countless races were shocked as they looked to the sky. They looked at the pillar of light like it was the universe's anchor. At the top of the light pillar, it looked like black ice was melting. Behind it, a world was revealed. There were many mysterious temples and some old palaces. They all looked like a mirage as they appeared in the air. When the darkness melted in the pillar of light, everything became more clear and more real. It is the Geno Hall. Hansen squinted his eyes. He looked at the old, mysterious buildings in space. There were many creatures in the universe. They were all shocked as they looked at the mysterious, old buildings that showed up in space. Many creatures recognized the Geno Hall, but it was different from when the Geno Hall showed up before. This time, the Geno Hall that appeared was part of the other buildings. There were still many temples of all kinds of styles under the Geno Hall. In the past, when the Geno Hall appeared, It looked like the moon and flowers in a mirror. Although one was able to see it clearly, it gave people the impression that it could not be real. The Geno Hall and many temples that appeared now gave people a real feeling. It was like those palaces and temples were going to fall from the sky at any second. Sky Armor Temple, Sky Vine Radish Temple, Empty Temple. The elites of many races saw the words appear above the doors of those temples. All those buildings were like a giant pyramid. There were many temples at the bottom. At the very top was the Geno Hall, which a sky full of races knew. Sky Palace leader said, "It has been so many years, but the space barrier is now finally broken. The era of God fights has come. Is what happened to Sacred going to happen again?" He was standing atop his cloud palace. He looked at the old and mysterious Geno Hall. His expression looked very complicated. "The space barrier is broken. Our time has come." In the dark abyss, some scary creatures were madly roaring. Whatever should come has finally come. On the streets of a small, broken planet, a fortune-teller was holding a flag. He sighed as he looked at the Geno Hall. "Finally, we have waited for this day. Sacred Leader did not disappoint me after all. He did have a way. He broke the space barrier." In a palace on a red dwarf planet, a weirdly pretty man was sitting atop a throne reserved for kings. He was looking at what was going on with sublime interest. Lu Lai bowed and said, "Leader, the space barrier is broken. The God Hall has landed. This is our best chance. Please, Leader, let me fight. I can take a God Temple for Blood Legion." The other two Blood Legion members kneeled as they shared their desire for combat. "Please, Leader, let us fight. There is no rush. There will be other people in more of a rush than us." Blood Legion leader looked at the God Palace in space. His eyes made it look like he was smiling. The sound of a bird spread across space. It was staring at all the creatures looking at the Geno Hall. The black-feathered, giant, strange bird with 9 heads ripped space as it flew. It carried an incredibly powerful and scary power as it flew toward a palace. "Ghost car." Hansen recognized what it was. The ghost car looked like the ghost car Hansen had brought back with him, but it was not a stone element. This was the real ghost car. Ghost car was called 9 Phoenix. The legends said it was a deformity of the phoenixes. It should have been 9 different babies. For some reason, 9 of the baby fetuses combined and created that deformed 9-headed phoenix. Ghost car had a different element to the phoenix. It did not have magical nirvana phoenix flames. Its body was full of black smoke. It did not look fiery at all. As the sky full of races looked on, Ghost car traveled through space and came before a god palace. It was headed for the lowest layer of temples. It landed on a plaza. "You small and insignificant creature. How dare you come to me at my god temple?" A god voice came out of the temple like thunder. As the god voice sounded, Ghost car's 9 heads were strangely laughed. One of the heads said, "The space barrier is broken. Gods are no longer gods. Today I, the Holy, am going to swallow your god personality. I will pull down your flag and occupy your god palace." After that, Ghost car's bird wings flapped. One of the heads was going to bite the thunder god flag inside the temple. "How dare you?" The god voice sounded angry. It was as loud as thunder. The temple doors opened. A giant was inside. The god spirit was surrounded by thunder. It came out from the god temple and turned into 10,000 lightning strikes that hit Ghost car. "Eating god spirits is something I did a long time ago. Why would I not dare?" Ghost car weirdly laughed. He was not scared of a sky full of thunder. The scary lightning struck him, suddenly turned his body into dust. The dust did not just disappear and scatter. It turned into a cloud of black smoke that went toward the giant god's body. It wrapped up the god spirit inside the black smoke. All of the races saw what happened inside the god temple. The god spirit was wrapped up by black smoke. It was uncertain what was going on. The black smoke was rumbling in the thunder. Suddenly, a god spirit was screaming. They thought the god spirit situation must have been bad. Not long later, the black smoke from the waves and the screaming noise was gone. One was no longer able to hear it or see it. The black smoke also disappeared and returned to the form of ghost car. The giant god spirit turned into a pile of white bones. The bones did not have a speck of flesh on them. It was like they had been eaten clean by a hawk. Pang! The white bones broke in the wind. They turned into many thunder lights. They gathered up into a thunder trident in the air. Ghost car opened its mouth and sucked. It sucked the thunder trident made by the god personality. It raised its head and laughed. In the god palace, at the top level of the Geno Hall, there was a familiar voice. You beat Thunder God. You only need to bring the god flag down to replace it as a new god spirit. You can have immortal life. Are you willing to have that? Han-san still remembered when Golden Growler attacked the Geno Hall. It was that voice. I go across the universe and eat whoever I want to eat. I destroy whoever I want to destroy. I will not be a measly watchdog. Today I am full. I will be back another day for more. Ghost car laughed and flapped its bird wings. It turned into a cloud of black smoke and flew out of the god temple. It disappeared to someplace in space. After seeing this, all of the creatures were frozen. Ordinary creatures did not know about Ghost car before this. It shocked them all to see it eat a god spirit with such ease. Suddenly, a big beast that looked like a macaque came forth. It was headed for the god temple that Ghost car had flown away from. It made its way before it with its giant claws moving to grab the giant god flag inside the temple. The giant macaque said, "It might not want to be a god, but I do. Let me be an immortal god spirit." It was full of burning desire. Its hand was going to touch the god flag, but it suddenly heard the god temple's door open. A god spirit came out from the god temple. His body danced with thunder. It flew out and turned the big macaque into dust. All the creatures saw the god spirit come out from the god temple. It looked the same as the god spirit that was eaten by Ghost car. They were all shocked. Is that really an undying god spirit? Han-sen had known about all this a long time ago. God spirits in god temples were immortal and could not die permanently. He was not surprised. Qin Xiu, I suppose I lost this round. Han-san looked at the crystal disc and jade statue that had become a pillar of light. He had a wry smile as he put out the 5 lanterns and picked up the stone lanterns that no longer had a light. He was planning on breaking Sacred Leader's plan, hoping to let Little Flower be away from Sacred Leader's game. Who knew he had fallen right into what Sacred Leader always had planned? He helped Sacred Leader break the space barrier. He had become a chess piece that helped the god palaces show up. Han-sen looked at the god palaces in space. The whole complex of god palaces was massive. Every god temple was beautiful. They were like the space in a system. Perhaps it was because the big macaque had been destroyed by the god spirit, but no other creature sought to go into space and battle the god spirit. The god palaces were quiet as they hung in space. It seemed as if it was between a real presence and a dream. It was such a big god palace, but it did not take over the real system. Aside from the thunder god earlier, the doors to the god temples around were closed shut, as was the door to the Geno Hall high above. It was unknown if god spirits existed there. It is hard to escape chaos. The space barrier has finally been opened by Sacred Leader, but now Sacred Leader is not here. If there is to be a god fight, who can stop the god spirits from descending? Sky Palace's first seat side. Han-sun looked at Sky Palace's first seat and asked, "What is that supposed to mean?" Sky Palace's first seat said, "The God Palace is here. They are limited by the rules of the universe. Thus they are all trapped in their god temples. They cannot leave their god temples to go kill in the universe." "Isn't that a good thing?" Han-sun asked. Sky Palace's first seat shook his head. "It might not be a good thing. Ordinary creatures can pull out the flags and become gods. They can replace the current god spirits, which can possess the creatures that enter the god temple. That way they can go throughout the universe and kill. Right now, a sky full of god spirits have closed their temples. If more creatures attempt to challenge them and incite their ire, and if they possess the creatures of the universe to enter the universe, there will be chaos." Back in the day, Sacred forced the god palaces to reveal themselves. Many scary elites queued up to slay the god spirits, so the god spirits had to fight back. A sky full of god spirits possesses people when they descended. That was how they broke sacred. They turned it into the big baron system you now know. Luckily, back then, sacred was very strong. The god spirits that possessed people were killed. They saved the universe. Now, sacred leader is no more. In this universe, no faction is as strong as sacred used to be. If a sky full of god spirits descends, who can stop them? The universe will surely be doomed. The demon lady forced her body to crawl up off the ground. She casually said, "You are all talking crap. Stop the god palaces appearing and stop killing god spirits? Then, how can I be unbound from the universe's laws? Only by killing these god spirits and getting a god spirit personality armament to make ourselves stronger can we achieve our freedom. We will not be bound to the whims of the god spirits. We just need to get stronger. We do not have to be afraid of those god spirits. People say they are afraid of the god spirits descending to destroy the world, but that is just an excuse made by the scared and useless people." Sky Palace's first seat harshly said, "The world has rules. The universe needs rules so everyone can operate and function normally. If you break those rules, the universe's rules will fall apart. Then, things will descend into chaos. If we do not break it, nothing will change," Old Vulture said. "We need to break rules to make our own rules. We should be able to control our own fate." The two of them shared a different opinion, and neither could convince the other to see things their way. 9000 King brought the Goldfish family with him and ran over to join everyone. He politely bowed before Han Sr. Mr. Han Sun pointed at the heavily injured demon lady, Old Vulture, Eyeless Beast, and Red Ghost. "Tie them all up and take them away. Old Cat can trade their lives for my son." "There is no need to go to such trouble, mister," the demon lady said with a smile. "If you were chosen by the master of your, we will help you with all our might. We will do whatever it takes to destroy the sky full of god spirits and accomplish your mission. Our lives now belong to you. If you wish to see us dead, all you have to do is say the word." After pausing, the demon lady went on to say, "If it is not like that, I must still say that taking us as hostages is pointless. Old Cat would be willing to sacrifice anything for Little Flower. He will not give up Little Master for our lives. Mister, you do not have to worry. With Sacred Leader's word, Old Cat will give Little Master back to you." Sky Palace's first seat suddenly stopped the demon lady from speaking. He said to Han San, "If you can use Under the Sky knife skills, you must be associated with Sky Palace. There is something we used to say. I hope you consider it. The universe's rules cannot be broken. The God Palace cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, there will be chaos in the universe. Mister, do not listen to his nonsense," the demon lady immediately said. "When you kill the sky full of god spirits that come raining down on the universe, you will be the one to conduct the rules of this universe. Who would dare mess that up?" Sky Palace's first seat wanted to say something, but Han Sun waved his hand and stopped him. "Because Sky Palace leader was nice to me, I do not want to trouble you. Let's just pretend whatever happened did not happen. You should go." "Please think about it," Sky Palace's first seat said. He sensed that Han Sen had not changed his mind. He sighed, turned around, and left. "Mister, he knows so many secrets about the Holy Palace," Old Vulture said. "He must be a spy sent by one of the god spirits. You cannot leave him alive." Han Sen coldly looked at Old Vulture. "Sacred Leader is Sacred Leader, and I am just me. I am not your master, and I will not do whatever it is your master wants me to do. Take them all away." The last sentence was spoken by Han Sen to 9000 King. 9000 King looked a little hesitant, but Han Sen had spoken the command so surely. He did not dare disobey Han Sen, so he tied up the demon lady and the others. The demon lady and the others did not resist. They looked as if they accepted it. 9000 King easily tied them up. The eyeless big beast said, "No matter what you want us to do, we will do it. We will do anything." His voice sounded like it was buzzing. Hansen had a wry smile. He knew the demon lady and the others were not loyal to him. They were only loyal to Qin Xiu. Han Sen thought. It is no wonder Qin Xiu was the best of his generation. Even though he died, so many top-class creatures died due to his words. That guy's charms are unfathomable. Han Sen planned on returning to Space Garden to think about these matters because he now understood a great deal more. He still did not know what the origin was. There was still a lot he had yet to figure out. He did not want to make any rash decisions just yet. With Qin Xiu's power, living forever was too easy for him. If one were discussing freedom, as long as he did not do anything stupid, the sky full of god spirits would not go and annoy him. Qin Xiu had decided to fight the god spirits, and there had to be a reason for that. Han Sen thought Sky Palace's first seat speech had been nonsense. If there were no rules, nothing would be complete. Before he figured out if he could break the rules and what the consequences would be for doing that, he was not willing to fight blindly. God. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen looked at the God Palace's highest Geno Hall. He thought about the God Wanner had been possessed by. Han Sen was unable to understand what that god did. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes turned bright. In the Geno Hall's God Temple Plaza, he saw a golden statue. No, it was more like a golden statue, but it was not a statue. It was Golden Growler, who had previously entered the Geno Hall. Han Sen's expression changed. He stared at Golden Growler, whose body still had its activeness. Golden Growler's life force was not gone yet. Compared to the last time he had seen him, his life force was weaker by a considerable amount. His body still had that pouncing forward position. His claws faced the God Temple's gate. He looked like he was just frozen where he was. What is going on? What happened to Golden Growler? Han Sen's face did not change. He could not figure out what was going on just yet. The demon lady seemed to understand Han Sen was focusing on Golden Growler. She looked at the God Temple and Golden Growler and said, "Mister, that is the God Temple of Moment God. Back then, when all those God spirits descended, Moment God was there. He was a God spirit that governed time. If I see things correctly, then Golden Growler must have been struck by his moment forever. That moment lasts forever. I am afraid his life will see it trapped at that moment. He will never escape that." Han Sen hurriedly asked, "A high-level God spirit? How are the levels of gods determined? How would you define Moment God's power compared to the creatures of the universe?" The demon lady replied, "From what we know, God spirits have 4 levels, which are destruction, disaster, annihilation, and reboot. If you are talking about his power, that is hard to judge. High-level God spirits are stronger than low-level God spirits. That is for sure. Because all the God spirits took over the universe's creatures when descending, their powers are affected by their bodies. The best they can be is true God class. They cannot go any higher. Even Annihilation God spirits were easily killed by the Master. In the God Temple, it is hard to gauge the power of a God spirit. Back then, Old Vulture, and the others had top-class treasures and God personality armaments but could barely fight a disaster-class God spirit. Moment God is an Annihilation God spirit. In the God Temple, I was unable to fight him. When he descended, the Master was able to heavily injure him. He fled back to the God Temple after that." Han Sen frowned and said, "I have the Holy Kirin to fight him. Which do you think would be stronger?" The demon lady and Old Vulture were shocked. They quickly said, "Mister, you must not do this. The Holy Spirits were made by Sacred Leader to kill God spirits, but they were designed to be used by 4 spirits combined. You also need the Race Lanterns buff. That is how you kill top-class God spirits. Right now, the power of the Race Lanterns are being used to break the space barrier, and there is only one Holy Spirit. If you just use the Holy Kirin, I am afraid with that power, you will only be equal to a disaster God spirit. With the power you have, Mister, you cannot attempt to challenge an Annihilation God spirit." Han Sen stared at Golden Growler in front of the God Temple and did not speak. Golden Growler was just frozen and motionless. Han Sen felt that his life force was fading. He guessed that Golden Growler's life force would probably be depleted within a few years. The demon lady seemed to understand what Han Sen was thinking. She quickly said, Mister, it will not be too difficult for you to defeat Moment God. From what I know, for a disaster god spirit, there is a no-world god. Its god personality armament has no world power. It will not be limited by time and space. Mister, you can kill no-world god first, get no-world god's god personality armament, and then use the god personality armament's power to fight Moment God. Your likelihood of success would be greatly increased. Dad, little Gold seems to be in pain. Should we go and save him? Bauer had been lying on Han Sen's shoulder. She was looking at Golden Growler in front of Moment God's temple. Han Sen stayed silent and did not speak. He saw space was disrupted by a roaring sound. A girl with a snake-like body and a green giant beast traveled through space. They were heading for Moment God's god temple. Han Sen recognized the green-haired big beast. That green-haired big beast was the one who stole Golden Growler away from him in the first place a long time ago. Han Sen did not know the identity of the woman who looked like a snake. It seemed to be someone from the Ghana race. Old Vulture looked at the snake-like woman and asked with shock, Huh? Does the Ghana still have a true god elite in their midst? Why have I not heard about such a person before? The demon lady looked at the woman and quietly said, In legends, the Ghana Alpha had a twin little sister. When she was young, she was taken by a big beast. I think there is an 80% to 90% chance that it is that person there. If things are really this way, I think there is an 80% to 90% chance that the big beast that took her is Beast King Growler from Empty Mountain. Back then, Empty Mountain Leader was a good friend of Sacred Leader, Old Vulture said. He disappeared after he went to the Geno Hall. I did not expect his bloodline to continue. It is a shame he got stuck in the God Palace. Red Ghost shook his head and said, That Ghana woman and the green-haired beast are the top-class creatures of the universe. But it is crazy that they want to go to Moment God's Hall and save Golden Growler. That is a bad move. While they were talking, the Ghana woman and the green-haired Growler entered the proximity of the God Palace. They were going to attack Moment God's God Temple. Little Mountain Leader, we are coming to save you, the green-haired Growler roared. His body was brimming with a green light, and he was spitting out a pillar of green light. It was headed for Golden Growler. The green pillar suddenly reached Golden Growler by a distance of about 3 feet away, but the green light pillar could not cross that 3-foot distance. If one was able to fast-forward this by 100 times faster, one would have seen the green light pillar go forward. The speed of it trying to go through was so slow that it looked like it was not even moving. As Han Sen watched, he was shocked. Golden Growler's body was covered by a lasting time area that was similar to Time Ghost. The time area's power was far stronger than Time Ghost area. With the green-haired beast's powerful power, in that time power, it looked like it had stopped moving. It had not really stopped moving. The green-haired beast's light pillar was fading while it was in that time power. It was extinguished now. There was not even a light left. The Ghana woman's hands clutched a crystal ball. The crystal ball had some red light, but the light was being absorbed by the time power outside of Golden Growler. It was not able to erase the time power inside. Boom! 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 Moment God Temple's door opened. A female god spirit body, which looked very tall and slim, emerged. She was wearing black, tight armor. She looked cold. She did not look human at all. With every step she took, space was like the surface of a rippling lake. It was like there were many vortexes in space. When Han Sen saw Moment God, he was shocked. Moment God's face and presence looked exactly like Moment Queen. No, it was more like Moment Queen looked like Moment God. Compared to this, Moment Queen was just like a weaker version of Moment God. The presence and atmosphere were different. What is going on here? Many different ideas coursed through Han Sen's heart. Looking closer, there was something different, but the two of them were very similar. They each had time elements. It made Han Sen start to think of something else. Does this mean Qin Xiu got a god spirit? So, does a part of a spirit came from god spirits? Han Sen thought. The green-haired beast madly roared. Let Little Mountain Leader go! The green pillar of light came out of its mouth. It was headed for Moment God. The Ghana woman gathered up power. She made a crystal orb of light spread. It became many waves that added to the green light beam. It was like an amplifier. It made the green light beam much bigger. It was like a god light that could destroy the world headed for Moment God. Moment God's long jade legs stood in front of the god temple's door. It was like she could not see those scary beams of light. She only coldly looked at the green-haired beast and Ghana woman. The green beam of light came directly before Moment God. It was like a stone falling into a lake. The waves were in front of Moment Goddess. They could not get any closer to her. They could not harm her. One thought in heaven and moments become forever. Moment God looked at the green-haired beast and the Ghana woman. They used all their powers, but they still could not hurt her. After she emotionlessly spoke, she lifted her jade right hand. She reached out her fingers and pressed the air. Moment God's fingers touched space. People were able to see waves spreading. Under the waves, time was like it was frozen. Everything stopped running. The green-haired growler kept his position, spitting out green light. The Ghana woman continued to hold the crystal ball. She was still attacking. Everything stopped. Even the green light beam was like a glass freezing the air. Moment God walked forward. The green beam of light ahead of her was breaking like shattered glass. It was splitting in both ways. It was as if it was forming a path for Moment God to traverse. Seeing Moment God enable the destruction of everything that came in her path, Golden Growler, the green-haired beast, and the Ghana woman were no longer able to move. Han Sen was planning to do as the demon lady suggested. He was going to go to No World God to take his god personality armament and save little gold. Seeing the situation as it was, they did not dare slow down. He placed Bauer on the ground. He was going to use galaxy teleportation to reach the god palace he sought. Bauer immediately jumped up. She clutched Han Sen's back and climbed around his neck as she said, "Bauer and father are going to save little gold." Seeing Moment God almost walk in front of Golden Growler and the others, Han Sen did not dare to slow down. He used galaxy teleportation to go in front of the God Palace. The God Palace had a weird power. Han Sen was unable to teleport directly inside the God Palace, so he had no choice but to fly inside. After entering the God Palace's area, Han Sen felt his body go dim. It went heavy. It was like some invisible pressure was raining down on him. He felt like the Geno Hall and the God Temple were hell. The place commanded a terrible aura of authority. Seeing that Moment God was going to touch the green-haired beast ahead, Han Sen used galaxy teleportation again. This time it went smoothly. He arrived in front of Moment God Temple. The Cause Karma knife was burning with the Holy Kirin's holy light. Han Sen slashed toward Moment God. A sky full of confused people saw someone go to the God Palace. They did not know who dared to get killed near Moment God Temple. Anyone was able to tell that the true God-class green-haired beast and Ghana woman did not stand a chance. Even Golden Growler, who had ended up in first place in the God fight list, had been trapped in front of Moment God Temple. To the creatures of the universe, Moment God was invincible. After looking closely, it was very shocking. Godfather Han Sen. Shocked voices were heard all over the universe. Sky Palace leader was playing chess with Isha. When he saw this, his jaw almost hit the floor. That kid, what is he doing there? It is an annihilation-class god spirit. Is that something he can even touch? Isha felt weird. That student had surprised her too many times. She had grown numb to his spectacles. What is Godfather Han thinking? Does he really think he is the father of those gods? All of the creatures were talking about it. Han Sen had done a very good job when lighting up the crystallizer lantern. This time it was a god spirit in front of him, and it was not any ordinary god spirit. Even Golden Growler, who was number 1 on the god fight list, was frozen before it. What was the point in him going? Mr. 9000 King, the demon lady, and the others were all feeling a lot of regrets. They wished to pull Han Sen back, but he was already in the God Hall. It was too late to call him back now. They were all heavily injured too. They did not have the power to go to the God Palace and back him up. The green-haired beast and Ghana woman were watching Moment Goddess approach, but they were unable to move. They thought they were going to die. Suddenly, white knife air came slashing through the space between them. It slashed onto the waves of time and cut open the wave of time. It was like a volcanic eruption, and it was headed for Moment God. Moment God's eyes looked a bit weird, but it was only for a moment. Her fingers pressed onto the white knife light. Her fingers' power broke the knife light. The knife light exploded into white dots. When the time wave had been slashed open, the green-haired beast and Ghana woman were free once again. Their bodies fell to the floor. They got up and looked around. "Thanks for helping. It is you." The green-haired beast and the Ghana woman wanted to say thank you. When they saw the person was Han Sen, their eyes opened wide. Their faces were full of shock. They were surprised and could not believe it. They felt all sorts of complicated emotions. When the green-haired beast took Golden Growler away from Han Sen, he never thought a day like this would come to pass. He was just a crystallizer child. He did not think he would accomplish much. He never imagined he would become deified. Now, he had become a true god, and he slashed open Moment God's time god power. That kind of power was not something they could challenge. "You do not need to thank me," Hansen coldly said. "I am here for little gold. I will make you pay later." Seeing the green-haired beast be so loyal and still choosing to go to Moment God Temple, Hansen did not hate him as much as he thought he would. Golden Growler and Little Flower's situation were a bit different. Golden Growler only accepted the Growler's legacy. Little Flower was in Sacred Leader Qin Shou's hands. Thus, Hansen was willing to let the green-haired beast go, but he had to destroy the Holy Palace. There was a difference between them. The green-haired beast loudly shouted, "If I was able to save Little Mountain Leader, even if you got us killed, I would not hesitate. It is not that easy." Hansen's face bore a wry smile. His last strike had exhausted all his power, and Moment God had broken it with one finger. Both of their powers were not on the same level. Hansen looked at Golden Growler. He was still sealed by the Time God power. The power that trapped Golden Growler was much stronger than the one that went onto the green-haired beast and Ghana woman. Hansen's body flashed. Knife light slashed in front of Golden Growler. He wanted to break the Time God power on Golden Growler and set Golden Growler free. Golden Growler had been trapped there for a while. Moment God hadn't killed it, which meant that Golden Growler had the capital to fight Moment God. If he was able to save Golden Growler, perhaps there was a chance. Even if it was hard to fight Moment God, they could still possibly escape. Moment God looked very cold. She did not have any emotions. The 10 fingers on her hands came together. The very 10 fingers made a weird print and pressed forward. Suddenly, the whole of the God Temple space underwent strange changes. Hansen saw the slash that almost hit Golden Growler go back. Things felt as if he was in a video that was rewinding. Time rewind. Hansen was shocked. It was very scary that she could stop time almost forever, but it was even more threatening to learn that Moment God could actually rewind time. Even if it was only for a moment, it was too scary to try and comprehend. "Go!" Hansen coldly shouted. He went backward. He wanted to use his teleportation power to exist Moment God Temple. Moment God had her time rewind power. Even if he risked his life, the likelihood of winning was low. The green-haired beast and Ghana woman knew the situation was terrible. They used all of their power to try and leave Moment God Temple's radius. Moment God's print tied up again. Time rewound again. Hansen and the others teleported. They all went flying backward. Moment God's body moved. She walked over to Hansen, who had just come back. Her hand reached out for him. Hansen was still falling back in the river of time. His body was still going through what he had just done. He was unable to change his movements. His power burst out, but it was useless. He could see Moment God's palm was going to touch his back. Blurg. Hansen coughed up some blood. His body instantly ripped space. He flew out of the God Palace like an asteroid. He was not stopping either. He hit a planet in the universe and blew up the planet. Dust was everywhere. Creatures from every race were frozen as they watched. Even Godfather Han was unable to beat that enemy. Moment God's scariness was deeply realized within the heads of every living thing. Moment God looked at where Han Sen had flown to. She looked weird. It looked as if she was trying to confirm something. She stared at the planet Han Sen had blown up. The green-haired beast and Ghana woman took advantage of the time when Moment God did nothing. They left Moment God Temple. Moment God did not seem to care about their departure. She stared at the dust in space and ignored them. Han Sen felt as if his entire back was broken. It was too painful for him to move. He held strong against the pain and used his galaxy teleportation to return to Space Garden. He teleported halfway. His body was in too much pain. He fell out of the teleportation in the middle of the jump. Bauer caught him in space. She held him and teleported him the rest of the way. They returned to Space Garden. Bauer put Han Sen down on the bed and asked with a real look of concern, "Dad, are you feeling better?" "Not bad. I am still alive at least." Han Sen used a lot of power to speak. More blood came out of his mouth. "I will go and get Little Silver," Bauer said. She jumped away and eventually brought Little Silver to the side of his bed. Little Silver had very much enjoyed Space Garden's xenogeneic genes, and Han Sen had fed it the high-level Thunder xenogeneic gene. Furthermore, Golden Growler had given him ancient Thunder God origin, which had greatly accelerated his ability to level up. He was a primitive deified now. The ancient Thunder God origin, in particular, had helped Little Silver a lot. It made his genes better. Although his attack power was not very strong, his healing power was far greater. "No, it is okay. I am fine. Arg." Han Sen wanted to refuse it, but Little Silver's lightning landed on him. It made Han Sen's brain feel numb as he screamed. "Take off my robe first," Han Sen said while holding in the pain. Bauer quickly held Han Sen up. She took off his blue and black striped robe. When she saw his back underneath the robe, she screamed. The back of the robe had a big hole in it. The hole was shaped like the woman's hand. It was where Moment God had struck him. Han Sen saw the hole of a hand in the robe. It made him develop a wry smile. Fortunately, this robe blocked a little. Otherwise, even if I did not die, I would only have half my life left. Han Sen turned around and laid down on the bed. The spell armor on his back had the print of a hand as well. Fortunately, it did not pierce through him. Even so, Han Sen's backbone had almost been destroyed. It was very hard to cast power across his body. Annihilation-class god spirits sure are scary. I couldn't even use a super god spirit body to challenge it. Han Sen wanted to get up, but Little Silver amplified the amount of lightning he was using. Han Sen's body felt very itchy and numb again. He screamed again. Arg! Little Silver's thunder healing was not bad. It helped Han Sen's true god body, but the treatment process was as awful as ever. After Han Sen felt a bit better, he was going to let Little Silver go. Little Silver insisted on fixing him. He kept releasing lightning to electrify Han Senator. It made his legs go soft. It was a shame Little Silver was only primitive class. After he used all of his thunder power, he was still unable to patch up Han Sen's entire body. Okay. I am feeling much better now. Han Sen held his pain in and got out of bed. He looked outside the room and saw Moment God Temple in space. Moment God had returned to her God Temple somehow. One was no longer able to see her. Golden Growler was still trapped in the plaza in front of the God Temple. It looked like Moment God was not in a rush to kill it. Or perhaps she was afraid of something and decided not to kill Golden Growler. Han Sen sighed. As long as Golden Growler was not killed, he had a chance. Han Sen thought, I wonder if that Annihilation Sky God crown with my xenogeneic body can save Little Gold from Moment Temple. He did not think his chances were very high. Moment God's time rewind was too scary. Whenever time was reversed, Han Sen was unable to do anything to combat it. Even with powerful power, he could not cast it. Unless I can stay in Super God Spirit mode, I will not be affected by time rewind. Then I can save Little Gold. Han Sen looked at Moment God Temple and Golden Growler. His face kept changing. Old Han, are you okay? Wang Yuhang and the others were looking at Han Senator. They had been there for a long time. They heard Han Sen screaming for a while, so they had not entered until now. I am fine, Hansen said. I can at least say that I am alive. Xiaqing King asked, did you notice that the god spirit that defeated you looked like Moment Queen? Hansen nodded. I am starting to think the spirits inside the sanctuaries are partially created from the god spirits of god spirits. Xiaqing King's eyes turned bright as he said, I think so too. If that is true, is there a god spirit that looks like me? What? Are you going to have a reunion with him? Wang Yuhang asked with a smile. I am going to beat him, Xiaqing King seriously said. I will not allow another me to exist in this world. Ha! If that god spirit is as strong as the one that beat Hansen, you will be killed. Wang Yuhang was not being very supportive. You can't say that, but it is a shame that I am not a true god, Xiaqing King said while stretching. It is pointless for me to think of achieving that victory anytime soon. After they said that, it reminded Han Sen of something. The creatures in the universe that evolved to that level seemed to be as far as they could take themselves. All of the creatures were only capable of becoming true god and no higher. There was no room for improvement. If one wanted to become stronger, one had to practice all kinds of geno-arts to increase their geno-arts. It was either that or get their hands on special treasures and god personality armaments. That was the only way to improve one's battle power. Han Sen felt that even though he had changed to xenogenic mode, his pure power was still worse than Moment God. Unless he had the buffs of powerful treasures and a god personality armament, he would be unable to fight her face to face. Han Sen looked at Little Angel who was near him. People say they must be away when they drive the car ahead. When the flowers go dim, you can find the village. Now, I do not have the power to level up, and God spirit genes cannot be absorbed. Maybe other people cannot level up, but maybe I stand a chance. Little Angel's face was pretty and calm. When she was not in the battle angel mode, one couldn't tell she was actually very powerful. Little Angel has just become primitive now. If she becomes a true god and combines herself with me, she can probably strengthen my fitness by a considerable amount. With all her tricks involved, it might be what I need to tackle Moment God. Han Sen made his mind up. He was going to help Little Angel become true god. If he was able to get Xiaqing King, Wang Yuhang, Huang Fujing, and others to true god class, that would help as well. That was especially true of Moment Queen. If she reached true god class, that would be of great service. Leveling up to true god class cost a lot of energy, but Han Sen needed to save Golden Growler as soon as possible. Raising one true god would be hard enough. He did not have the time to build a big enough stockpile of resources to get everyone to true god. Resources. 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 I need resources. Space Garden's resources are only sufficient for bringing someone to primitive class. To keep leveling up, we need more resources than what Space Garden can provide. Where can I get more resources? Hansen kept thinking. If he wanted more resources, he would have to fight for some. Aside from that, there did not seem to be another valid option. Whose resources should I take? The first thing Hansen thought to plunder were the spoils of the Extreme King's territory. The Very High had a lot of power, and there were a lot of elites there. Going to Outer Sky would not be very easy. The ancient god always saw the dragon heads and never the tails. They did not have many resources stored. Taking ancient god's resources was pointless. As for Sky Palace, it was full of elites. Han Yen was practicing in Sky Palace, and Isha was in Sky Palace. He could not go rob Sky Palace of all of its resources. That was the main reason he let Sky Palace's first seat go. Once again, that leaves the Extreme King. Hansen kept thinking about it. He pondered deeply about how he should go about it. He did not think he could just kill the Extreme King. The Extreme King had been in operation for many years. There were lots of elites in that race, but they also had countless troves of treasure. Even if Hansen used his Holy Kirin and was not afraid of fighting them one-on-one, he was not strong enough to fight the entire Extreme King race. While Hansen wondered about how he should start stealing resources from the Extreme King, he saw the God Palace be approached by a scary creature in space. The God Temple the creature went to was at the bottom of the God Palace. It was like the Thunder God that was eaten by Ghost Car. It was just a destroyed class god spirit. Even so, it was difficult to determine if the scary creature could defeat the god spirit. In the end, it did not manage to kill it. It was almost killed by the god spirit. When it broke its legs, it made a hurried departure from the god temple. While Wang Yuhang and the others dispersed, Han Sen took Ancient Abyss Grandmaster out of Destiny's Tower and locked him up in Purgatory Heaven that Zero managed. In Purgatory Heaven, Han Sen looked at Ancient Abyss Grandmaster and asked, "Grandmaster, can you answer a few questions?" Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was like an old monk meditating. After a while, he opened his eyes and coldly replied, "What difference does it make if I give you answers or not? If your answers satisfy me, perhaps I will let you live," Han Sen said. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster shook his head. "I know a lot of your secrets now. If I were you, I would not let you live at all. Grandmaster is very smart. I won't let you leave, but I can have you live here temporarily, right?" Han Sen laughed and said, "With Grandmaster's tricks, perhaps one day you will find a way to escape. You are right. If I live, there might be a chance of that happening." Ancient Abyss Grandmaster seemed to be very accepting of this. He raised his head and said, "One question for a 10-year extension of my life." "Sure, but you need to answer at least 10 of my questions," Han Sen said. "If you cannot answer the question, the deal is void." "Fine," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster quickly answered. After thinking for a moment, Han Sen asked, "What do you know about the Nine Defense Palace? Do you mean about the spirits?" Ancient Abyss Grandmaster coldly replied, "Yes." Han Sen was delighted. He did not expect Ancient Abyss Grandmaster to know about the spirits there. Ancient Abyss Grandmaster was silent a moment before saying, "I actually don't know much. I only know that when Sacred was destroyed, Mr. Alpha obtained Sacred Leader's research. A part of it was about spirits. There was, of course, Nine Defense Palace. The matters about Nine Defense Palace are articles of knowledge only the king and future kings are eligible to learn. I only know a little. I only know that Mr. Alpha wanted to use spirits to create a powerful weapon. It would have likely been a holy spirit similar to the Holy Kirin." "Did it pan out?" Han Sen asked. Ancient Abyss looked at Han Sen and asked, "Is that your second question?" "Yeah," Han Sen answered. "I think so," Ancient Abyss Grandmaster said. "The king had a treasure that lasted a long time, but no others have seen it. Everyone who saw that treasure is now dead. In the history of the Extreme King, a few disasters were corrected solely by the existence of that treasure. I think that it was a weapon the Extreme King used spirits to create." Han Sen emerged from Purgatory Heaven 30 minutes later. He returned control of Purgatory Heaven to Zero. "The Extreme King really is not simple. I cannot go to King's Kingdom yet, but it will not be hard to harvest the Extreme King's resources first." Han Sen rested in Space Garden for a few days. While he relaxed, he investigated the resources Extreme King possessed. Extreme King's Kingdom had the most booty to plunder. Aside from Extreme King's Kingdom, there were many other locations he could think about taking resources from too. Han Sen kept looking and picked a place that was more suitable for Little Angel. There was a xenogenic space called Light Well. In that xenogenic space, many wells had light energies in them. The energy holes had deified xenogenic plants inside them, which were called light well lotuses. The legends claimed that the Extreme King had been growing those light well lotuses. It was unknown how many years it had been, but there must have been a lot of light well lotuses. Because the light well lotuses did not initially belong to the Extreme King, and it was the Extreme King that destroyed another race to claim them, what happened with the light wells was something many people knew about. After the Extreme King took over, they blocked that place. They stationed many soldiers there to guard it. Supposedly, there was one extremely strong deified elite sitting there, so ordinary races did not dare do anything to the light well. Han Sen did not care about that too much. He was going to attack the light well. While Han Sen was resting, he saw the universe's true god creatures challenge the god spirits. Most of them failed. There were only 3 combatants that had proved successful in their bouts. One of them was Ghost Car. Out of the 3 of them, Only one chose to replace the God flag and God Spirit's position to become a new God Spirit. They had only challenged a destruction class God Spirit. Moment God was an annihilation class God Spirit, so nobody dared to challenge her. Although annihilation class God Spirits were stronger, even disaster class God Spirits were not something other people or creatures wanted to challenge. The Extreme King's army that guarded the light well was always the same. They were in a space fortress scanning the space around to prevent an intrusion or possible invasion. After all those years, no Xenogeneic had dared attempt an invasion. In their hearts, they were no longer on constant alert. A worker who was in charge of observation said, "Huh, it looks like something has reached the entrance of the light well. Are you joking? Can something reach the light well's entrance? Do you think our Extreme King Space Fortress satellite and battleships are broken?" Another worker laughed and looked disdained. They were the last defense of the light well. The defensive line in front had no movement. They did not think anything had reached where the worker claimed. There really is something. It is wearing black armor. Hang on. That is $. After the worker enlarged the camera's video feed, he saw a person standing at the entrance of the light well. After he saw him clearly, he screamed, "$? What $?" His coworker was confused and could not react. The worker earlier immediately replied, "What other $? Could it be?" He was inside the God list fight. Golden Growler gave $. The first place position. All the workers looked at the videotape. They saw a man wearing armor. He was standing at the entrance of the light well. Before they could see things clearly, the person had already punched the entrance to the fortress of the light well. He broke open the entire fortress, revealing the inside of the light well. Hansen scanned the light well. He saw that in the large place in space, there were no stars. He was able to see an asteroid of an inverted cone shape. It was hanging in space. Upon making that discovery, he noticed that this asteroid was much larger than the average planet. There was a circular hole on the asteroid's platform. Inside the hole, there was a lot of light. It was like a spotlight had been switched on. In some energy hole, there were light well lotus flowers that were 30,000 feet long. Under the shining light of the hole, it looked crystallized. It was like a crystal flower from some dream. The light well had a lot of energy in it. Since it was like a well, it was hard to calculate how much. Most of the lights were very dim and colorless. It looked like all the energy had been used. Only a small amount of the light well was bright. Only that small part of the energy still had light well lotus flowers. There was a giant energy well that looked like a sky hole in the center of the light well. After looking inside, he saw there was a light well lotus. It was the size of a space fortress. Han-sun felt an extreme and scary life force stemming from the light well lotus. He felt happy. True God-class plant Xenogeneics. Hansen thought it would be great if he could get some transmutation or larvae light well lotuses. He did not expect there to be a big guy there that was true God class. "Who dares come to the light well?" an old voice asked. It was coming from the light well. Hansen turned around. He saw an Extreme King Elder sitting on a lotus platform on the light well lotus. His whole body was doused in the lotus light. Half of him was just light. He did not seem real. "Do you not know me?" Han-san was surprised by the fact the old man in the lotus did not recognize who he was. Not many people in the Extreme King did not know who he was by now. "Why would I know who you are?" the old man coldly asked. "It does not matter if you know me or not. You just need to know that the light well belongs to me, $. After speaking, Hansen summoned his Sky Vince Radish God Lance. A God personality armament. The Extreme King old man's face changed, but he did not emerge from the giant lotus well. He reached out his hand and picked up a giant, green metal umbrella. The green metal umbrella's light protected the whole lotus flower. Hansen did not mind that. He thrust the lance at the Extreme King Elder. Not even a top-class True God Xenogeneic was able to block Hansen's power with the Sky Radish God Lance. The Extreme King Elder did not dodge or flash away. He forced the green metal umbrella to block the light. Dong! Under Hansen's lance, the green metal umbrella's light was messed up, but it was unable to pierce through the metal umbrella. The giant light well lotus below shivered and shook. It looked a little bit dimmer. Han Sen suddenly frowned. He stared at the metal umbrella the old man was holding and the giant light well lotus. It was like he had noticed something. The elder coldly said, "My process umbrella is already a part of this light well lotus. If you are forced to break the process umbrella, the light well lotus will be destroyed with it. I advise you to take the light well lotus and leave. Otherwise, you aren't getting anything out of it." Han Sen understood that the old extreme king did not know what sort of trick he had just used. He was able to borrow the light well lotus power and use it on the green metal umbrella. If Han Sen attacked the extreme king old man, the power he used would only harm the well light lotus. If Han Sen wanted the well light lotus, he could not kill the extreme king old man. "You have a good plan." Han Sen squinted his eyes and looked at the extreme king old man. "There are many primitive light well lotuses," the extreme king old man said with a laugh. "Consider them as a gift from me. The extreme king will still have nothing to do with you. Isn't that perfect?" What he said was kind of soft and hard. It also made sense. If he was an ordinary person who could not get the true God-class light well lotus, he would not make things any worse by offending the extreme king. But Han Sen was very determined to get the true God-class light well lotus. He was not going to leave now. Han Sen did not speak. He looked at the primitive class light well lotuses around and waved his lance. He broke the light well lotus. Deified xenogenic hunted. Light well lotus. Deified xenogenic gene found. All the light well lotuses were cut by Han Senator. Many announcements played in his head. Han Sen collected the light well lotuses he cut down and threw them into his destiny's tower. Deified xenogenic hunted. Light well lotus. Deified xenogenic gene found. Deified beast soul obtained. After killing 100 light well lotuses, he finally received the beast soul announcement. He looked into his sea of soul. Deified beast soul light well lotus. By sematype, incomplete. Han Sen was not in the mood to take a look at what the light well lotus by Sema could do. He continued slashing all the light well lotuses around. He received 213 light well lotuses. Out of them all, he only received one beast soul. After he got all the light well lotuses he went back to the giant light well lotus. He looked at the extreme king old man and said, "For by king's sake, if you leave now, I will not kill you." The extreme king old man's expression changed. "You are being such a bully. Are the extreme king really that easy to bully? Does that mean you are not going to leave?" Han Sen looked at the old man as he spoke. "I am not leaving. What are you going to do to me?" The old man opened the green metal umbrella and coldly laughed. Han Sen's eyes looked weirdly shiny. He stared at the old man's eyes and slowly asked, "Do you think that umbrella will safeguard your life? Maybe I cannot beat you, but if you want to kill me, this lotus will be destroyed," the old man said with certainty. "Really?" One of Han Sen's eyes suddenly released some weird light. His eye turned a blood-red color. In the next second, Han Sen had already gone right through the light of the green metal umbrella. He entered the old man's eye by using the Blood Eye Evil Eye Beast Soul Eye skill. Blurg. Blood was coming out of the extreme king old man's right eye. Even the back of his head had a bloody gaping hole. Han Sen was holding the sky vine radish god lance when he reappeared behind the extreme king old man. Green sprouts grew out of the old man's wounds. They kept absorbing the extreme king old man's life force. Arg! The old man held his eye and screamed. He wanted to swing the green metal umbrella he possessed. He had only moved an inch when Han Sen's lance cut off his arm. The old man was terrified. He used his other hand to pick up the one that had been lopped off. He then picked up the green metal umbrella and flew away. He disappeared in the sky at the speed of light. "Go home and tell Bai King I used my life to get this," Han Sen said to the elder as he fled. "I deserve it." Bai King knew that the holy baby was Dollar, and he had almost got the holy baby killed. Han Sen used Dollar's identity to take the light well lotus as a demand for respect. Han Sen wanted the light well lotus, but he did not want the light well. Han Sen looked at the giant light well lotus. He used the sky vine radish god lance to strike its root. With the power of the sky vine radish god lance, Hansen slashed it a dozen times to cut it. Deified xenogeneic hunted. Light well lotus. Deified xenogeneic gene found. Deified beast soul obtained. Hansen was very happy. He did not expect to get another beast soul. He had a look inside his sea of soul. Deified beast soul light well lotus. By Sima, perfect. Seeing the word perfect, Hansen was made even more thrilled. It was a perfect class beast soul. It was equal to a true god class beast soul. He still did not know what the light well lotus by Sima was for. Hansen put the giant light well lotus inside his destiny's tower and summoned the light well lotus by Sima. Surpassing Hansen's expectations, the light well lotus by Sima beast soul was quite different from the by Sima beast soul he had before. It was not a by Sima with Hansen's body for a center. The shadow of a light well lotus was in front of Han Senator. That light well lotus was the center. It opened up a holy light by Sima that was 30,000 feet long. Covered the entire area. Hansen stood inside the by Sima, but he did not feel his speed or power receive a boost. He did not detect any defensive properties within the light well lotus by Sima either. Seeing the light well lotus's shadow release a holy light, Hansen jumped. He used the sky vine radish god lance to cut his finger. He had a deep wound. In the light well lotus by Sima, the wound on Hansen's finger quickly healed. The damage was instantly reversed. Healing by Sima. Hansen was delighted by this discovery. A by Sima like that was very rare, and it was a true god class by Sima on top of that. It was very effective. Even though his body could heal fast, the sort of healing power he had now must have been the best throughout the entire universe. Hansen tried it out a few times. He soon discovered a major problem. The light well lotus by Sima's healing holy light did not concern itself with the differences between friend and foe. It did not matter who it was inside. The by Sima would have graced them with its healing power. Hansen thought, that means I have to be careful when I make use of this. Otherwise, it may become a shield for the enemy. He took all of the light well lotuses with him as he departed the light well. The news concerning Dollar attacking the light well spread across the entire universe. The world is messed up. Even the extreme king were robbed. With the god palaces appearing, it must be a sign of chaos. The universe is not going to be stable anymore. In the extreme king, by King heard what the blind old man had to say and sent him away. He sat alone and said, I am afraid that kid is not going to stop. After remaining silent for a bit, Bai King summoned an officer. He told the officer, who was a messenger, to deliver a message for him. Wherever Dollar goes, our people cannot stop him. Let him take whatever he wants. The messenger froze for a while after hearing what Bai King said. He could not react. Ever since he had been born, he had not heard the extreme king issue orders like that. Hansen was a bit frozen from shock. He had no idea what was going on. He had robbed a lot from many different xenogeneic spaces that belonged to the extreme king. Aside from that old man at the light well who challenged him, no one dared stop him when he reached the other places. They did not stop him, and they were like refugees waiting for the army to help them. They opened the gate and prepared vehicles. They gave Hansen whatever he wanted. They were afraid Hansen was not being able to be given enough, like a person not eating enough food because there wasn't enough to go around. What happened? Did all the people in the extreme king suffer a brain stroke? Hansen had a confused expression. He was expecting some strong and hard battles, during which he could kill all the people he wanted to for fun. Now, people were very passionate and willing. They were happy to provide him with whatever he requested. They even gave him cars and vehicles. He couldn't kill them after that. He called an extreme king manager forth and asked him what was going on. The manager politely said, according to Mr. Dollar's question, the answer is that the leader claims you are a VIP for the extreme king. Just tell us if you need anything. If there is not enough, he can tell the leader. He will have whatever you need to be sent to you from different places. Hansen's expression was weird. He was thinking, what is wrong with Bai King? Hansen was not sure if Bai King wanted to hurt him by telling him to go to Starter King's land. Now that he was doing this, it just made Han Sen all the more confused. Is it because Bai King knows that he cannot defeat me? Does he want to avoid his losses by concocting another scheme entirely? Han Sen was not able to think of a valid reason for all of this. After robbing a few more places, Han Sen was no longer having any fun. He was going to use the excuse of avenging Bai King. That way, he had a reason to loot and plunder. Now, even Han Sen thought this was all too weird. If I don't take it, then I don't take it. If he gives it to me, why should I not take it? Han Sen made his mind up to keep robbing, but he had already robbed 18 Extreme King xenogeneic spaces. He took countless deified xenogeneic genes, and the Extreme King did not show a single speck of resistance. They provided Han Sen with everything, and he felt good about it. Ultimately, it was too much for Han Sen to rob. He made a few calculations. The resources he had were enough to support Little Angel in becoming Butterfly class. The resources required to become True God class were not things one could find in any xenogeneic space. Even if Han Sen wanted to collect more, aside from King's Kingdom, there were not many places like the Light Well that had True God class resources. Never mind. Let me take Little Angel back and check it out. If it is not enough, we can always come back for more. Although Han Sen thought that, if he was going to have to take more, it was not something he fancied doing. Han Sen took a lot of resources back to Space Garden. He asked Qin Xian to bring people to make genofluids in secret. Those resources had to be hidden. Otherwise, people would have easily figured out he was Dollar. Thus, Han Sen did not allow the flower god people to help him compose the genofluid. The flower gods were now under Han Sen's complete control. The technology for all sorts of genofluids was owned by Han Senator. He told the humans, spirits, and creatures that came from the sanctuaries to help Qin Xian. Regarding the flower gods, Han Sen did not treat them poorly. The resources in Space Garden were all handled by them. They also kept a cut of the genofluids they created. Little Angel had many genofluids, so it accelerated her development. She quickly evolved. In less than 2 months, she was Butterfly class. Ordinary creatures that evolved that quickly would not understand their newfound abilities. It was common for power and level not to match. Then they fought, they couldn't use their true fighting power. Little Angel's situation was different. Han Sen did not need her to fight. He just needed her to combine with him, so it did not matter if she didn't understand anything. The leftover resources contained the True God class Light Well Lotus and 2 Butterfly xenogeneic genes. It was going to take a while to refine them. Even if she ate them all, Little Angel would not become a true god. Where else should I go to get resources? Should I rob the Extreme King again? Han Sen thought. Wang Yuhang approached Han Sen and said, Old Han, outside Space Garden. There is an old man that keeps complaining non-stop. He wants to see you. Han Sen looked outside. He saw 9,000 King outside of Space Garden. He exited Space Garden and asked 9,000 King, 9,000 King, what are you doing here? Mister, I have finally found you. 9,000 King quickly bowed and told him everything. After Han Sen left the Big Baron system and was hurt by Moment God, 9,000 King, the Demon Lady, and the others had been looking for him. Unfortunately, they had been unable to find the injured Han Sen. 9,000 King heard Han Sen's roost was inside Space Garden, which was why he was there looking for him. Why are you looking for me? Han Sen hesitantly asked. You were chosen by Sacred Leader, 9,000 King said with certainty. It is only natural for them to want to treat you nicely. Didn't Sacred Leader tell them to go wherever they wanted to? He did not command them to follow me. Han Sen frowned. 9,000 King immediately laughed. You were chosen by the leader, and Little Master has a holy body. He is their master. If they do not follow you, who are they going to follow? They are resting in sacred. They are waiting for Little Master to return home, and they will bring Little Master with them to follow you. Before Han Sen sent people to look for Little Flower in the sanctuaries. No news about him had been heard. If they said they were going to bring Little Flower, Han Sen did not say anything. He let 9,000 King rest in Space Garden. I still need to go and send a message to the Demon Lady and the others, so they do not need to worry any longer, 9,000 King said. They also have some savings in the Holy Palace. They want to give it all to you. I will handle the transportation of the goods on your behalf. Oh, I thought their treasures and god personality armaments were destroyed in the fights, Han Sen said. What else do they own? They have xenogeneic materials they received for killing xenogeneics in the Big Baron system, but they are not great for making treasures, 9000 King explained. So, they are materials that cannot be used for making treasures. They plan on giving it all to you. If you cannot use it, then Little Master can use them. Han Sen had a lack of resources now, so he did not mind receiving more resources. He thought about it and followed 9000 King back to the Big Baron systems so Little Angel could become a true god soon. As for Little Flower, with Han Sen being there, he would obtain more resources. There were more and more elites challenging the god spirits. Many god spirits had been killed, and there were many god personality armaments. Many scary creatures that were not on the god list fights were going to tackle the god palaces. They wanted to put their flags down and become gods or just kill god spirits to obtain god personality armaments. But they only challenged the destruction class god spirits. No one dared to challenge the god spirits of a higher level. Han Sen planned to kill some god spirits too. He wanted to claim their god personality armaments and save Golden Growler. He saw Golden Growler become weaker every day. He was in a rush to save him. Han Sen did not really care about evolving, putting his flag down, and becoming a god. Being a god spirit meant one was immortal, but one could always be replaced. Even if one did not get replaced, one would have to guard the god temple forever. That was like being in jail for eternity. Before Han Sen followed 9000 King to leave Space Garden, someone else came to visit. The person who came to Space Garden was God's Retribution. Han Sen was shocked. He did not know why God's Retribution had come there. When God's Retribution saw Han Sen, he checked him out with a look of surprise. It made Han Sen's heart skip. He asked, "What are you looking at? You got hit by Moment God, who is an annihilation god spirit, yet you are fine," God's Retribution said with a smile. "It seems Godfather Han lives up to his title." "What Han Godfather? Stop laughing at me. I have only just recovered from that wound." Han Sen paused and looked at God's Retribution before saying, "You are a very busy person. You won't go to the free treasure palace? So what are you looking at me for exactly?" "I want to come here and chill with you. Unfortunately, time is against me. After I left the sanctuaries, all I have done is practice, practice, and practice. I do not even have the time to close my eyes. I have barely become primitive class, yet you are already true God. You are making people jealous and envious." God's Retribution sighed and went on to say, "This time, I have come here on behalf of the Legion's orders. We need you to come and see Blood Legion. The Legion's leader says he wants to see you." "Which leader of Blood Legion are you talking about?" Han Sen frowned. He remembered Blood Legion's leader was Mr. Li, who was trapped inside a coffin in the sanctuaries. "It is not the one you are thinking of. The leader is the creator of Blood Legion. He is the first leader. You can call him Human King." God's Retribution's answer made Han Sen's body shiver. Han Sen wanted to ask for some details, but God's Retribution said he did not know much. He said if he had any questions, he could go and ask the Legion leader directly. Han Sen thought about it and decided to go to Blood Legion. He had many questions about Blood Legion that he wanted answers to. Back when Han Jinji was taken away by Blood Legion, Han Sen did not know what he did or what the legend was. He also did not know why Lu Lai was a real human of Blood Legion. He also had a few questions about the Blood Pulse Sutra. It was also possible that Blood Legion's leader, who was called Human King, could give him the answers he sought. So, Han Sen allowed 9000 King to return to the Big Baron system alone while he went ahead to see Blood Legion alongside God's Retribution. Han Sen did not trust Blood Legion because Blood Legion's people had blue blood. They were different from humans. Blood Legion had been in the universe for many years. Despite that, they had never lifted a finger to help humanity. Those 2 points alone were enough to make Han Sen feel unsafe around Blood Legion. Even though Blood Legion's leader was called Human King, he was still worried. Although Han Sen thought of that, he still had to go. God's retribution took Han Sen to a weird ship. Inside the ship, Han Sen's Dongxian area could not be used. That made Han Sen frown. God's retribution seemed to know Han Sen worried a lot. He said, "All these years in Blood Legion, we have been chased by a particular god spirit, so we have to be prepared. The design of this ship is not against you. It is because we do not want to be tracked by the god spirit." "Why would a god spirit want to kill the people of Blood Legion?" Han Sen asked. "It is all we are humans," God's retribution said. It was an honest answer, but it was an answer that made Han Sen more suspicious. "I am a human too. There are also many humans in Space Garden. Why has the God Spirit not come to trouble us?" Han Sen took this seriously. God's retribution was silent a moment before saying, "I am not sure about why that is. Someone asked me the same question, but I was never sure of what to tell them. So, I just have to guess that it has something to do with the blue blood." "Blue blood," Han Sen said to himself. All of the key questions led back to the beginning. Blood Legion's members had blue blood, and the blue blood came from the human genes. This blue blood gene power was only activated after several generations practiced Bloodpulse Sutra. Han Sen was the first generation of humans to study the Bloodpulse Sutra, so he did not have the blue blood. Even Little Flower and Little Linger, who were the second generation, did not have blue blood. So, blue blood did not come about even in the second generation. It took many generations of humans practicing Bloodpulse Sutra for their blood to start becoming blue. Han Sen practiced the Bloodpulse Sutra, but he could never sense the Bloodpulse Sutra giving any sort of blue blood power. It just made his genes and genetic qualities better. Before that, Han Sen had many guesses. According to the theories he came up with, the human body should have had a hidden blue gene. The chance of it being activated with the genes of a human was more than slim. It was so small that it could not affect the bodies of humans. That was why one needed Bloodpulse Sutra for several generations. It was to fulfill and pump that blue blood gene. That way, the blue blood gene was able to become the main part of a human's genes. If Han Sen guessed all of this correctly, the blue blood genes did not come from the crystallizers because the crystallizers did not have blue blood men. They were just like humans with red blood. There was more evidence to support the fact that crystallizers did not have blue blood genes. God's retribution and his fellows were not like ordinary human beings and could not absorb the genes of creatures. The members who had blue blood would have to evolve by themselves. They were not able to combine their genes with the genes of any other creature. It worked like that in the sanctuaries, so it had to be the same in the big universe as well. God's retribution said he was now equal to a primitive deified. He did not say he was exactly though. No matter if a blue blood man was in the sanctuaries or the big universe, they were a very unique sort of people. They kind of existed outside the rules, but they had big connections to ordinary humans. That was something that flummoxed Han Sen. The crystallizers were different. They were standard universal creatures. They were the same as humans in the sanctuaries. They followed the rules of the big universe to grow up. That was different from the blue blood men, so there was no way the blue blood genes came from the crystallizers. Han Sen thought. Stay Up Late said that humans were the results of crystallizers using their genes to combine with the genes of other creatures. The blue blood genes had to come from that creature. But what was that creature? One thing Han Sen knew for sure was that the progress of the Bloodpulse Sutra was progress for making blue blood genes take over the genes of humans. Han Sen did not know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. He also did not know what sort of creature that was. The reason Han Sen knew Bloodpulse Sutra was very strong was that it could make the next generation, and the generation after that, stronger. He did not let his family practice the Bloodpulse Sutra, not even Little Flower and Linger. The ship left slip space and flew into a barren system. There were many stars and there was a giant red dwarf. Han Sen finally saw Human King. The Human King before him was almost like a statue. He was an elegant, middle-aged man. His youthful face made him look like he was 20 years old, but his presence made it clear that he was older. After entering the Red Dwarf, Han Sen had seen many Blood Legion members. They were like God's retribution. They did not have a level that other creatures of the universe were determined by, but Han Sen did not believe any of them were weak. In fact, Han Sen had been so shocked on his way there. Aside from the Extreme King, Sky Palace, the Very High, and the other high races, he did not think any other race of the universe could be as strong as Blood Legion. Han Sen was unable to tell what level they were, but he felt a dangerous presence surrounding each individual. "You are finally here, my child." Human King sat on the throne. He placed his jaw in his hands and looked at Han Sen with interest. Han Sen thought that sounded weird, to say the least, but Human King was the alpha human. He suspected that calling him his child was normal behavior. Even still, Han Sen thought it was rather odd. "You should just call me Han Sen," Han Sen thought. "Even if you are Human King, you cannot produce a race. There must be another human alpha. Perhaps you and I are related." Human King seemed to see through what Han Sen was thinking. Human King's lips curved slightly. He gently said, "In the beginning, crystallizers used their genes as blueprints to combine with the genes of other creatures. Many creatures were created this way. Humans were one such product. Back then, they created 13 humans, and I was one of them. I was one of 13 alpha humans. Including me, there were 3 men and 10 women. As far as I know, the other 2 men did not make it. They could not produce children." Human King laughed out loud and asked, "So, do I have what it takes to call you a child?" Han Sen did not answer the question. He instead asked, "Why do you want to see me?" Han Sen could not deny that Human King might have truly been his ancestor. But Han Sen was now holding the fate of many lives back in Space Garden. He also did not know what Human King wanted. Han Sen wouldn't risk Space Garden and the fates of others just because he was an ancestor. He had to figure things out before he committed to anything. Human King still looked at Han Sen with interest. It was like he was observing a new toy. After a while, Human King said, "You practiced Life Door." "Yes. Why accept Blood Pulse Sutra if there is Life Door?" Han Sen was always confused about that. After he practiced Life Door, he only knew it would boon his Blood Pulse Sutra. He never knew what it did. Blood Pulse Sutra and Life Door were created by me. The difference is that Blood Pulse Sutra is what I experienced, and Life Door contains my thoughts. They are failed imaginations. So, in Blood Legion, no one else has opened their Life Door. Up until now, only you and I have ever opened their Life Door." "What?" Han Sen was shocked. His eyes opened wide as he looked at Human King. He never thought he would receive such an answer. Human King seemed to be satisfied with Han Sen's reaction. He laughed and went on to say, "You should feel it. Your Blood Pulse Sutra is different from the Blood Pulse Sutra known by God's Retribution. You have many powers that God's Retribution and the others do not have. It is as if your genes are stronger. Your Blood Pulse Sutra can aid other creatures in evolving. It is no wonder why I felt my Blood Pulse Sutra was different from God's Retribution," Han Sen said with a nod. He had guessed it was something like this before, so this was the confirmation he had always sought. Even so, Han Sen was still confused. He looked at Human King and asked, "If Life Door is that powerful, why do you claim it is a failure? Why do you not let other Blood Legion members practice it?" Human King did not answer Han Sen's question. He looked like he was smiling, but he was not smiling. He looked at Han Sen and asked, "You have practiced for a long time. You must know how Blood Pulse Sutra works, yes? Why don't you tell me?" Han Sen did not know why he asked that, but he still said, "If I had to wager a guess, the Blood Pulse Sutra is for extracting some kind of gene from the human body." Upon hearing this, Human King nodded. "Yes, I created the Blood Pulse Sutra so that humans could return to being what they originally were. I wanted to purify their blood for pure humans again. Life Door's genes are not pure. They will give all the genes priority that goes against what I want. Thus, to me, Life Door is a failure." Han Sen now understood that Life Door was not really a failure. It was just because it was not what Human King wanted. That was why he claimed it was a failure. "Are saying the origin is the blue blood gene?" Han Sen asked. "Why are humans with blue blood genes considered real humans?" Human King looked at Han Sen and coldly answered, "Humanity is a race created by the crystallizers combining their genes with that of another creature. If you were able to guess the usage of Blood Pulse Sutra, you should know why the blue blood genes result in true humans." Are you saying that human genes are the result of crystallizer genes and blue blood people's genes? What race are the blue blood people? Han Sen's heart quickly jumped. He really wanted to know the answer. You managed to claim Qin Shou's Holy Spirit, yet you didn't know Qin Shou's blood was blue. Human King squinted his eyes as he looked at Han Sen. What? Han Sen screamed. Are you saying humans are the byproduct of crystallizer genes being mixed with sacred leader Qin Shou's genes? Han Sen suddenly understood a lot more. He understood why the God Spirit picked on humans. It also explained why God said those with blue blood were real humans. It was all because of sacred leader Qin Shou. Apparently, Human King loved to see Han Sen keep losing his mind. He laughed and said, back then, sacred was destroyed during the God fights. Qin Shou battled a sky full of God spirits, but he was ultimately defeated. Crystallizers were fortunate enough to claim 1 drop of his blood when Qin Shou blew up. They researched it. When they retreated into the sanctuaries, they combined that blood with the genes of their own crystallizers. They produced 13 humans. After pausing, Human King went on to say, but the crystallizers' genes were weak, and Qin Shou's genes were not studied enough. The genes of a human were only a small part of it. I created the Bloodpool Sutra so we could activate, develop, and recover that missing gene so that human genes could lean more toward Qin Shou. After saying that, Human King sighed. I never expected what I wanted to do would fail, and it happened when it was not meant to be. The life door I believed to have failed helped you create Little Flower. He has a body like Qin Shou, but he does not have blue blood. You'll never know. Do you know Little Flower? Han Sen frowned and looked at Human King. Little Flower was taken by Old Cat a long time ago. He had been trapped in Sacred. Aside from showing up in the Geno being scroll fight, no one else had seen him. Yet, Human King knew about Little Flower and he knew a lot about him. 9-Life Cat represented Blood Legion and was a mascot for them. It made Han Sen start to think of many things. Human King weirdly looked at Han Sen and asked, do you want to know about the relationship between me and Old Cat? Han Sen nodded but did not say anything. Human King laughed to himself. To be honest with you, I am just like you. We are the failures that were abandoned by Old Cat. I do not understand what you mean, Han Sen said. Old Cat was the guardian of the sanctuaries, Human King coldly said. Without his help, do you think the crystallizers would have been able to hide in the sanctuaries for good? I even wondered that. With the crystallizers sharing Qin Shou's blood and escaping to the sanctuaries to do all kinds of research, everything that happened involved Old Cat and Qin Shou. Perhaps it was Qin Shou who was trying to find his heir. After that, Human King looked at Han Senator. He went on to say, you and I are the failures Old Cat has been watching over the years. He gave up. Only your son Little Flower was approved by Old Cat. He became Qin Shou's heir. Han Sen now understood what Human King meant. Simply said, Human King was just like him. They had Old Cat's help and attention, but they were not selected by him. Human King squinted his eyes as he peered at Han Senator. It looked like he was smiling, but he was not smiling. You should not think that being an ancestor of Qin Shou is a good thing. It is actually the opposite. If Qin Shou dared to choose my son as an ancestor, I would do all in my power to rip him apart and destroy all that remained of his petty factions. What Human King said was something Han Sen was in total agreement with, but he still wanted to know why Human King felt that way. Therefore, he asked, why? He took my son and sent my son to die, Human King coldly said. That is enough of a reason for me to kill his entire family 10,000 times over. Are you saying Qin Shou's plan would not work? Han Sen quietly asked. He understood what that meant. If he succeeded, Sacred would not be what it is today. Human King looked at Han Sr. Don't you have the Holy Spirit of that Kirin Qin Shou made? What do you think of that Kirin's Holy Spirit power? It is very strong, Han Sen said. Really? Human King's smile grew deeper. You should use that Holy Kirin spirit that you said is very strong to strike me as hard as you can. I want to see how strong Qin Shou stuff is. Sure, if you don't mind that. Han Sen pulled out his cause karma knife and summoned the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit on it. The Kirin's Holy Spirit possessed a blade. It was possible for it to be anything as long as it was a weapon. Han Sen wanted to know how strong Human King was, so he was not going to deny Human King's request. He also knew Human King had suggested this as a way for him to gauge Han Sen's strength. So, there was no use denying him. Han Sen looked at Human King. The holy light on the blade was strong. It was like a demon flame that flickered. Human King was still sitting on the throne. He observed Han Sen and his knife with interest. "I am so sorry." Han Sen slashed Human King like mad. The knife light was like some laser that could split a world. Came right before Human King. Ding! Human King did not move. Even his face remained the same. He continued to sit where he was. Somehow, his hand appeared beneath the knife. His middle finger and index finger captured Han Sen's cause karma knife. That scary knife light was immediately broken by his very powerful fingers. Han Sen's expression changed. Although he had not used all of his strength with that slash, it was still at about 70%. Despite that, the Holy Kirin's scary power was able to kill a top-class true god Xenogeniac. Could not, however, beat Human King's 2 fingers. Human King let his fingers go and looked at Han Sr. "You are being too polite. If it was me, I would strike as hard as I could." Before Han Sen was able to say anything, Human King asked, "What do you think of my power?" "It's very strong." Han Sen used only those words to describe it because he could not yet gauge just how strong he was. "My power is still not as strong as Qin Xiu. Considering the thing Qin Xiu wanted to do back then, do you think this Holy Spirit, which Qin Xiu himself did not know if it was a success or not, was something he could do? In the end, the heir he selected was just a test. They were lab rats whose sole purpose was for testing." Human King spoke with a look of disdain. "Hang on. Why is your power?" Han Sen felt Human King's power was better than most people at True God class. He felt as if he was no weaker than Moment God. "Why are my powers stronger than a true god?" Human King laughed and looked at Han Sr. "You should know the answer. Because Qin Xiu had blue blood genes, for humans to be better than a sky full of races, you need what it takes to battle god spirits. If you are willing to, I can make you a member of the Blue Bloods. For you, it means you can become stronger. You would be much stronger than you are now. You might end up as strong as Qin Xiu was back then." Han Sen did not speak. He silently rejected Human King's offer. That offer seemed tempting, but there were many things he wished to figure out first. If blue blood genes were that powerful, Qin Xiu would not lose. Thinking about that from a different perspective, if Qin Xiu thought his blood could overcome god spirits, why did he not seek to continue his bloodline? Even if he could not make babies with Sacred's technology, they could copy the genes of Qin Xiu. That would not have been difficult to do. Yet Qin Xiu had not done that, and there had to be a reason for it. "Telling me all these secrets cannot be the sole purpose for seeking me out. What do you want me to do for you?" Han Sen still had not figured out why Human King had called him there. "You do not have to do anything for me," Human King coldly said. "You are human. Your sons and daughters are humans. So, my child, no matter whether you are willing to or not, you and I will be the same. Go against the god spirits and do whatever you think it is we must do. There is no need for me to request anything." Han Sen still did not understand. Due to the fact Qin Xiu wanted to destroy god palaces and kill god spirits, the god spirits wanted to erase Qin Xiu's bloodline. That logic seemed to make sense, but Han Sen thought there was a problem somewhere. He just couldn't figure out what the problem was. "I asked you here to remind you, my child, that you cannot trust Qin Xiu. You cannot rely on the relics of his past. Maintain your crystallizer identity. No matter what happens, tell no one about your true identity. You need to do that to live longer and have more chances." Human King looked serious. Han Sen had received many answers from Human King. When he left Blood Legion, he still had a few things that had yet to be cleared up. Just as Human King said, he did not ask Han Sen to do anything for him. It seemed as if he was just convincing him not to expose the identity of humans in the universe. Human King also gave him Blood Pulse Sutra's final part. He told him that if he was willing to, all he had to do was practice the final part for his blood to turn into blue blood. Although this method was not as pure as passing it through generations, it would still give Han Sen blue blood power. The price to pay was that Han Sen would lose all the geno-arts he currently had. He would not even be able to make use of beast souls. All he would be able to use was blue blood power. Human King did not force Han Sen to do that. It was a decision that had to be made by Han Sen. Han Sen asked a few questions regarding Han Jinji. Human King said Han Jinji was not a member of Blood Legion. He did not possess blue blood. Aside from that, he did not say anything else concerning him. On his way back, Han Sen kept thinking, Human King told me a lot, but I feel like he was holding back on a lot of important details. He had yet to be given answers to many of the questions he had. Han Sen also thought there was a big problem. He just did not know what it was. What is up with Han Jinji? Human King should not be lying about something like this. But why did the people of the 7th team say Han Jinji had blue blood? What was that all about? Han Sen was very confused about this little nugget of information. He thought his trip to Blood Legion would enable him to receive answers concerning Han Jinji. Now, it seemed as if it was a pointless venture. He still did not know anything about Han Jinji. Human King may have known something, but it was obvious he did not want to spend much time talking about Han Jinji. Han Sen returned to Space Garden. 9000 King had yet to return, but another pair of guests had arrived. The green-haired Growler and Ghana woman arrived at Space Garden. When Han Sen saw them, the green-haired beast did not say anything. It put its head in front of Han Sen and quietly groaned. Sorry I offended you. You can take my life, but please save Little Mountain Leader. Get up, Han Sen said with a wave of his hand. I am going to save Little Gold. But you guys should know my power is not enough to fight Moment God yet. I require more time to prepare what is necessary. If there is something you need, please tell us, the Ghana woman coldly said. If it can save Little Mountain Leader, we will do anything. If you want to save Little Gold from Moment God Temple, we need more than just us. We require more aid. So I need resources to make my friends stronger. If you guys have deified xenogeneic genes, can you give them to me? Han Sen thought Empty Mountain must have had a lot of good stuff. Perhaps he was able to obtain some resources from them. Empty Mountain has some deified xenogeneic genes, the Ghana woman said. I will give them to you later. They were currently unable to ask anyone else for help. Han Sen was the only person they could turn to. At least they knew Han Sen truly wanted to save Golden Growler. That dollar really is bad stuff, the green-haired Growler madly said. Little Mountain Leader gave him the first seat on the God list. Yet when Little Mountain Leader was in trouble, he did not show up. Han Sen gave a wry smile and thought that Dollar did not show up because he was blown up. But what the green-haired Growler said reminded Han Sen that Golden Growler gave Dollar the God list first place. If Dollar still did not show up, it might make him look bad. Although Dollar's race was different from Han Sen and no one expected him to be Han Sen, it was still wrong. After sending the green-haired Growler and Ghana woman away, Han Sen thought about matters for a while. He eventually decided to challenge the God Spirit with Dollar's identity. This time, the God Spirit Han Sen decided to challenge was not Moment God. It was going to be the disaster class No World God. Han Sen heard the demon lady say that No World God's power could enable him to be immune to time powers for a while. If he was able to get his hands on No World God's God personality armament, it would be a great help for saving Golden Growler. When there was no one around, Han Sen turned into xenogeneic mode and equipped himself with his Dongxian armor. He then wore the Sky God crown. The Sky God crown was an Annihilation class God personality armament. It was 2 levels higher than the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. It was a God personality armament that was almost as good as Moment God. Han Sen had never used the Sky God crown before because he did not know what power it possessed. It was not like it was high level or automatically useful like the Light Well Lotus Beast Soul. Although it was a high-level beast soul, its power involved healing. In a deathmatch battle, it would not serve much of a purpose. Han Sen thought. Back then, God said the Sky God crown would allow me to enter the Geno Halls freely. Now, the Geno Halls are all on display. Does the Sky God crown have any other uses? After thinking for a while, He had decided to wear the Sky God crown. The moment Han Sen put on the Sky God crown, a godlight mist like a rainbow came down, covered his entire body. From afar, Han Sen looked like a godly rainbow mist. Catcha! Han Sen saw the universe's cogwheels spin. It was like there was a giant mechanical door opening in front of him. This was like the core area or the God area opening. The door did not open solely for Han Senator, it was because of the Sky God crown. Han Sen looked at the space door. He saw a rainbow mist light. Countless substance chains were connected. One was not able to see what it was. After hesitating for a moment, Han Sen walked toward the rainbow mist light that was flowing around the door. After his body completely walked through the door closed. It disappeared back into the nether of space. The weird scene was gone too. This is God Temple. Han Sen frowned and looked at what was in front of him. It was a jade stone God Temple. Beneath Han Sen's feet was a God Temple. He saw Sky Vine Radish God be revived in this temple. He was not wrong about that. This was a God Temple and he was standing on the altar of the God Temple. Annihilation God Temple opened. Name the God Temple. A voice echoed through the God Temple. A God flag flew toward Han Sen. What is going on? Did I become a God spirit? Han Sen frowned and looked at the empty God flag. The God flag he used to see already had names. This one was empty. There was nothing on the flag. Han Sen did not want to be a God spirit. Even if it was an Annihilation class God spirit, he did not want that. You are finally here. As Han Sen hesitated, the God Temple's door opened. A girl walked in. It was Gu Wanner. Upon hearing her tone of voice, Han Sen knew that it was not Gu Wanner in that body. It was that guy who called himself God. Han Sen looked at God and said, "You got here at just the right time. Why did I become a God spirit for just wearing this Sky God crown?" God laughed and said, "You did not become a God spirit. Because the Sky God crown is here, you temporarily became a God spirit. If you remove the Sky God crown, none of that will exist." After hearing that, Han took off the Sky God crown and departed the God Temple. When he put the Sky God crown again, he returned to that God Temple. The white God flag appeared in front of him. Is that all the Sky God crown does? Han Sen was disappointed. To him, becoming a God spirit did not appear to be particularly useful. God sat down on the God altar's edge and casually asked, "Is that still not enough for you? You do not need to do what God spirits do, but you get to enjoy the benefits of a God spirit. Many God spirits would like that." Han Sen's heart jumped as he quickly asked, "What responsibility and benefits do gods have?" "As long as you wear the Sky God crown, if the Sky God crown is not broken, you will be like other God spirits," God said. "You will have an immortal body inside the God Temple. Even if you are killed, you will respawn here in the God Temple." Han Sen lifted his lips and asked, "What does that mean? I do not want to be stuck inside a God Temple forever." Of course, it does have meaning. For example, if you are up against a powerful enemy that you cannot beat, you do not need to be afraid of dying when you are in the God Temple. You can fight them without fear. God laughed. Han Sen shook his head. That does not make sense. If I were killed by my enemy, he would just take my God flag. Then I would end up dead. That is the power of Sky God crown. Even if someone removes your flag, it will just break your Sky God crown. You will still respawn, but you will lose the authority of being a God spirit. God pointed at the Sky God crown and went on to say, "Plus, when you're a God spirit, you have the authority of a God spirit. You can trade with any creature in the universe and gain their lifespan." Han Sen had always wondered that. The God spirits were immortal existences. So why did they require the years of others? Based on God's method, they used a lot of effort. They would do anything for another creature's lifespan. Han Sen did not understand why they did it. To the immortal God spirits, what is the point of extending their lifespan? Han Sen pretended to look disdained. About that, you will understand in the future. God did not answer Han Sen's question. He laughed and told Han Sen, "As for the responsibilities of gods, it is quite simple. There is only one task. which is to protect the Geno Hall and forbid it from being invaded by other creatures. Protect the Geno Hall? Han Sen asked with an obvious look of confusion. Does the Geno Hall require protection? Let's not talk about other things, but that woman inside the Geno Hall is invincible. God shook his head. The goddess you talk about is one of the 12 Annihilation-class god spirits. Those 12 Annihilation-class god spirits guard the Geno Hall in sequence. Their responsibility is the same as all the other god spirits, though. There is no difference between them. What about the Geno Hall? Does the Geno Hall have no god spirits? Han Sen quickly asked. God laughed but did not answer. When you enter the Geno Hall, you will understand. As long as you have the Sky God crown, you will earn the benefits of a god spirit minus the responsibility. You can also give up the god spirit identity whenever you please. Are you still not satisfied with this good stuff? Aside from all that, Sky God crown has no battle abilities? Han Sen still thought it was useless for him to become a god spirit. God laughed. Of course. The Sky God crown is almost indestructible. Its durability is stronger than most Annihilation-class god personality armaments. You can use it like a brick, but the item itself does not have battle power. Okay, you should think of a powerful title now. Once you have a god name, you can really enjoy the powers of being a god. You said there were only 12 Annihilation god spirits, Han Sen said. If I use the Sky God crown, will I count as one of the 12? Will I have to go and guard the Geno Hall? You do not need to, God answered with certainty. Did I not tell you? You are not a real god spirit. You do not take on the responsibilities of god spirits. Han Sen knew that God was not a liar, but he was still disappointed. If he could go to the Geno Hall, he would like to see what the interior of that place looked like. Seeing the empty god flag, Han Sen thought for a few moments and said, I will call myself the god of wealth. I love that name, and it goes with my name dollar. Ha! God heard Han Sen's god title and laughed. He weirdly looked at Han Sen and said, Your god name is very happy. It's not bad and very creative. I know, right? This title is great. Han Sen knew that God did not mean it, but he did not mind. The front of the white god flag now had the word wealth on it. The back displayed the words God of. The flag shone with a god light. It flew out of the god hall and stuck to the god temple's door. The moment the god flag went there, the Sky God crown on Han Sen's head shone brightly. Many mysterious messages emerged from the Sky God crown, which made him understand many things. I see it now. Han Sen was feeling mysterious messages. He suddenly seemed to really understand what it was like to be a god spirit. He was not clueless anymore. Aside from what God said, the god spirits had other powers. It was better than what Han Sen expected. God spirits earned the buffs of a god temple, and the buffs did not merely apply to immortality. There was a god power buff. The higher level the god temple was, the more god power he would receive. Han Sen had that Annihilation-class god temple. It gave Han Sen god power buffs. It made his battle power increase another level. That buff only worked in his god temple area. If he left the god temple, the god power buff would be gone. There was also a special god spirit authority. That special authority only belonged to god spirits. Every god spirit had its authority. Different god temples and different god spirit powers and different authorities. Han Sen did not know what other powers god spirits had. The god spirit authority he received was called wealth. If any creature paid with their lifespan, Han Sen could bless them with some wealth and give them significant wealth for a short amount of time. Of course, god spirit authorities could only be used when that person paid a sum of their years. The scarier thing was that the wealth Han Sen gave did not just come out from nowhere. It used the wealth that the person would have in the future. If Han Sen gave someone more wealth than he earned in his life, very bad things would happen to that person. Han Sen thought, is an Annihilation-class god spirit's authority just wealth? Those gods used to say they could do anything and fulfill any wish they wanted to. That is such a big scam. According to the god spirit rules, god spirits could not give fake information. If they lied, they would not be able to finalize a trade. They would not receive the lifespans they sought. To compose a trade, god spirits would use everything they could. I really don't understand why they seem to be so keen on seeking out years. Sky God Crown's message had not included that. Therefore, Han Sen was unable to find out. That aside, god spirits had the authority to leave the god temples. They were not able to leave the god temples for long. During that period, the god temple was sealed up so they could not be challenged. Unless the god spirits possessed a creature of the universe, they would not be able to leave for a very long time. If they did do that, they would not receive protection from the god temples anymore. If they died, they died. Unless the god personality was taken back to the god temple, they could no longer be respawned. There was still one very important thing. God spirits were allowed to challenge god spirits that were a higher level than them, but that was pointless for Han Sen because he was not a real god spirit. He could not level up his position any higher. Even if he could challenge them, Han Sen was already annihilation level. He could only challenge god spirits that were at a higher level than him. Han Sen could not fight an enemy that was the same annihilation class as he was. To challenge a reboot class god spirit was a death wish. Han Sen would never have tried being so bold. Han Sen looked at God and wished to say something, but God winked at him. He looked at the door of the god temple and said, "You have business to attend to." "What do you mean?" Han Sen looked at the god temple's door. He did not see anything. He turned around and looked at God. But he was gone. While Han Sen was wondering what was going on, he saw someone fly into the God Plaza area. They were flying toward his god temple. Han Sen wondered, "It cannot be this much of a coincidence. I have only just become a god spirit, and a creature in the universe already wants to challenge me." According to what Han Sen had been inspecting, the universe creatures only dared challenging destruction class god spirits. No one dared to challenge disaster class. Why would a creature go and challenge him who was annihilation class? That body was coming straight for Han Sen's god temple. It soon entered the radius of the god temple. The god palace and god temples were situated in a realm that was between reality and space. No matter where one was in the universe, if one's mind was in God's palace, one could go there. A creature that was able to fly in the universe could just use an airship to go to a god palace. It did not matter how far or near one was. Han Sen stared at the body. He was shocked. It was someone he knew. Why is Fox Queen coming here for? Han Sen thought. Fox Queen was the wife of Ghost Bone General. As far as Han Sen knew, her power was not very strong when compared to most deifieds. She was not able to fight a destruction class god spirit. How could she hope to tackle an annihilation class god spirit? While Han Sen was making guesses, Fox Queen was already in the plaza of the god temple. By the rules of the god spirits, Han Sen had no choice but to fight. Otherwise, Fox Queen was able to replace his god spirit flag. As long as the sky god crown was not broken, he would not die. Fox Queen came before the god temple and kneeled as if she was praying to a god. "Mr. God of Wealth, I want to make a wish to you. Please help me." It looks like she is not here to challenge a god spirit. Han Sen was shocked. He said, "If you have come for a wish, then come in and speak." "Thank you, Mr." Fox Queen entered God Temple. Han Sen's heart jumped. The God Temple's gate closed down, leaving only him and Fox Queen, the two of them, inside. "Tell me about your wish. I will fulfill your wish." Han Sen stood upon the God altar. He looked at Fox Queen with a very serious look as he spoke. Fox Queen was the wife of Ghost Bone General. She must have known all about god spirits. There was an 80% to 90% chance that she knew there was a consequence for the formation of wishes. Han Sen wondered why she had still come there to make a wish. Fox Queen kneeled again. Her fox eyes stared at Han Senator. She spoke very softly. "I only have one wish. Please help me get back my Fox Race's race weapon 9-spin destiny mirror. If that can be done, I am willing to do anything." Because the sky god crown had a light above, it made Han Sen look like a god enveloped in rainbow god light. Only his body was visible. One was not able to see his face. Fox Queen was not able to tell that he was Han Senator. That fact made Han Sen feel strange. After Fox Queen made a wish, Sky God Crown sent a message to Han Senator. It said that if he was able to fulfill Fox Queen's wish, he would earn a lifespan of 300. The Sky God Crown showed that if Hansen finished the wish, he could at least get 300 lifespans. It was not just 300 lifespans. He actually was able to get more than that. It was like if Hansen picked up the 9-spin destiny mirror and gave it to her, he would only get the lowest amount of lifespans available. If he went and stole it from some scary elite and returned the 9-spin destiny mirror to her, she would pay with a lot more of her years. Aside from that, she would also get karma. She would have to pay the price. Hansen's God Spirit power was just wealth. Fox Queen's wish was not in his power to fulfill. Hansen had to find a way to finish Fox Queen's wish. If he was unable to finish it, his lifespan would be damaged. Accepting a wish was a double-edged sword. If God spirits accepted the wish, they had to find a way to finish it. If they could not complete it, they would have to scam the wisher to get and keep the lifespan. God spirits employed every dirty trick in the book. Fox Queen's wish was something Hansen wanted to complete. That was because he had the 9-spin destiny mirror. Hansen still hesitated. He did not know if the 9-spin destiny mirror was worth the 300 years. To universal creatures, lifespan was very important. Hansen was not a real God spirit. He was not immortal. Now Hansen had a lifespan of 2000. That seemed like a very long time. To many creatures of the universe, it was nothing. Fox Queen was nervous. She had taken a big risk coming to make a wish. There was nothing else she could do. She had to do this. Going to the God Temple to make a wish was a dangerous prospect. If the God did not want her to make a wish, they could simply kill her. She would have been killed. Fortunately, Hansen had allowed her to enter the God Temple and speak her wish. Her life was safe, but it was unknown whether or not Hansen could fulfill the wish or how he would even go about trying. It was certain that it would affect her a lot. If a God spirit finished her very difficult wish, she would have to pay with a lot of her lifespan. She was afraid that her lifespan might get all spent. Hansen looked at Fox Queen and coldly said, "I can fulfill your wish, but I have a condition." Hansen felt a bit regretful about allowing Fox Queen to enter the God Temple and make a wish. After she made her wish, he was unable to hurt or kick Fox Queen to the curb. He was not allowed to reject the wish. He had to find a way to make her wish come true. Hansen saw that the 9-spin destiny mirror was only worth 300 years of her lifespan. That was too little for him, so he did not want to make the trade. Fortunately, Hansen's position as a god was Annihilation class. Compared to the Destruction class and Disaster class, Annihilation god spirits had special powers. It was like Hansen was able to apply more rules that lesser god spirits could not enforce. A Destruction class god spirit did not have that power. Of course, Destruction class god spirits were able to make the same conditions, but the conditions they enforced would not be protected by the rules of god spirits. Even if the wisher betrayed the rules, the Destruction class god spirit could not do anything about it. Upon hearing this, Fox Queen felt her body shake. Although she knew she was going to lose some years of her lifespan, hearing the two conditions made her scared. Based on her knowledge of god spirits, she knew looking for a Destruction class god spirit to make a wish would not put on an extra condition. Destruction class god spirits may not have been able to take the 9-spin destiny mirror from Han Senator even if it was taken back. The price to pay would have been very high. Perhaps her lifespan would be all gone. Fox Queen risked coming there to find an Annihilation class god spirit. She hoped such a god spirit would complete the wish with ease, and she would not have to pay up much of her lifespan. High-class god spirits had the power to apply an additional charge. Fox Queen was helpless to control it. If she did not agree to the extra condition, the wish would not be done. It would become a problem. There was a chance she would not leave that place alive. "Please tell me, mister." Fox Queen looked at Hansen with sad eyes. Her face looked very pitiable. It was the sort of look that could make one buckle and comply with whatever she wanted. It made people want to comfort her. "By using small tricks against me, do you want to die?" Hansen coldly grunted. His body had god powers. It was like hell. It was like a sea. It was headed for Fox Queen. Fox Queen's body shivered. She immediately kowtowed and said, "Please do not be mad. It was my fault. Please forgive how ignorant I am." Seeing Fox Queen quivering beneath the altar, Han Sen felt delighted. Fox Queen used to cause him so much trouble. Now Fox Queen's fate was in his hands. It made him feel incredibly good. It was a shame Han Sen had let her into the temple to make a wish. That kind of offense was enough to cancel the wish transaction. Therefore, Han Sen had no choice but to continue. "I can help you get back 9-spin destiny mirror, but you need to be my slave forever." Han Sen was like a lion opening his mouth. He did not want to give her the 9-spin destiny mirror for 300 years of her lifespan. If Fox Queen did not agree to the terms and conditions, the wish would fail. Han Sen would no longer have to give her the 9-spin destiny mirror. If Fox Queen agreed, her life would forever be in Han Sen's hands. She would become a slave and forever be ruled by him. Giving her the 9-spin destiny mirror did not change much. Upon hearing this condition, Fox Queen looked terrible. Her body started to shake. The conditions he made were greater than she thought they would be. It was like taking her life. "Mister, can you do that for me because I am so poor?" Fox Queen pretended to be destitute as she kneeled. "You cannot talk in front of a god. If you don't want it, forget about it. Turn around and go home." Han Sen did not care about her feelings, so he spoke as harshly as he wanted to. "Please do not be mad." Fox Queen bowed again. She looked sincere, but her mind was thinking, "I just wanted to come and try this god of wealth that I have never heard of before. I did not expect he would compose conditions this gross. But that is good. If he makes a condition like that, he is not going to steal all the years of my lifespan. Perhaps I will not lose much of my lifespan. This is the end of the road. To be held by this annihilation god spirit is safer. If the extreme king wants to kill me, it will be even harder for them." Although she thought of things this way, in her mind, she was a bit annoyed. "This is all because of that Han Senator. If it was not for him, I would not have gone to Destiny's Tower. He also took the 9-spin destiny mirror, which made me become an enemy of the extreme king. That Bai Wuchang keeps chasing me. He has forced me into this position, so now I have no choice." She continued to think, "This time, the god of wealth will take the 9-spin destiny mirror. Han Sen will be doomed, which makes me feel a bit better." Thinking of all this, Fox Queen realized she did not have much of a choice in the matter. If she went to another annihilation god spirit, they might not have even allowed her to make a wish. She bowed and said, "I will do whatever you tell me to do." As Fox Queen said that, the sky god crown shone with a god light. Han Sen knew that the deal was made. He only had to give her the 9-spin destiny mirror and 300 years of Fox Queen's lifespan would be his. Fox Queen, I bet you never dreamed of this day." Han Sen was feeling very cocky. He did not give her the 9-spin destiny mirror yet. He coldly said, "You go home first. Come back to the God Hall in 3 days and pick up the 9-spin destiny mirror." Fox Queen immediately said thank you, but she did not leave just yet. She changed her tone and said to Han Sen, "Mister, there is something I know. Perhaps it will help you get the 9-spin destiny mirror back. I do not know if I should tell you." Han Sen coldly asked, "Oh, why don't you indulge me?" Fox Queen was not able to see Han Sen's face, but he did not sound very interested. She quickly said, "The 9-spin destiny mirror is in that crystallizer Han Sen's hands. From what I know about him, he got the 9-spin destiny mirror from Destiny's Tower. He destroyed the god doll inside." "Really?" Han Sen feigned surprise. In his mind, he coldly laughed. "Very good, Fox Queen. You are convincing a god spirit to trick me. I will remember this and I will make you pay." Fox Queen looked at Han Sen, who now seemed interested. She quickly said, "That god doll was in the Extreme King for many years. It must have collected a great number of years. Han Sen broke the god doll, so he must have a lot of lifespan in him." Fox Queen stopped talking, but it was so obvious what she was doing. It was like she was saying, "Mr. God Spirit, look at Han Sen like he is a big slab of meat. You should go and dine on him. You know a lot about God spirits? Hansen coldly said as he looked at Fox Queen. Fox Queen was shocked. She lowered her head and said, I have just heard a thing or two. Okay, you go home. Come back and pick up the 9-spin destiny mirror in 3 days. Hansen sent Fox Queen away, but then he was quite angry. Women are the evilest. You better watch out, Fox Queen. I will make you cry for your mommy and daddy. After Fox Queen's departure, Hansen did not think this was right. Why had Fox Queen appeared right then and there? She had not selected any other god spirit. She had just happened to choose him, who had only just appeared in his own god temple. To be able to do tricks in a god palace, it must be that god. Hansen started to think it must be related to God, who was possessing Guwaner. No way. I cannot keep using this god temple. If it keeps opening, perhaps something bad might happen. Hansen thought about this and put away his sky god crown. He left his god temple. After Hansen put away the sky god crown, the god of wealth temple shut down. Because there was no god inside the temple, no one could go there and challenge it. What does that god want from me? In the godless fight, the one in second place was only able to earn a destruction class god personality armament. Even if I was in first place and leveled up one more, I would just receive a disaster class god personality. Is it not too much to give an annihilation class god personality armament to someone? Hansen was confused. God must have done all of that on purpose. Now that he thought about it, even that god would not have expected Golden Growler to give him the first seat. There was no way he would have expected that. Was that decision made immediately? Hansen still did not think that was right. Hansen was not able to come to a conclusion he liked, so he stopped wasting time. He looked at the sky full of god temples and scanned it for no world god's temple. He wanted to fight no world god first. When Hansen discovered no world god temple, he noticed no world god's god temple was still shut down. He is not here. That depressed Han Senator, judging from the experience he had as a god spirit. God spirits only had 3 ways to shut down their god temple. Ordinarily, they were only allowed to shut down a god temple for a short period of time. That allotted time was the only time a god spirit could leave the god palaces. They were not able to be gone for a long time. Every time after using that permission to leave, it would be a long time before they were allowed to leave again. The other way was if the god spirit had been slain once. It did not matter if the god spirit was swapped. If the god spirit was willing, they could shut down the god temple for an entire month. Of course, they were not likely to give up that right. The longest time a temple could be shut down was for the duration of time a god spirit possessed a creature of the universe. If they left their god temple like that, their temple could pretty much be closed forever. No one was able to challenge them. One had to wait until the god spirit returned. Then, the god spirit's ability to be challenged would be re-enabled. Fox Queen entered the temple and made a wish. Every creature saw that. Although they did not know what happened after Fox Queen exited the temple, it gave people very strange feelings. Many creatures wanted to go to the god temples for the creation of wishes. They had all sorts of wishes to make. The god spirits would not mind those people coming to make their wishes either, unless it was for some special reason. Otherwise, not many god spirits would have killed the wishers. But that was in the future. Hansen did not have time to care that much. After he went silent for a bit, he flew toward a god temple amid the god palaces. No world god was not there, so Hansen selected another god spirit that was disaster class. He wanted to see how strong a disaster class god spirit was. Huh? Is that Dollar? It is him. The universe's god list first elite is challenging a god spirit. What god list first elite? Golden Growler gave that to him. Regardless, Dollar's power is very strong. I wonder what level of god spirit he will challenge. It will most likely be a destruction class one. After all, no creature dares to challenge a disaster class god spirit. No way. He is flying to a higher level of god palaces. Is he going to save Golden Growler? Stop making jokes. Han Godfather and those 2 true gods from Empty Mountain were beaten by Moment God with ease. Dollar would die by going there. It is hard for us to say. Dollar and Golden Growler's relationship is special. Golden Growler gave him the first place. It is only fair that he would try to save him, right? After a while, many creatures watched Hansen fly toward a disaster god palace. Someone said, "There's no way he's going to challenge Moment God. That would be him having a death wish. Golden Growler really is blind." He gave him the god list seat. It is just like Godfather Han. While everyone was talking, Hansen entered the radius of the god temple. He was on the god temple's plaza. It was a very old stone god temple. The god temple looked like a medieval church. The god temple had 2 floors. There was a big stone clock. The minute, hour, and second hands were ticking slowly. It was like a normal watch but very large. Moment God. Hansen looked at the god's title on the god flag. He was shocked. Anyone knew that this Moment God could be a time disaster god spirit. Hansen had come to challenge Moment God because he wanted to see how things fared in xenogenic mode. He wanted to see if he could fight a disaster-class god spirit so he could ready himself to fight Moment God in the future. They were both time element god spirits. If he was unable to fight a disaster-class god spirit, he could not fight an annihilation-class Moment God. A sharp and squeaky voice came from the god temple's stone door. "Heaven has roads we do not walk. Hell has no doors and you come knocking. Do you have a death wish?" With that sound, the stone door opened up. A shadow emerged from the god temple. Hansen and the races of the universe's creatures and people stared at the god spirit that was coming out from the god temple. This was the first time someone had sought to challenge a disaster-class god spirit. It was a very eye-catching sight. When that shadow walked out of the stone temple's door, many creatures saw that it was a weird creature. It looked like a human, but its skin was a black carapace. It looked like a human bug. Its eyes were very weird. The eyes had no pupils. They were just white. Within the eye white, there was the illustration of a clock. It included the hands that told the time and the numbers they went around. Hansen was not about to underestimate this foe. After all, he had never fought a disaster god spirit before. The god spirits he used to kill were all destruction class. He held the sky vine radish god lance and gathered up the power on the tip of the lance. He used the Dongxian Sutra to the max suddenly. The whole universe was a complicated machine in Hansen's eyes. Countless universes were spinning. BZZT. A lance was thrust forward. It was like space was punctured by that lance. It went in front of Moment God. Moment God coldly smiled. Its left eye was like a watch. The needles rotated quickly. The speed of Hansen's lance was fast, but Moment God was faster. It went left a little and avoided the attack of the Sky Vine Radish God lance. Hansen's expression did not change. The lance was like heavy rain striking down, but Moment God moved swiftly. It was like it could just move without thinking. Hansen's heavy storm-like lance attack did not touch its body. Blasphemy to a god spirit should result in death. Moment God coldly looked at Han Senator. The needles in his right eye were turning quickly. It was different from the ones in his left eye. The needles in his right eye were going counterclockwise. As the needles of his right eye spun, in other people's eyes, Hansen's movements seemed to be slower. It looked like he was moving in slow motion. Moment God's speed wasn't slowing down. He was very fast. One was fast and the other was slow. Created a clear contrast. Moment God teleported in front of Han Senator. His fingers were very sharp. He was scratching toward Han Sen's face. The fingernails were like the tips of a lance. They were going to pierce Han Sen's eyes. Moment God's face looked very interested as he laughed in an evil way. He slashed downward, but Han Sen's body disappeared in front of him. In the next moment, Han Sen's body appeared near Moment God's back. The Sky Vine Radish God lance was thrusting into his opponent's neck. The tip of the lance was right next to him. That's a very powerful teleport skill, but it is futile against me. The needles in Moment God's eyes kept spinning in different directions. Hansen's speed was constantly slowing down while his opponent's speed grew faster. The tip of the lance almost touched his skin. Moment God established some distance between them. He turned around and threw a punch into Hansen's belly. Hansen was like an old man with slow reactions. He saw Moment God's punch, but he could do nothing to dodge. It was also too late for him to put the lance away. Moment God's fist was still too slow. Han Sen's body teleported to the other end of the Moment God Temple Plaza. The man and the god kept fighting. Moment God's power, which could control time, was incredibly weird. Han Sen's ability to teleport was shocking too. Neither of them was able to do anything to each other. Dollar is so strong. He can fight a disaster god spirit without reprieve. He keeps using teleportation skills to move around. Don't say that. Moment God has to be a time element god spirit. He has the power to make Dollar slow down in a web of time. That does not only make him slow down, but his powers and mind also slow down. If it was a normal person in this situation, even if he had a teleportation skill, it would be too late to use them. He would instantly be killed by Moment God. Dollar's thoughts traveled 10,000 miles per hour. They are not restricted by the time god's power. In the universe, not many people can practice teleportation skills to this level. It is almost as good as the very high with their god's wander ability. No matter how powerful his teleportation skills are, he cannot defeat Moment God. Han Sen had his time area to use, but it was his other persona that was making use of it. He was not able to use it as he was now. Plus, a time ghost beast's soul's time area was weaker than Moment God's time god power. Even if he used it, it would not make a change in the current fight. Using time power before time element god spirits was like using a big knife against a Guan Yu. Han Sen did not plan on doing that. Because Han Sen had the time area, he knew that breaking Moment God's time god area could only be accomplished through two different techniques. One required speed, and one required absolute power. Old Vulture used absolute speed to break Han Sen's time area. Han Sen did not have that kind of speed, so all he could do was use absolute power to break Moment God's god power. It does not matter with time or space, but the rules of the universe are the rules of the universe. They are governed by the universal cogwheels. If I can control the cogwheels of the universe, I can prohibit the universal cogwheels from moving. Even god powers will be unable to affect the spread. Han Sen teleported to dodge Moment God's attack. He kept using the Dongxian Sutra and pumped all the power into Dongxian aura that he could. He tried to use absolute power to control the spinning of the universal cogwheels. In xenogenic mode, my power is better than the average true god. I still do not know if it is enough to suppress a disaster-class god spirit. Han Sen kept using the Dongxian aura to give pressure to the time universal cogwheel. The time universal cogwheel could not be stopped completely, but the speed of its spin was slow. The effects on Han Sen weakened. The xenogenic power cannot suppress disaster god spirits. Han Sen frowned. Time's delay had little effect on him now. Under the effect of the Dongxian aura, Moment God's own time boost was slowed down. It made his speed slow down. Adding this and taking away that, Han Sen turned active. He was not going to keep teleporting to fight Moment God. Dong! The Sky Vine Radish God Lance was able to hit Moment God's claws for the first time. The god power hit the lance's light. It triggered a scary explosion and shockwave. Han Sen flew away through space by a few thousand miles. Moment God's legs had two very deep footprints on the God Temple Plaza. He can affect my time god power. It is no wonder he is so cocky. He dares to challenge me. Moment God's eyes flashed. The needles in his eyes kept spinning. They looked scary and weird. He said, "If you think this can fight a god, you are wrong. I will let you know the difference between a mere creature and a god spirit." After that, Moment God's claws dug into his own eyes. There was one in the right and one in the left. Catcha! Seeing blood being spilled as the two sharp claws poked into his eyes, Moment God unplugged his eyeballs right out of their sockets. This was different from what Han Sen was expecting. Inside the sockets, god lights flickered. The eyeballs, which had been dug out, were not the only ones. Many eyes started to come out. One by one, eyes rolled out of the god light socket. Roar! When Moment God madly roared, all the eyeballs in his eyes were dug out. There were 12 of them. He put his hands together. He made a bracelet out of the 12 eyeballs. They went across his crossed hands. There were still streams of blood coming out of his eyes. Han Sen looked at the eyeball bracelet. All those eyeballs were like circular watches. All of the needless were jumping to an unspecified rhythm, but all the eyeballs were pointing to a different point in time. Han Sen looked closer and discovered that each watch was 1 hour later than the others. Time is like a ruler. One mark is one scar. Stupid low-life creature, how dare you insult a god spirit? Today, I will wipe you from the annals of history. I will let all the cheap creatures know that they cannot offend a god spirit. Moment God's hands were holding the bloody eyeball necklace. His eyes were still bleeding god blood as he spoke his words of madness. After Moment God crazily spoke, his fingers flicked the eyeballs. The necklace was instantly brighter, covered the entirety of space. The whole of space in the area of the god temple was twisted. Nothing was visible with any ordinary clarity. This was what the deified elites could see, but even their vision started to become distorted. It was like a shadow in the water. When the water moved, the vision twisted. Moment God held his time bracelet. He mumbled words like a Buddha speaking for the dead. In that twisted parcel of space, Moment God's body was like a sky god covering the whole of the god temple sky. Han Sen was like a tiny ant. Accept a god's anger. Time etching. Moment God's god voice was loud. He raised the bracelet that was in his hands. The needless present in the 12 eyeballs was spinning madly. In one moment, Han Sen felt as if he could see the flow of time with his eyes. All the numbers in the 12 eyes fired out some weird, twisted lights. The light connected them in the 12 eyes. It was like a giant net covering the entire god temple's area. Han Sen did not have a space to avoid it. He could not find a place to be safe. 1G. He saw the weird light cross together like a net. It was coming down. Han Sen pushed his Dongxian aura to the max, but he still could not stop the twisting lines of time that were descending. The time lights line landed on Han Sen's Dongxian armor. It was like a laser and left some weird markings on it. It was like a symbol that represented time. It scrawled across the entire battle armor surface. This is... Han Sen noticed his body did not get injured. Instead, his whole body was marked. The markings were releasing a weird sort of power. Han Sen wanted to raise his hands and see what had been etched into his armor and what it meant for him. He shockingly found out his arm was no longer listening to him. He was unable to move it. Why is this happening? Han Sen quickly discovered that it was not just his arm. His whole body was unable to move. He was not even able to cast a Geno art. Han Sen was feeling very strange. Although he was unable to move, he still felt his body existed. He was able to feel his body's presence flowing. Everything seemed to be normal. Whenever he wanted to do something, his hands, legs, and presence listened. This feeling was very weird. It was like a ghost crushing him. He felt everything but could not move. Moment God looked at Han Sen coldly. The god blood was still flowing from his eye sockets. He was holding the bracelet while he said, "Stop wasting your breath. Your time is already being erased. There is nothing you can do about it now. You can only accept God's punishment. That is the result of your blasphemy toward a god spirit." What Moment God said was very simple. Han Sen understood what he meant because he had practiced a time area Geno art. He knew something about time element powers. Moment God had just reminded him a little, so Han Sen knew what the time etching power could do. Han Sen's body was not paralyzed because the time etching wiped off his body for a while. It was hard to explain. Normally, when Han Sen wanted to do something, once his mind set it up, his body reacted. The time etching marks erased his body for a while. When Han Sen had the idea to move, the time would be empty afterward. He needed to wait until the empty time was over. Then Han Sen's body would have the needed reaction. It was like playing a video game and the internet suddenly lagged. The time in between was wiped away. When the internet came back, the body reacted. Han Sen did not know how long that empty time was. After seeing Moment God's very relaxed face, he knew it would not be any time soon. Moment God's hands were clutching the bloody eyeball necklace. He walked toward Han Senator the sockets that had god blood coldly looked at Han Senator. They were going to touch Han Sen's face. He licked his lips and smiled evilly. Moment God then said, "I thought you were so good at fighting. I am standing right here. Why are you not moving?" Han Sen wanted to slap him 1,000 or 10,000 times, but it was a shame his body would not listen. The time etching erased the time he had in his body. He was not even able to speak. "Don't say I did not give you a chance. If you don't move now, you will receive God's punishment." Moment God weirdly laughed. He reached out his hand and moved forward to grab Han Sen's head. "It looks like I will have to use this." Han Sen gently closed his eyes. He was going to use Super God Spirit mode. At this time, the Super God Spirit body was not going to be affected. With Wanner's effect, his Super God Spirit mode would not last long. But it was enough. Moment God was very close to him. His awareness was very low. He only needed one moment to take Moment God's life. Moment God's face had a bloody smile. The claw, which looked like a very sharp talon, drew closer to Han Sen's head. Clearly, he did not want Han Sen to die a swift death. "Do you want to live? Beg before me. Perhaps I will show you a speck of mercy and let you, a low-life, cheap creature, continue your pitiful existence." Moment God weirdly laughed as he spoke. The creatures watching the fight saw Dollar being suppressed by Moment God. He was unable to move, so it was needless to say they were shocked. Although Dollar was not the real #1 fighter on the God list, his real power put him in the top 10. Yet here he was getting suppressed by a disaster-class God spirit by such an obscene amount. How was anyone supposed to not feel shocked? This was just a disaster-class God spirit. Above disaster class were annihilation and reboot. There were 2 higher classes of God spirits. They must have been absolutely terrifying. We are just creatures of the universe. We cannot fight God spirits. Only by becoming God spirits ourselves can we shed the trappings of our mortal body. That way we can become superior life forms. Many creatures thought that. Han Sen was just watching Moment God. Although he was not able to speak, even if he could, he would not beg for his life before Moment God. That equaled making a wish to Moment God. Han Sen had briefly been a God spirit. He knew making a wish like that would cost him a fortune. Han Sen's eyes made Moment God feel so annoyed. They made him so angry that he coldly said, "If you want to die, I will do as you ask." After that, the claws sped up. They came slashing toward Han Sen's head. Han Sen was unable to fight back. He watched the claws land on his head. "Stop it!" A voice sounded from beyond the God Temple. The voice was so slow that no one noticed a body flying into the God Temple's plaza. Because of that moment, Han Sen's body shone brightly. He was like a volcano erupting. His body armor was covered by the time-etching marks, turned into a bright white color. Moment God did not believe Han Sen could break the time-etching's control. He was too close to Han Senator. He wanted to use time power to stop Han Sen, but it was no longer working. In that burning light, Han Sen was holding the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. It had cold light that pierced into Moment God's chest. "So what if you can hit me? The body of a disaster-class God spirit cannot be harmed by you." Before Moment God finished his sentence, his face changed. He looked down and saw Han Sen's Sky Vine Radish God Lance had perforated his chest. In that cold light, Moment God's disaster-class God spirit body was pierced. His body started to collapse from the point of that wound on his body. "No, this is impossible." Moment God thought it was unbelievable and screamed. His entire body turned into dust and exploded. "It looks like my Super God Spirit mode has become much stronger as I leveled up." Han Sen was a little surprised by its effectiveness. He had not expected to kill Moment God in the way he had with one hit. He was hoping to just heavily damage Moment God. The moment he used Super God Spirit mode, he chose his strongest attack, Super Spank. The effect far exceeded Han Sen's expectations. With one hit, he blew up the disaster-class God Spirit Moment God. Although Moment God had been very careless, the main reason for defeating him was because Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode was just too strong. Han Sen measured it a little. Even when he used the Kirin's Holy Spirit, it was no match for the power of Super God Spirit mode. But Warner was there. His super god spirit only let out a strike, and that was that. Quickly dissolved. Han Sen returned to normal. It had all happened very fast. The universe's audience saw Han Sen's body explode with white light. In the next second, he was thrusting his weapon through Moment God. The incredibly strong disaster-class Moment God had not been able to resist. He screamed and died. The universe went silent. After a while, all the creatures started reacting. Everyone was erupting with chatter. It is no wonder Dollar is the strongest in the universe. One lance strike was enough to blow up a disaster-class god spirit. That is invincible. Huh? You did not say that before. You said Han Sen's god list number 1 was given by Golden Growler. That is not what I meant. Golden Growler gave out number 1 because he knew he would lose. Otherwise, why would he give it to him? It just means Dollar is too strong. Dollar is too strong. He must be the first creature in the universe to slay a disaster-class god spirit. Everybody was talking about it. The green-haired beast from Empty Mountain gnashed its teeth and madly said, Dollar has that power, yet he did not go to save Little Mountain Leader. If he cooperates with Han Sen, perhaps they can save Little Mountain from that Moment God Temple. The Ghana woman coldly grunted. Wolf hearts and dog lungs. They had no idea Han Sen and Dollar could not cooperate. No one suspected Han Sen and Dollar were the same person because they were of a different race. It was like a cat and a dog. No one would have believed they were the same. In the Geno Hall, God looked at Han Sen standing in front of the God Temple. He frowned and thought, this power, it is going to reach that level. His body really is different. In Blood Legion, Human King squinted his eyes and looked at Han Senator. His eyes looked weird. On the streets of a small planet, a fortune-telling old man opened his eyes wide. He looked at Han Sen in front of the God Temple. He was full of confusion and said, weird, not a god spirit. How could he use a power that was like a god spirit? Sky Palace leader frowned and receded into his thoughts. Dollar, what race is he? Why would he possess that power? In front of Moment God Temple, Moment God turned into dust but did not fade away like other god spirits. The God Temple's God altar did not start. The God flag that had Moment God's title suddenly turned white. The God Temple started to look dim. It turned into an empty temple with no God spirit. What is going on? How has God spirit not been revived? Everyone was shocked. They did not know what was happening. The God spirit that claimed to be immortal did not respawn. Han Sen was confused too. After he hunted Moment God, he only received one announcement. Disaster class God spirit hunted, Moment God. The announcement was just that one simple line. No God spirit or God spirit gene was received. It was different from what Han Sen had slain before. What is going on? Is it because of Super Spank? Or is it a problem with my Super God Spirit mode? Han Sen suddenly had many ideas running through his mind. On the other side of the God Temple's plaza, a body stood where it was. It was looking at Han Sen with much shock. After a moment, that shocked face suddenly had a weird smile and said, Dollar really is legendary. One lance enabled you to slay a god. In the universe, you really must be number 1. Bai King. Han Sen turned around. He felt weird. He knew Bai King was already there, but he did not know why Bai King had come there now. Obviously, Bai King had arrived there in the hopes of saving him. If he had not used his Super God Spirit mode, Bai King would have come there to take Moment God strike on his behalf. Han Sen did not think his relationship with Bai King was that good. So far, everything Bai King did confused Han Sen. Han Sen looked at Bai King and asked, why? This place is not appropriate for us to talk. Let us find another place to talk. After speaking, Bai King left the God Palaces. Han Sen followed Bai King and flew away from the God Palaces. He really wanted to know what Bai King's motive was for treating him the way he was all the time. Han Sen and Bai King disappeared after leaving the God Temple because the God Palaces showed up again. It was a place everyone could see from across the universe. Every race was able to witness what happened near the God Palaces. After leaving the God Palaces, unless they were close to Han Sen, no one could see them. This act made the universe blow up. Every creature was shocked and confused. Aren't God spirits immortal? What is going on? How was Dollar able to murder a God spirit? What just happened? Why didn't Moment God revive inside the God temple? Oh my God! Dollar can really slay God spirits. It looks like God spirits are not invincible. They claim to be immortal, but he was killed by Dollar. The whole universe was talking about Han Sen killing a God spirit. The invincible image of God spirits seemed to have crumbled a bit. Han Sen and Bai King had just left the God palaces. They were looking for a quiet place to talk when the God palace's God temple suddenly shone very bright. In the God palaces, the God temple under the Geno Hall began to release a 3,000-foot-long light. It was like a sun exploding. Previously, the life force was like a sea. The God temple that released the scary God light was suddenly dead. The shining gold God temple was dim. It was like some dust had been scattered. What's going on? Han Sen and Bai King were shocked. That God temple was very high. It was only one step below the Geno Hall. It was an Annihilation-class God temple. Looking at the God temple now, it seemed as if it had been beaten and shut down. In the universe, who can beat an Annihilation-class God spirit and force it to shut down? While Han Sen pondered this, he saw the dusty God temple door open. A shadow emerged from beyond. The creatures of the universe did not see whose body it was. All they saw was a flash and the body disappear. It looked like it left the God palace. Oh no! Bai King's face changed. Han Sen looked at Bai King and asked, "Oh no, what?" "That Annihilation-class God spirit possessed a body and descended," Bai King said. "It entered the universe. We should run." He wanted to run off immediately. Before his body moved, he saw a portion of space move nearby. A body appeared. It was the same body that emerged from the God Palace. The body was not very tall. It just about a foot taller than Han Sen, but the power it wielded was strong. He was wearing black armor. His shoulders had a black hammer that was the size of a barrel. His god eyes were coldly looking at Han Sen. "You killed a god. You should be killed." The god spirit did not say much. He only said a few words before starting to wave his big hammer around in the air. Han Sen understood that the Annihilation God Spirit had possessed a body to descend and kill him since he had killed a god. Han Sen did not say anything. He used galaxy teleportation because he wanted to leave. He wanted to teleport a few systems away. Han Sen teleported away. While he was teleporting, he was inside a space tunnel. He heard some explosion sounds next to his ear. He then felt his body get hit. He was knocked out of the space tunnel. Han Sen's eyes flashed. He still saw himself in space. That God Spirit's strong body was not very far away. He was holding that big, scary hammer. The space around was cracking like glass. The space cracks were like a spiderweb. The power of the God Spirit's hammer was breaking the entire system. It created many broken layers in space. Even using galaxy teleportation was impossible now. Could no longer be used. Han Sen knew it was time to fight for his life. Killing a disaster-class God Spirit had been incredibly difficult. It forced him to use his Super God Spirit mode. Now, an Annihilation-class God Spirit was using a body to descend. The power of that hammer far exceeded Han Sen's power. Han Sen's full power attack was unable to reach the magnitude of his new nemesis. He tightly held onto the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. Han Sen pushed his own power to the maximum. Bai King, who was nearby, frowned. He looked at the God Spirit and said, "I do not think we offended you. Why have you descended to come and fight us?" The God Spirit was holding his big hammer as he coldly responded, "Killing a God Spirit is a crime." After that, another hammer came from the sky. He and Han Sen were a galaxy apart. But that hammer's power was not coming to strike Han Senator, it was striking the space that was in front of him. After the hammer came down, the whole of space shook. Han Sen felt as if his body had been broken by space. Blurg. Han Sen coughed up some boiling blood. He tried his hardest to fight back, but his xenogenic battle body could still not withstand that scary shaking power. Many of his organs were severely injured, and his god bones had many fractures. It was like they were going to break any second. Bai King was attacked too. His body was shining with light. There was a shield of light covering his body that looked like a god spirit. It blocked that scary shaking power. The god spirit hammered down. This time, the hammer strike was greater than the last one. Han Sen was in too much shock. He was forced to gather up power and ready himself for another battle. Boom! Bai King's body appeared in front of Han's senator. That weird light was following Bai King's movement. It created a defensive bulwark and blocked the god spirit's heavy hammer attack. Spirit of God! Han Sen was shocked. When he looked closer, it was not really a god spirit. The light of Bai King's body was like a god and a demon. It was like an ancient battle spirit. It had 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 of the hands were wielding different weapons. There was a sword, knife, shield, gem, ring, and mirror. There were 4 types of weapons, and they were releasing a weird and mysterious light. The one that blocked the god spirit's hammer attack was the shield. Han Sen looked at the light. It looked just like a beast's soul and god spirit, but it was different. He was thinking of the xenogeneics that had no souls in the 9 Defense Palace. He thought, are these spirit weapons made from the xenogeneic spirits? Bai King stared at the god spirit and slowly said to Han Sen, "You leave now. Why are you saving me?" Han Sen did not understand why Bai King was risking a fight against this god spirit to save him. In any way, his relationship with Bai King was not a positive one. If Bai King had come to save him because he was a student, Han Sen believed that was hogwash. When Bai King's son died, he had not taken it that seriously. And he was just a student. Bai King stared at the god spirit as he said, "I don't have time to talk about that. Cannot last long. Hurry up and leave. Get as far away from here as you possibly can. No one is leaving. You are all going to die today." The god's voice was like thunder. It was extremely loud. After those words were spoken, the god spirit's big hammer was coming down. The hammer carried an incredibly scary breaking power. It was suddenly in front of Bai King. The shaking of space was very scary. Now that the hammer was coming, it was so strong that even Han Sen, who was behind Bai King, felt as if he could not beat it. Bai King stared at that scary god hammer. He did not fall back. His body was like a demon god's shadow that was silently roaring in the sky. He was holding the shield while running toward the god hammer. Boom! A scary shockwave suddenly destroyed the space around. Han Sen used all of his power to fight the shockwave, but his Dongshin armor was starting to reveal cracks. Run! Bai King's voice was heard again. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He turned around and headed for the broken space that looked like a spiderweb. Don't run! The god spirit coldly shouted. He was holding a big hammer. He waved it at Han Sen, but Bai King stopped him. If there is someone I want to save, not even a god can get in the way. Bai King's voice was clear and cold. Han Sen felt there was some scary space-shaking force behind him. Han Sen used the borrow strength skill and the shockwave to propel his sprint through the broken space. Teleporting so fast through broken space made the scary power from behind become weaker. When Han Sen exited the broken space area, he did not see that annihilation god spirit follow. Bai King must have halted its pursuit. The spirit weapon the Extreme King made was stronger than the Holy Kirin. That is surprising. Han Sen was shocked. Thinking of how that thing came from the Extreme King Alpha, it must have been handed down generation after generation. It was unknown how many xenogeneic spirits had been built into it. It was not impossible for it to possess such wild strength. It was enough to fight an annihilation-class god spirit. Han Sen still thought it was too ridiculous. Why does Bai King treat me the way he does? Han Sen thought. That was what he wondered about the most. In the past, Bai King was in a rush to save him in the God Temple. He was so surprised. Now, Bai King was willing to fight an annihilation-class god spirit to save him. That made no sense. No matter what, let me get out of here first. Han Sen was silent. He did not dare return to Space Garden yet. He teleported to the outskirts of the Big Barren systems. He was afraid the god spirit would trace his retreat into Space Garden. If it followed him there, he feared things would not go so well. going to the outskirts, Han Sen went into the Big Baron systems again. He wanted to use the hidden power inside the Big Baron systems so that the God Spirit would not find out where he was. He would then be able to escape with Han Sen's identity. Han Sen had only just entered the Big Baron systems when he heard some thunder rage above his head. The space around cracked. It resulted in it all cracking like a spiderweb. That God Spirit tore through space and managed to catch up. I thought that after a God Spirit was possessed, their powers were restricted by their bodies. I thought they could only be true God class at best. This God Spirit's power is way better than a true God class. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen looked at the God Spirit and asked, "Where's Bai King? I kill Sky God want to kill. Not even God can stop me, and he is just a creature in the universe." Kill Sky God was holding his God hammer. He was floating in space and coldly looking at Han Sen as he spoke. Han Sen heard Kill Sky God's tone of voice and felt a flush of relief. It seemed as if Bai King had not been killed by him. Kill Sky God raised the hammer in his hand. In a voice laden with disdain, he said, "The slayers of gods should be killed. No one can save you now." Kill Sky God used one hand to hold the giant hammer and swung it down. It was like the whole of space had become some brittle glass beneath the hammer. It just broke with the strike of the hammer. Han Sen's eyes froze. His body was suddenly full of light. He entered Super God Spirit mode again. The shattering space had not left any marks on him. The Sky Vine Radish God Lance brought some cold light forward. It was thrust toward Kill Sky God. With a look of disdain, Kill Sky God raised his hammer to attack the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. Han Sen flashed away holding the lance. He went behind Kill Sky God and thrust it through the back of his head. Super Spank. Han Sen was still in Super God Spirit mode. He used Super Spank's power at max capacity. Kacha-cha. The tip of the lance broke behind Kill Sky God. It sounded like metal shattering. It was like some metal had been sucked into a blender. God light and sparks were everywhere. The tip of the Sky Vine Radish God Lance only went in about 5 inches before not being able to proceed further. Super Spank's power was not enough to completely destroy Kill Sky God's substance chain. It only shattered a few of the substance chains that were outside. Kill Sky God waved his big hammer as Han Sen had to pull his lance back. He used galaxy teleportation to get away from that system. Under the Super God Spirit mode, the broken space layers were unable to prevent him from using galaxy teleportation, but Wanner was still inside his Destiny's Tower. She was burning with gold light. She cancelled Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode. Han Sen gnashed his teeth and held on, but he could not keep it up. His body fell out of Super God Spirit mode, forcing him out of galaxy teleportation. Although he left Kill Sky God's broken space, he was still inside the Big Baron systems. He had not gone too far. Without Super God Spirit mode, galaxy teleportation could not be used in the Big Baron systems because they had magnetic storms and space vortexes. Han Sen tried his best to get to the Holy Palace. There, the darkness power would at least affect the God Spirit. The God Spirit would not dare venture near that place. He had the Holy Kirin Spirit, which restricted the darkness from damaging him while he was in there. That was the best place for Han Sen to use as a battleground. Han Sen had not been flying for long when the sound of Kill Sky God's big hammer broke space again. The spiderweb-like cracks in space reappeared and covered the sky to trap Han Sen. Wanner, it is not that I do not want to take care of you. It is just because this is a critical moment. I need to live for the future. Han Sen raised his hand and Destiny's Tower appeared in it. Han Sen tossed it out. Seeing the Destiny's Tower go further and further, Han Sen felt Super God Spirit body could be used with his body again. Wanner's effects on him were diminishing. Destiny's Tower? Impossible. You are not a God Spirit. How can you have Destiny's Tower? Kill Sky God saw Han Sen throw Destiny's Tower away. He was shocked. Seeing it twice, Kill Sky God saw something amiss. He looked at Destiny's Tower and said, "No, this is not Destiny's Tower. It is just a copy of Destiny's Tower. I think I have seen this copy someplace else. I know it now. Back then, Sacred Leader wanted to create Destiny's Tower. It did not break. It is still here. They should really die. Kill Sky God's face looked more murderous. He kept clutching his giant hammer, but he did not attack. A scary power was gathering up in the big hammer. There were very old and mysterious spells on each side of the hammer. Hansen's body still had Super God Spirit mode, but he was still worried. From inside Destiny's tower, something was thrown away. Wanner's body shone with a golden light. It looked crazy as she entered blonde mode. It was just like Han Senator. She adopted a strange status. Her body kept rapidly increasing. It was still different from Han Senator. His Super God Spirit mode was not able to harm him. He just had to get out before it ended. Wanner was different. Her blonde mode cost her significant life every second. If she was blonde for too long, there was a chance her life force would end with it. The scariest thing was that after she turned into blonde mode, she would not recognize anyone. She would become like the raging demon lady. There was a chance that she would emerge from Destiny's tower not knowing who was a friend and who was a foe. Whatever you are, just go to hell. The symbols on Kill Sky God's hammer were like suns. The weapon was striking toward space. The god symbol that was hanging in space suddenly branded space with a god symbol. In the next second, the symbol shattered. As the symbol shattered, everything inside the symbol turned to dust. It did not matter if it was a planet or sun. Although it did not explode, it released energy. In just a second, it had become a substance. Hansen was in Super God Spirit mode. That scary power went through his semi-transparent body and did not do anything to him. Hansen was holding the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. He teleported in front of Kill Sky God and struck his head again. He had to act very quickly since Wanner would not last long. Dong! The Sky Vine Radish God Lance carried the power of Super Spank and struck Kill Sky God's neck. The tip of the lance plunged into his muscles and dug in a few inches before it was unable to go any further. Hansen had selected a location that had no armor for protection. If he struck the armor, the result would have likely been unfavorable. Kill Sky God's eyes flickered with god light, but he could not dodge Hansen's strike. The god hammer in his hand kept on swinging. Against the Super God Spirit body, it was useless. Hansen's Sky Vine Radish God Lance kept on attacking. It hit the same wound that had already been inflicted upon Kill Sky God. He wanted to continuously strike the same spot and sever his neck. Hansen quickly discovered that the speed of his wound ripping was not as fast as Kill Sky God's wound healing. His repeated attacks did not accomplish much. Before the second lance reached that spot, Kill Sky God's wound released some godlight and was almost healed. My power really isn't enough to kill an Annihilation class god spirit. Hansen frowned. He was in a bit of a rush. Destiny's Tower Wanner was getting worse. She was almost going to wake up. The only thing that made Hansen happy was the fact that Destiny's Tower was being shaken by Kill Sky God's scary power and wasn't breaking. It did not even get damaged. It was just the power that made it keep bouncing around everywhere. It was moving further away from the battleground. Moaning sounds were heard from someplace within the tower. It sounded as if it was going to crack any second. It was uncertain how long it would last. If I had not borrowed a body and pushed my power to the max by using the strongest god skill, you would have been killed by now already. Kill Sky God looked at Hansen coldly. The big hammer in his hand did not keep attacking. He allowed Hansen's Sky Vine Radish God Lance to keep striking him, but he was still unable to inflict deadly, fatal wounds on him. Even if I cannot make use of all my power, you cannot damage my god spirit body. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Once your power has been exhausted, it will be time for me to kill you. Kill Sky God's voice was so cold that it made one feel a chill deep in their bones. Hansen did not know how long his Super God Spirit mode will last. This was the first time he had used Super God Spirit mode as a true god. For now, he did not feel uncomfortable or anything. It was similar to Wanner not disturbing him. Super God Spirit mode should have lasted a long time. If Hansen wanted to leave, Kill Sky God could not stop him. If he left now, Wanner would be done for. If he brought Wanner with him, the Super God Spirit mode would be gone. That would have made it impossible to flee. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Han Sen would not give up Wanner. Besides the fact that he had been taking Wanner with him for very long. Even if it was a dog, he would feel emotion toward it. Plus, there were many secrets regarding Wanner that he had yet learned. Han Sen had also enjoyed 3 drinks with Qin Xiu and promised him he would take care of Wanner. He could not just back out now. With things becoming like this, I cannot care too much. I will have to use the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit to get out of this. Han Sen had no other choice. Han Sen knew Kill Sky God's real power was not as invincible as he was making it out to be. When his body landed, he did not have an absolute suppress power. Otherwise, Sky Vine Radish God Lance would not have hurt him. His god skills made his body stronger than a true god-class elite. Even with a buff off a god skill, he would have been unable to destroy his body with the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. If he had a buff from the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit, there was a chance of success. If he used the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit now, he would expose the fact that Dollar was Han Senator. Fortunately, no one knew Han Sen was human. Even if he exposed himself, the god spirits would not come after him for a while. As for the future, Han Sen would just have to wait and see how it all shook out. Catcha! While Han Sen prepared to summon the Kirin's Holy Spirit to possess the Sky Vine Radish God Lance, he suddenly heard something crack open far away in space. In the space around, Han Sen and Kill Sky God's power broke everything into dust. There was nothing left to break. Han Sen heard that sound. He thought it was terrible. He turned around and saw Destiny's Tower display a crack. It had probably endured too many hits. Before Han Sen reacted, a gold, holy light came out from the crack. There was suddenly a blonde lady rising from the crack. Her blonde hair was waving as much as her clothes were. Wanner was sleeping inside Destiny's Tower. Now Wanner had become the blonde-haired lady. Her whole body released a weird, blonde light that made her body look like a dream. It did not look real. Wanner looked like Han Sen's super god spirit mode. But it was a bit different. Wanner's eyes were open. Clearly, she had gotten rid of her sleeping mode, but her gold eyes still had no focus. She was like a zombie. Wanner, impossible. How are you still alive? You cannot still be alive. When Kill Sky God saw the blonde Wanner, his face changed. It was like he had just laid eyes on a ghost. Even earlier, when Han Sen hit him, he did not have this expression. He still exhibited the pride of a god spirit. After seeing Wanner for a brief moment, he was freaking out. Han Sen thought it was strange how he had just lost it like this. Kill Sky God recognized Wanner, which did not make Han Sen feel weird. There was an 80% to 90% chance that Kill Sky God was one of the god spirits that descended way back when. It was not a surprise for him to have seen Wanner with the rest of Sacred. Seeing his face, he seemed absolutely terrified of Wanner. That made Han Sen feel like it was unbelievable. It all happened in a moment. Wanner came out of Destiny's Tower. Her unfocused eyes fell on Han Sen, which made him feel a chill. Cha! Only. Wanner's body suddenly went blurry in front of Han Senator with Han Sen's vision. He was not able to see where she moved. Subconsciously, Han Sen fell back. He noticed that Wanner was not going after him. That pretty and soft body of hers went before Kill Sky God. She raised her right arm without any emotion. Her hand was like a knife slashing down from up high. The blonde hair and gold clothes were waving as she struck. Kill Sky God's face looked shocked. His hands were holding a giant hammer. He swung it at Wanner as he fell back. Wanner's hand was full of a golden flame. She continued her downward strike. The giant hammer, which had destroyed everything, was like tofu being cut in half by her hand. Kill Sky God's face was wretched. He was unable to completely fall back. His face had been cut from his forehead to his jaw by Wanner's fingertip. It was like the center of his face had a red line. I was that strong. Han Sen was shocked. The most shocking thing about this situation came later. After Kill Sky God was injured, he was so shocked that he wanted to escape but could not even turn around. Wanner's face displayed zero emotion. Her beautiful body was flickering like a ghost. Her hands were waving as she moved. since she moved so fast, even with Han Sen's eye power. He only saw Wanner's body appearing and disappearing. Her hands possessed a lot of gold light as she flashed past Kill Sky God. When Kill Sky God turned his body to run, Wanner stopped. Her small body floated in space. She slowly turned and looked at Han Sen. Kill Sky God had only sprinted away about 30 feet before God blood was everywhere. His body was suddenly broken. It was worse than his body being hanged, drawn, and quartered. In the next second, Han Sen saw a godlight in the sky, but it was hidden by the Big Baron system's Big Baron power. It did not go into space and create a god's sadness. After Kill Sky God's god body was burned away, one part of his upper arm bone remained. That bone was around 3 feet long. It was shaped like a hammer and pitch black. It appeared very heavy. Han Sen thought, "It looks like Wanner's power and mine are a bit different." The god spirit she killed left a god personality behind. The god spirits I kill leave nothing. Even the god personality was gone. Han Sen was not currently in the mood to think. Wanner teleported in front of Han Senator. He gathered up power and looked at Wander with alert eyes. The blonde Wanner might not have recognized him. Considering the power she had just put on display, she was not someone Han Sen believed he was capable of combating. Wanner arrived before Han Senator. The gold fire connected with Han Sen's white flame. The two powers melted into each other as if they were connecting. "Big brother." Wanner looked at Han Sen with shock and fell into his arms. Han Sen held Wanner, which led to their flames extinguishing. It suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to normal. "Big brother, Wanner misses you. She misses you so much." Han Sen looked at Wanner, but her eyelids became heavier and heavier. She tried her best to look at Han Sen, but she was unable to fight the sleepiness. She closed her eyes and went to sleep. Han Sen's expression looked a little distorted. Wanner's situation was very bad. Her life force was almost too weak for him to feel. It seemed as if she would die at any moment. Han Sen quickly took out a bottle of genofluid and fed it to her, but it had no effect. He summoned the light well lots too, but that did not help Wanner either. "If you miss your big brother so much, you must hold on no matter what. If you die, I can never see you again." Han Sen picked up Wanner and took Kill Sky God's bone back with him. Nev. Destiny's Tower's tower had a crack that went all the way up to down. It was like it had been broken by someone. Han Sen knew that it had not been broken by Kill Sky God. It was Wanner who had broken it while rushing out. Han Sen picked up Wander and entered Destiny's Tower. He sorted out the stuff inside. He had a conflicted expression. Everything was there except two people were missing. Ancient Devil and Ancient Abyss Grandmaster were gone. The stone platform and space by Sima were still fine. They were not damaged, but they were gone. I did not expect Ancient Devil would be able to escape, but that is fine by me. Han Sen shook his head. He put Wanner inside Destiny's Tower and put Destiny's Tower away. He was holding that Kill Sky God arm bone. Han Sen was thinking, right now, I have Evil Lotus God and Sky Armor God's God personality. This will be the third God personality I have received. But Evil Lotus God and Sky Armor God were just Destruction class. They cannot compare to an Annihilation class Kill Sky God and his Kill Sky God God personality. Han Sen was hesitating because unlike ordinary creatures, he knew the God personality was God's spirit genes. Han Sen knew that due to the announcements. Although Han Sen was not able to absorb God's spirit genes, he always believed if he was able to absorb other genes, there was no way he could absorb God's spirit genes. Perhaps he had just not yet found a way to absorb the God spirit genes. It was like before in the sanctuaries when he received super genes. At first, people were not able to absorb them. God's spirit genes might have been similar to that. He was unsure whether or not putting God personalities in God personality armaments could be absorbed. That Kill Sky God is very powerful. He just descended and was almost invincible. In the God Temple he must be even scarier. Ordinarily I would want to kill him and Moment God, both of whom are in the same class. As I am right now, the chances of me doing that are pretty slim. If I have Kill Sky God's God personality armament, my chances will be much higher. I should go swap it. Han Sen made a decision. He then thought, but I do not know what type of God personality armament Kill Sky God's God personality armament is. I hope it is armor so I can block Moment God's attacks. There is no need for me to end up dead because of her. In Han Sen's heart, he knew that Kill Sky God's God personality armament had a low chance of providing him with armor. That arm bone would probably not have ended up looking like armor. No matter what it was, having an Annihilation-class God personality armament should have helped him a tremendous amount. Han Sen collected the arm bone and figured out which direction he needed to go. He kept going deep into the Big Baron systems. Since he was already there, he figured he might as well check out the Holy Hall. He wanted to see if Little Flower and Old Cat were back yet. With the Holy Spirit, the darkness did not cause Han Sen much trouble or danger. He traveled back to the Holy Palace. He arrived there safely. He was back to being Han Sen now. He reached the Holy Palace. When Han Sen used the long, bright lantern's light and saw the ruins of the Holy Palace, he was shocked. The Holy Palace had been broken when Han Sen was there. Now the Holy Palace's ruins were dyed black in dry blood. Red Ghost, the Eyeless Beast, and Old Vulture's giant bodies were lying across the ruins. The wounds on their bodies were solid. Their life forces were gone. The Eyeless Big Beast's body was split in half. Red Ghost had been decapitated, and Old Vulture's feathers had all been plucked. There was a shadow standing on top of the ruin. Someone was holding Auntie May by the neck. He lifted her up in the air. Auntie May had no strength to struggle. Her hands clutched the other hands, but she could not get away. Mr. Auntie May saw Han Sen enter the radius of the bright, long lantern. She had been hopeless, but now she had a bit of hope. She gathered up all her power and used whatever she had left to shout at Han Sen. Be wary of Old Cat. Auntie May wanted to say something, but a hand squeezed her head, twisted her head, ripped it off, and threw it to the ground like trash. Auntie May's head rolled across the floor. Her eyes were wide open. They were full of misery and appeared as if she did not want to die yet. Han Sen stared at the figure and asked, Who are you? Why are you killing them? The figure looked like a human. It looked very young too. The person seemed to be about 20 years old. He was weirdly handsome. He had some weird presence that could not be described. His eyes were very small. They were like the eyes of a fox. A group of useless stuff. They could not even guard the Holy Palace. What was the point of keeping them alive? The young man licked his lips. He smiled and looked at Han Sr. You are Little Flower's father. I did not expect a guy who did not practice holy body could earn Qin Shou's approval. Han Sen looked at that young man and asked, Who are you? You do not need to know who I am, but I must thank you. If you did not break the Holy Palace and put out all the race lanterns Qin Shou made, I could not have killed those 4 watchdogs. The young man smiled at Han Sen and went on to say, Now, I just need to kill you and find Old Cat and the son that has practiced holy body. I will kill them all. I will slay all who placed their faith in Qin Shou. He will never make a comeback. Upon hearing those words, Han Sen frowned. Judging from the person's voice, it did not sound like he was with Old Cat. Why had Auntie May warned Han Sen about Old Cat before she died? Han Sen looked at the young man and asked, Are you an enemy of Qin Shou? I am, and I am also not. The young man came down from the ruins of the Holy Palace. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen asked. The young man laughed and said, Qin Shou treated me like a student. He taught me genoarts. He gave me resources. I cannot say he is my enemy. The grudge we have stems from the fact he hated me, and he ridiculed me. I think he will never expect that sacred was finally destroyed by me. It sounded like a betrayal. The words naturally flowed from the young man's mouth. It sounded like something he was proud of. Han Sen looked at the young man and spoke coldly. I understand what you are saying. You are Sacred's traitor. Han Sen had heard about many people betraying Sacred Leader before the collapse. The people he used to meet, such as 9000 King and others, were loyal to the end. That was why he forgot about that. What? Have you come to seek vengeance on Qin Shou's behalf? The young man looked at Han Senator. His face bore a smile. but his eyes looked murderous. I have nothing to do with sacred, and I am not interested in seeking revenge on Qin Xiu's behalf. Han Sen shook his head. He was not interested in seeking revenge for Qin Xiu. When the young man heard that, he laughed incredibly hard and said, Qin Xiu, you were a hero all your life. I did not expect the person you chose at last to turn out to be a wimp. You really were blind. After laughing, the young man looked at Han Sen and said, It is a shame. You and I have no grudge, but you were chosen by Qin Xiu. Cutting weeds without removing the root will result in them growing again. Qin Xiu must have really hated me. How can I let the chosen person remain alive? It looks like you are the one who wants revenge and not Qin Xiu, Han Sen coldly said. The young man looked gloomy. His eyes opened wide. He was like a bolt of lightning coming before Han Senator. He raised his hand and reached out for Han Sen's neck. Dong! The cause karma knife appeared in Han Sen's hands. The knife was burning with Holy Spirit power. It struck the young man's hands. Han Sen felt power come through the knife. His body lost control, which made him fall back. His legs were on the stone floor. The push made him cleave 2 trenches. The young man coldly said, That is because Qin Xiu is dead. He does not have a chance to care about revenge. Really? Han Sen clutched his knife. His body entered the mind of a chess game. His whole body blended into the broken universe. His eyes were like darkness as they peered at the young man. You would not understand. You are just an ignorant, poor worm that was used by Qin Xiu. The young man seemed to think of something. The murderous look appeared even harsher. He laughed. I am afraid you have no idea what Qin Xiu was like. You are still dreaming that you can replace him to become the new sacred leader. I can tell you that is impossible. It does not matter if it is you or your son who practices holy body. You are all just chess pieces. Qin Xiu would do anything to get what he wants. Your life, in his eyes, is worse than just one of his sister's hairs. After being used, you will be thrown away like trash. Han Sen winked and said, It sounds like Qin Xiu did something bad to you. The young man's face suddenly looked very contorted. It even looked twisted. He gnashed his teeth and smiled. It was nothing. I was just like you. I was made a chess piece. I was a test subject. But I am different from you. You are all chess pieces. You are just lab rats. You cannot change your fate all the way to the grave. But I am different. I escaped the fate of being a chess piece. I became a player and defeated Qin Xiu. I am now scrubbing away Qin Xiu's last hope. He will never come back. Even in hell, all he can do is cry without hope. While the young man spoke, his teeth chomped hard. He suddenly laughed very hard. So what was Qin Xiu's last hope? The Holy Spirit. Han Sen looked at the cause karma knife that was burning with Holy Spirit power. The young man looked at him with disdain. That half-broken product is not Qin Xiu's hope. I want the gene prototype. Qin Xiu must have found a way to give you or your son the gene prototype. He died, so he had no choice. I just need to kill you both, and Qin Xiu will become a loser. Han Sen pretended he had never heard of it before. He looked shocked and asked, Gene reason? What is that? The young man was already 15 feet away from Han Senator. He had not stopped his advance. He walked toward Han Sen saying, Very funny. You are Qin Xiu's chess piece, yet you do not even know what a gene prototype is. If we have the same problem, can you explain it? Han Sen did not move as he spoke. Shut up, the young man shouted. I am a replacement that Qin Xiu created, and one he put a lot of effort into. Who are you? You are not like me. His body sped up like a ghost in front of Han Sen. Han Sen suddenly saw the young man's hand move. He felt the whole of space flip as he faced off against the young. Time slowed down, which made Han Sen slow. Today, I will let you know what a real holy body is. I will show you what is better than Qin Xiu. The young man let out an evil laugh as he grabbed Han Sen's neck. Dong! The young man's hand almost touched Han Sen's neck when a knife light suddenly blocked it. The knife light and hand light hit each other. It left a bloody mark on the young man's hand. Sky palaces under the sky knife skill is quite amazing. The young man looked at the bloody mark on his hand and smiled even harder. He swung his hand. The wound on his hand was gone. Han Sen dove into under the sky mind. He did not move. He just looked at the young man. His knife went down. I want to see how much you can endure. The young man's hand changed. Time and space also changed. Han Sen's knife was slower. His place was swapped. The time and space power was similar to the legendary holy body. Back when Little Flower joined the Geno Being Scroll fight, he had displayed this power. Han Sen's body's time and space kept twisting, but the young man could not break Han Sen's knife skill. He already dodged Han Sen's attack. He made Han Sen slower, but he could not hurt Han Sen. Han Sen's place was changed, but he was not afraid. He still slashed toward an area where there was no one. When the young man wanted to attack Han Sen's weak spot, a knife light appeared in space and stopped his hand. The young man's face looked more terrible. He noticed there was something wrong. The space around Han Sen was twisted, but Han Sen had already cast knife lights to stop his attacks. He was being stopped by Han Sen's knife lights. It looks like your holy body is just like that, yet you want to exceed Qin Shou. Pa! Han Sen waved his knife as he spoke. Han Sen was actually confused. The demon lady and the others said that only Little Flower practiced talents of the holy body, but there were obviously others who had practiced Qin Shou's holy body. The holy body was not as rare as the demon lady led him to believe. That was why Han Sen used words to offend the young man. He hoped the young man would accidentally spill the beans on some of the holy body's secrets. That is just the beginning. The young man looked mad. His eyes turned a weird blue color. Nothing but blue was visible in his eyes. His body's blood vessels were showing. Even the very small blood vessels were like small dragonflies and little snakes around his snake. His blood was starting to show. Blue blood. Han Sen was a bit shocked by this, so he looked right at the young man. As the blood changed, the young man's presence grew scarier. It was like an angry ghost that would eat everything as fuel for its power was coming out from hell. Yes, I am a blue blood. Qin Shou used his genes for a blueprint and combined it with better genes. That is why I am here. Although he did not admit it, it is a truth that can never be denied. I am greater than he was. I should be the real Qin Shou. I should be the real sacred leader. The young man's eyes looked a little insane. Han Sen suddenly understood a lot. Back then, Qin Shou tried to copy people but gave up for some reason. Han Sen thought this young man must have been the failed test subjects that Qin Shou abandoned. Despite what was done to them, they betrayed sacred. He looked at the young man's face and noted how much he looked like Qin Shou. He was very similar. Although they looked alike, because Qin Shou's presence was so special, the young man did not possess the presence that Qin Shou had. Thus, Han Sen had not noticed how similar they were. Boom! While Han Sen was checking him out, the young man's flames turned solid. His whole body was like a transparent crystal. That is a god spirit's presence. Han Sen frowned as he looked at the young man. What came out from him was the special presence only given off by god spirits. Yes, I have Qin Shou's genes, and I have an Annihilation class god spirit's genes. I am stronger than Qin Shou. I am the real leader of this world. The young man's body was becoming stronger. The armor he had was vaporized by his presence. His naked body was revealed. His body was like a crystal. One was able to see the blue blood coursing through his body. The blue blood power and God spirit mixed together made his presence very strange. It was like he was a human but not a human. It was like he was a god but not a god. If you are so good, why did not rule the universe after Qin Shou was killed? Han Sen deliberately looked at him with disdain. That is Qin Shou's fault, the young man crazily said. If he had given me the gene prototype, I would have ruled the world. Those from Sacred and the god spirits would be crying before my feet. Han Sen thought the young man was very stable and perhaps end up leaking a secret or two. He quickly asked, "So, what is the gene prototype?" It is Qin Shou's fault. The young man crazily spoke. His eyes were full of energy. He raised his head and roared to the sky. His scary power was like a volcano erupting. The body only had blue blood. In a moment, the blue blood seemed like it was burning. It made the whole body a transparent blue. The flames on the body were blue too. Hansen frowned. He was a little bit worried. He was afraid Little Flower might turn out like this young man. He had used all the power he had in the Alliance to search for Little Flower inside the sanctuaries. But there had yet to be any news of him. That made him very worried. Qin Xiu, what are you doing? Hansen thought Qin Xiu was scarier than these god spirits. At least god spirits had their rules and principles to follow. Qin Xiu had just done what he pleased. He had not concerned himself with the consequences of his actions. No one was able to stop him. He had no moral compass. To be without rules was a very scary thing, and Qin Xiu was the scariest demon in the deep abyss of not having any rules. Killing god spirits, using gene technology to mix races. Even the holy beasts he grew had their horns taken and souls claimed. The genes were used to replicate people. He went against nature. Qin Xiu had done many scary things. It was much scarier than what a god spirit did. The young man, who looked like a blue crystal god spirit, stared at Han Sr. Anything related to Qin Xiu should die. He slowly spoke each word. When he was done, he reached out his hand and continued looking at Han Senator. Suddenly, the blue light was released, twisted all of space. Han Sen felt like his body was going left and right in the time and space power. Somehow, he was in front of the young man. The young man's hand grabbed him by the neck. Die! The young man's face looked murderous and full of rage. His hand was full of power. The blue light was spilling. He was going to break Han Sen's neck. Pang! Han Sen's body was like a sponge being squeezed by the young man's hand. Suddenly, another version of his body appeared behind the young man. A weird power movement was coming out of Han Sen's fingertips. Tapped the back of the young man's head. The young man coldly laughed. If it was 4 holy spirits combined in one, perhaps it would work against me a little. With just the Kirin's holy spirit, you cannot damage my god spirit holy body at all. The young man's expression quickly changed. He noticed that Han Sen had not used the holy Kirin's power. He had just been tapped on the back of the head. After that hit, Han Sen was sent flying 1,000 miles. The young man turned around. He coldly looked at Han Sen and said, I am better than Qin Xiu. I am the true immortal god spirit holy body. Your power does nothing to me. Han Sen's finger had not even hurt his scalp. Han Sen remained silent. He quietly looked at the young man. Stop wasting time. After I kill you, I will reunite you with your son in the pits of hell. I will make sure you don't end up too lonely there. The young man raised a hand. He wanted to combine the power of his holy body and the god spirit power. When he raised his arm, the young man's eyes looked smaller. He saw that his finger was uncontrollably shaking. It was steadily shaking faster. It was like his finger was playing piano in the air. It was not just his hands. The young man quickly discovered that his entire body was shaking. His muscles were twisting, and his blood vessels were jumping. He was shaking more than a person with Parkinson's disease. His body was powerfully shaking, but the young man could not feel anything wrong. It was like the body that was shaking was not his. The young man brought his hands together, but he could not stop from shaking. He screamed at Han Sr. What did you do to me? Nothing. I just don't like trouble. Fighting powerful creatures can be tiring, so that is why I prefer turning powerful creatures into pigs. Then I kill them as they squeal. It is easier that way. Han Sen looked at the young man calmly. He lifted his cause karma knife. The holy flame on the knife was wildly shaking. What are you? How dare you talk like that directly in front of me? Die already. The young man flashed a blue light. He was going to grab Han Sen. Just as he moved, his bones and flesh appeared to recede. The blue god light was fading away. The crystal god body was suddenly smaller. He now had a common body. How is that? Impossible. My god spirit holy body. The young man was in complete shock. He peered at his hands. His hands were already leaving God Spirit mode. His entire God Spirit body started to wilt soon after. His life force and presence were shrinking. He dropped down from true God level to butterfly class. Right now, aren't you just a pig for me to kill? Han Sen raised his knife and swung it. Many knife streams were in the sky. They moved with Han Sen like a galaxy going into the young man's body. Arg! The young man forced himself to use his holy body's time and space power, but butterfly time and space powers were not enough to block Han Sen's stream of knives. Pang! The young man's body was hit by the knife stream. He exploded with a blue light. A trail of blue light quickly went into the darkness. In the darkness, the young man gnashed his teeth and yelled, "Han Sen! I will kill you!" Han Sen ran into the darkness, but he could not see that young man's body again. He frowned. Han Sen looked back. He saw a pile of blue metal chips on the floor. Han Sen used his purple eye butterfly to take a look at the chips. He quickly discovered that those pieces belonged to a metal doll. It had to have been a treasure for copying one's body for survival. What a shame I did not kill him. Han Sen looked at the bodies of the demon lady and the others. He waved his hand, and their bodies were collected in Destiny's Tower. Han Sen did not like them much. If it was not for Little Flower, he would have killed them while he was destroying the Holy Palace. Now that they were dead, Han Sen was not going to be sad. They were true God-class bodies. Han Sen wanted to take them back and see Little Flower's reaction when he saw them. If Little Flower had no objections, Han Sen would happily turn them into genofluid. He looked at the ruins of the Holy Palace and departed the Big Baron systems. After leaving the Big Baron systems, he teleported back to Space Garden. Han Sen thought, Super God Spirit Body and Super Spank are powerful, but I am not sure what power that was. After killing the God Spirit, they will be destroyed and not leave anything behind. To me, that is not beneficial. I will be unable to get God Spirit genes or God Spirits. I also won't be able to get God Spirit armaments. I will be unable to make myself stronger. He thought he should kill low-level God Spirits first to find the God Personality armament that was suitable. Then, he could move on with saving Golden Growler. After returning to Space Garden, Han Sen saw 9000 King. He had delivered the xenogeneic genes to Space Garden, which was how he had avoided being killed. Han Sen told him about the demon lady and the others being killed. He also told him about the young man. When 9000 King heard all of that, he was infuriated. He gnashed his teeth and said, "He is a traitor. Do you know him?" Han Sen asked. "How could I not know him? He was the master's favorite student. The master even gave him a name. They shared the same name even. His name is Qinlan. Master treated him like a son. His reputation was higher than the 10 generals. I did not expect him to betray everything." 9000 King looked very angry. He wanted to skin Qinlan alive and get rid of Sacred's traitors. Han Sen asked 9000 King about Qinlan, but 9000 King did not know much. He did not know Qinlan was a gene clone of Qin Xiu. He did not know anything. The xenogeneic genes 9000 King brought surprised Han Senator. There were many true God class and butterfly class xenogeneic genes. There was enough there to make little angel true God class. Han Sen thought, the leftover resources can make someone else true God class too. Who should I give them to first? Aside from little angel, who was able to combine herself with him, the others could help him out in less obvious ways. It was hard for them to match him. There is no rush with this matter. I'll just leave things as they are for now. I have to put a God personality into a God personality armament first. Han Sen found a chance to be dollar again. He took the God personality to the God Palace. Han Sen had 3 God personalities. They were the Destruction class Sky Armor God and Evil Lotus God, as well as the Annihilation class Kill Sky God. Han Sen went to Evil Lotus God's God Temple. He wanted to see what type of armament Evil Lotus God's God personality armament was. Why is Dollar here again? Did he not just kill Moment God? Maybe he is a bloodthirsty mongrel. I don't know what level of God spirit he is challenging. It should be at least a disaster class one. He killed a disaster-class moment god, so there is no way he is challenging something of a lower level. While everyone was discussing it, Hansen walked into Evil Lotus God's God Temple. All the audience felt a little weird. What is going on? Why is Dollar challenging a destruction-class god spirit? No, that god temple must be shut down right now. He cannot challenge it. Why is he in there? What is going on? After a while, everyone saw the god flag on the god temple start to shine. Before long, it went dim. The god spirit must have been killed. Hansen quickly came out from Evil Lotus God's God Temple and went to Sky Armor God's God Temple. The same thing happened again. Hansen quickly emerged from Sky Armor God's God Temple. Holy shit! What is happening? Dollar can enter a shut-down God Temple and slay the spirits inside? Is he cheating? Ordinary creatures did not know the difference between God Temples and sealed temples. They were all frozen. He is not leaving. Dollar is headed for the God Temple upstairs. He is not going to challenge a disaster god spirit again, is he? No. Dollar already challenged a disaster-class God Temple group. He is still going up. Does he want to challenge an annihilation-class god spirit? He went in. He really went in. While everyone was watching, Hansen pushed open the shutdown Kill Sky God Temple. He walked inside. The God Temple's door closed itself. Like the god spirits that descended died outside the God Temples, only someone holding the god spirit's god personality can enter. Normal creatures did not kill descended god spirits. They did not know this method to enter the God Temple. Before Hansen entered Evil Lotus God and Sky Armor God's God Temples, he killed the defenseless god spirits inside. They did not have god spirits, but he had received the god personality armaments. Evil Lotus God's God Personality Armament was a purple crystal lotus flower-shaped ring. Sky Armor God's God Personality Armament was a half-body armor. It was different from what Hansen expected. He had been hoping for a weapon. Hansen did not try out what kind of power those two God Personality armaments wielded. He went to Kill Sky God Temple and saw Kill Sky God's empty shell god body standing atop the god altar. He looked very powerful but without anger. Hansen already had the experience, so he knew it was just a useless empty shell that could not fight back. Hansen's eyes scanned Kill Sky God. If he wanted to kill a god spirit, he had to destroy his god base. Otherwise, the god spirit's healing power would have been too strong for him to destroy. Evil Lotus God was a low-level god spirit. Hansen was able to slash open his god body and find the god base with ease. An annihilation-class god spirit like Kill Sky God was different. It wouldn't be as easy for him. Fortunately, Hansen saw Kill Sky God be killed by Warner. He saw it clearly. He knew exactly where the god base was, which saved him a lot of trouble. He was not going to use Super Spank this time. He was afraid of destroying everything and then not being able to claim the god personality armament. In the end, he summoned his Sky Vine Radish God Lance and pierced toward Kill Sky God's god body. The Sky Vine Radish God Lance was thrust into the empty shell that was Kill Sky God's god body's chest. Sparks erupted everywhere. The strike only damaged his skin a bit. He did not even bleed. Kill Sky God's real god body is stronger than the universe god body he used when he descended. Hansen knew he would be unable to break a god base like that. He hesitated and summoned the Kirin's Holy Spirit. He made it possess the Sky Vine Radish God Lance. The Sky Vine Radish God Lance suddenly burned with white fire. Hansen struck again. This time, the tip of the lance managed to perforate it a lot. It also ended up getting stuck within the muscles and bones. Hansen thrust and thrust. He was busy for quite a while when he finally pierced through the blood and the bones inside. He saw the chest releasing a black and smoky heart. That is it. Hansen's thrust the heart. He noticed the heart was even harder than the god bones and god flesh that had kept it protected. Hansen held the Sky Vine Radish God Lance and attacked it for half an hour before finally being able to pierce through the heart. He wiped away the sweat that had accumulated on his forehead and said, "Luckily, that guy possessed someone when he descended to chase me. If he had used this god body to fight me, my fight would have been harder." After completely destroying the heart, Han Sen quickly brought out the Kill Sky God arm bone. The god body turned a light substance and headed toward Han Sen's own arm bone. It all went into his bones. The black light of the bones grew stronger. It was floating inside Han Sen's hand. When all the light substance melted into his bones, the bone light looked dim. After the light was gone, Han Sen saw the arm bone become a black bone hammer. The bone hammer was far too cruel. The hammer was just a bit bigger than a fist. It was like a rubber hammer in a house. Why is this hammer so different when compared to the hammer Kill Sky God wielded? Kill Sky God's hammer was so much more powerful. What is this tiny thing for? Han Sen complained, but then an announcement played. Annihilation Class God Personality Armament received. Kill Sky Hammer. Han Sen looked at the Kill Sky Hammer. The name was very powerful and overbearing, but it looked very small. It looked like a black bone hammer. The head was a cylinder. Both sides of the hammer head had a god symbol. It looked old and mysterious, but Han Sen did not know what the two god symbols meant. When he and Kill Sky God fought, the big hammer had those two god symbols too. They likely represented his power. Just like before, Kill Sky Hammer had a message in Han Sen's head. Kill Sky Hammer Annihilation Class God Personality Armament. Seeing Kill Sky God get resurrected, Han Sen did not dare remain. He put the Kill Sky Hammer into his Sea of Soul and swiftly departed Kill Sky God Temple. All the races of the universe were looking at the Kill Sky God Temple. They saw him emerge from the God Temple right when the God flag flashed. Then it went dim. Clearly, a God spirit had died inside the God Temple. Really? Dollar killed an Annihilation Class God spirit, and the temple was closed down. This seems fake to me. Does he play like that? All the creatures opened their eyes wide. They were not able to believe it. Han Sen had just exited the zone of the God temples when he saw Bai King floating in the air. He was laughing at him. "We must find a place to talk," Bai King said to Han Sen with a merry laugh. "Okay." Han Sen wanted to know why Bai King saved him earlier, as well as why Bai King was happy letting him claim all the benefits he wanted. Bai King did not say anything. He merely led the way. Han Sen believed Bai King would lead him back to the Extreme King, but he did not. Bai King stopped on an asteroid. He then just sat on the crystallized asteroid. He smiled and waved at Han Sr. Sit. Han Sen sat down and asked, "Why have you come looking for me?" Bai King pointed at the God Palace in space and said, "You must have now seen the power possessed by an Annihilation Class God Spirit. If you are going solo, it will be impossible to win in your fights at the God Temple. If we combine our forces, perhaps we stand a chance. What do you think?" Han Sen checked Bai King out. He did not answer his question. He quietly asked, "Why me? Give me a reason." Bai King seemed to know that Han Sen wanted to ask that. He smiled and said, "It is very simple. It is because of it." Bai King stroked a ring on his finger. It was a metal ring with a black gem on it. There was no special power possessed by it. When one looked at it, one would believe it was an ordinary decorative ring. Han Sen had a closer look and thought, "This black gem looks like the black crystal horizontal evil gave me." Seeing Han Sen's reaction, Bai King smiled. He stroked the black crystal on the ring and said, "This ring is a treasure given to us by our Alpha. He brought it back from Sacred. The Alpha used to say that if a creature can make this ring create a reaction, the Extreme King must help that creature in any way they can. Only that creature can make the Extreme King free and powerful." "Has it reacted to me?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Han Sen did not believe Bai King was a person that listened to his Alpha. To become a king, all of them had incredible confidence and faith in themselves. They would not have listened to the ramblings of an old Alpha and listened to an outsider like Han Sen, who was their enemy. Bai King nodded and said, "Yes, this ring has been passed through many generations of our race, but it has never reacted before. We started to think that whatever Mr. Alpha said about it was not true. Over the billions of years waiting for it, the time has come. We waited billions of years and are now finally here. When you are next to me, the ring reacts. It is so deep in the soul that only the person wearing the ring can feel it. It is so strong and clear. It was at that moment I knew you were the person the Extreme King had been waiting on for billions of years. Han Sen looked at Bai King and did not speak. That story would not have only existed in a storybook. Han Sen had a hard time believing that someone would remain that loyal to anything. It was not like the world did not have anyone loyal, such as 9000 King, the Demon Lady, and the others. They were loyal to Qin Xiu, and Han Sen believed they were. The Extreme King was different. It was easy for one person to remain loyal. For everyone to remain loyal generation after every generation was not something Han Sen could believe. After 3 generations, one tended to forget their ancestors. If one person developed in a foreign country, no one would really remember their motherland 3 generations later. The Extreme King had been going on for many generations. If they said they still believed in the Alpha, whoever believed it must have had a problem in their brain. Bai King seemed to see through what Han Sen was thinking. He stroked his ring and said, "Of course, Mr. Alpha's speech was not the main reason I treated you so nicely. It was because, in that speech, you were the key to the fate of the entire Extreme King. That means I have to treat you so well." "What key?" Han Sen asked. "The extreme bodies of the Extreme King come from Sacred Leader's test subjects. It was something called Holy Body Genofluid. If the Holy Body Genofluid was a success, then all the creatures can activate their potential and gene origin power so that their genes could evolve. Then, every creature could get their super holy body." After speaking, Bai King looked at Han Senator. It seemed as if he wanted to ask something, but he did not ask anything. He continued with what he was talking about. "Ever since Sacred collapsed, the Holy Body Genofluid has not succeeded. Our Alpha used the half-finished Holy Body Genofluid and received the special body. He used that special body to survive amidst the chaos and keep the Extreme King alive." "Is that special body is a king body?" Han Sen asked. Bai King nodded and said, "Yes, it is a king body. That special body plays a big part in genes, but it is different from normal genes. In the beginning, the Extreme King people were able to activate their king bodies. Some geniuses were able to activate their king bodies by the time they were 15 or 16 years old. Everyone activated a different kind of body. As time passed, the bloodline kept becoming lighter and lighter. Now, the Extreme King people can only activate their king bodies by the time they reach king class. Most of the Extreme King cannot activate their king bodies anymore." Han Sen looked at the ring and asked, "What does any of that have to do with this ring?" Bai King put the ring down and placed it in front of Han Sr., according to what the Alpha told us. "That ring is a tool for testing king bodies. It will only work for a successful holy body." Han Sen took the ring and placed it in his hand. That very normal ring suddenly made his soul shake. It seemed as if it was able to make the black gem inside Han Sen moan and groan. Han Sen kept stroking the gem in the ring and thought, "It is very amazing, but I feel the black gem in the ring is different from the black crystal." Mr. Alpha believed Sacred Leader had a backup plan, even for a time after this death. We believed someone would take up the mantle to proceed with his research on the Holy Body Genofluid. We just needed to hold onto that ring and wait until the real Holy Body Genofluid came out. At that time, our king bodies would be perfected. It would be a perfect holy body. It would not be like a king body that becomes a little harder to reach as time goes by. Bai King looked at Han Sen as if his eyes were on fire. "If you want to get the Holy Body Genofluid from me, you are wrong. I have never used Holy Body Genofluid, and I don't know to make that stuff." After saying that, Han Sen threw the ring back at Bai King. Bai King picked up the ring, smiled and said, "We can talk about this another time. Today, I looked for you so we can cooperate for the killing of an Annihilation class god spirit. Are you interested?" Han Sen knew Bai King must have something more to say. He stayed quiet a moment before asking, "Which Annihilation class god spirit do you want to kill?" "Moment God." Bai King slowly said those 2 words. Rain slid down the roof. It landed on a stone board and created some bubbles. Looking outside, there was an old house at the peak of a mountain. There were also lots of other mountains. The rain created a layer of mist that draped the mountains. Crunch! The rain was very heavy. The door of the old house opened. Because the house was so old, the door made sharp noises. Even the sound of the heavy rain was not able to keep it down. The big door of the old house was pushed open. The first thing that appeared was an elegant pair of red high heels. Next, there was a white, smooth jade leg and a red qipao. A woman was wearing a red qipao. She was holding a red umbrella. She walked into the house with her body wagging seductively. Her hair was like a cloud. Fortune teller, how long are you going to hide? The red-clothed woman with the red umbrella walked into the center of the old yard. She looked at what was in the house and spoke her words like a ghost. Her voice was soft, but the rain still could not hide it. The room had a door with flower carvings on it. It was pushed open. An old man stepped out with a flag. His other hand clutched a wine gourd. He was sitting on a broken square table. After taking a sip of alcohol, he looked at the red-clothed woman, who was outside, and said, "If I were able to hide for 1 hour, I would hide for 1 hour. If I could hide for 1 more second, I would hide for 1 more second. I would rather survive for as long as possible than be dead. If I can live a bit longer, I will live a bit longer." The rain was too much. The umbrella was very low, so one was not able to see what the red-clothed woman looked like. Yet her ridiculously curvy body and long black hair, which looked like a waterfall, were very eye-catching. One may not have been able to see her face, but one could recognize her. "I am afraid you would prefer death compared to living," the woman chillingly said as she stood in the rain. The old man laughed and said, "That means you are here to collect my life." "It depends on whether you are accurate or not," the red-clothed woman said. "That will determine if I take your life." The old man picked up his gourd and had another sip of alcohol. He squinted his eyes as he asked, "So was I accurate or not?" "You were accurate but also not accurate," the red-clothed woman replied. "I really don't understand what you are saying." The old man laughed as he asked, "Which is accurate, and which is not accurate?" The red-clothed woman was silent a moment before saying, "The prediction you did for my master was very accurate. The god palaces appeared again, but the other half is not accurate. The god palaces did not break through. They still suppress a full sky." The fortune-telling old man laughed. "Master is in too much of a rush. It is not time yet." "There is only a month left," the red-clothed woman said. "Even an annihilation god temple has yet to be broken. I do not see how the Geno Hall will be broken in a month. When the time comes, you will understand." The fortune-telling old man looked dull. He looked at the red-clothed woman and said, "But I suggested it first. Your master needs to do as the old man says. If there is no mistake, the prediction will come true." "I am here for that," the red-clothed woman said. "My master does not understand why he must do that. What does it have to do with breaking the god palaces? That person has the ability, but he has never reached that level. With his power, he cannot break the god palace. Predicting someone's fate is not easy. The old man traded his whole life to get this result. About the progress, the old man, cannot predict it all. If you do not believe the old man, you do not have to do it." The fortune-telling old man spoke as if he did not care. "I hope you are right. Otherwise, you should know that if you make the master mad, even that guy in the Geno Hall will not save you. From now on, you stay here. Until that day comes, you can predict your life. You can't blame others." The red-clothed woman turned around and left after speaking. In the rain, she walked until the rain covered all vision of her body. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the sky full of rain. He said to himself, "If I did not want to, do you guys think you can really find me and trap me here? You really underestimate me, Han Jinji." While he was speaking, the old man was holding the wine gourd and the cloth, which had the word destiny written down. He walked out of the living room and headed for the yard behind the old house. The raindrops dripped off the old man, wetting his clothes and hair. Only the cloth that told one's fortune did not touch any water. It was like it was immune to the rain. The old man walked to the farthest part of the yard, which was the highest point of the mountain. He waved his hand and walked a few circles in the yard. After a while, he calculated something. He paused for a bit before placing the cloth into the gap of the stone board. He walked back a few steps and looked at the cloth. He fixed the angle and position. With a look of satisfaction, he said, "The end is not the end of fate. I, Han Jinji, cannot change fate, but I will not let that moment be the end." After that, the old man walked back into the living room. He laid on the broken bed and yawned. He quickly fell asleep. Han Sen and Bai King spoke for a while. Han Sen then left the asteroid field. Bai King wanted to kill Moment God. It did not seem like a mere coincidence. He knew the relationship between Han Sen and Golden Growler, so he must have known Han Sen was planning to save Golden Growler. Bai King had also mentioned he had a way to break the time god powers that had claimed Golden Growler, which would allow Golden Growler to be set free. He could then use Golden Growler's power to fight Moment God. After everything came together, Bai King planned to kill Moment God. Bai King did have a request. After Moment God was killed, he wanted to be the one to take the God personality armament. Han Sen did not have a problem with that. He lacked the confidence for killing Moment God by himself. If it worked, he was fine with giving Bai King the God personality armament. In Bai King's plan, he needed to have Dollar do it. He also needed to cooperate with Han Senator that very much troubled Han Sen. Bai King only knew Dollar was the holy baby. He did not know Dollar was Han Sen too. He saw Han Sen go to save Golden Growler, and he agreed with Han Sen's power too. He asked Dollar to contact Han Sen so that he could chip in and help them out. Han Sen thought Bai King knew his secret, which is why he asked him. After Bai King's explanation, he knew he had no clue. Bai King only knew Dollar was the holy baby and that the holy baby came from Space Garden. Thus, he guessed that Dollar was a good friend of Han Sen and wanted him to contact Han Sen. Bai King never imagined a crystallizer and a xenogeneic would have been the same person. Where am I going to find a Han Sen for him? Han Sen had a wry smile. Although Space Garden had many elites, none of them had developed fully. He could not find anyone who was able to disguise himself as Han Sen or Dollar. Back in Space Garden, Han Sen had been troubled by the situation. Although he was able to use Han Sen's identity to reject the proposal, Han Sen had tried his hardest to save Golden Growler. This was a good opportunity. If he rejected the offer, Bai King might grow suspicious. Although Dollar and Han Sen's looked different, ordinary people would not suspect them as being the same. Unfortunately, people like Bai King knew Dollar was the holy baby. If Dollar and Han Sen were not able to show up at the same time, he could start thinking things weren't the way he presumed them to be. Han Sen thought, "This is far too troublesome for me, but I have no choice. I have to decline the offer." He was not able to think of an adequate solution. If he waited any longer for other humans and spirits to develop, by the time he was true God, he could find someone else to disguise themselves as him. Right now, that was too difficult. BZZT. BZZT. While Han Sen was thinking, he heard a buzzing noise. It was like something was rapidly flapping its wings next to his ears. He looked closer. He did not know when it had appeared, but there was a small bee next to him. Han Sen thought it was weird. How was a xenogeneic be able to fly there? Where he lived had the protection of a Bisema. A xenogeneic of that level could not bypass the Bisema. Pang! The little bee turned into smoke, and a beautiful little girl fell out. She fell right into Han Sen's arms. Han Sen discovered it was Bauer who had fallen out. Bauer! She was wearing a big pair of sunglasses. Bauer was clinging to Han Sen's neck. She laughed and asked, "Dad, where have you been lately? Why don't you play with Bauer anymore?" "I have recently—" Han Sen thought of something. He slapped his legs and switched the topic of conversation. "How could I forget about the sunglasses?" In the next moment, Han Sen developed rabid excitement. He quickly picked up Bauer and asked, "Bauer, can you use these glasses to look like Dad?" Bauer tilted her head with confusion as she asked, "I can, but why would I want to look like you?" "Don't ask me that," Han Sen said. "Just quickly tell me how long you can become me for." "1." Bauer thought for a moment and said, "Your body of energy is strong. If I want to become you, it will cost me a lot of power. It will last around 1 hour." 1 hour? That is almost enough. Han Sen was quiet a moment and then said, "Try becoming dad now." Bauer was very nice. She used her sunglasses to scan Han Senator not long after. She successfully turned into Han Sen. "Can you use this?" Han Sen reached out his hand. His hand had the flame of the Shen Yellow Sutra. Like this. Bauer reached out her hand. Her hand was just like his. She had the Shen Yellow Sutra's flame. Han Sen was very happy. He used a few geno-arts. He soon found out the geno-arts Bauer could use were his xenogeneic geno-arts. They included Bloodpulse Sutra, Shen Yellow Sutra, and Jade Skin. She was able to use those geno-arts. The Dongshen Sutra and the Story of Genes were something she was unable to cast. Han Sen's heart jumped. He transformed into xenogeneic battle body mode and told Bauer, "What about this? Can you look like me right now?" Bauer used her sunglasses and scanned him again. She successfully turned into the Han Sen xenogeneic mode. Like before, while she was in xenogeneic mode, she was only able to use Jade Skin and Bloodpulse Sutra. She was still unable to use the Dongshen Sutra and the Story of Genes. Regarding the Super God Spirit mode, no matter what mode she was in, Bauer could not make use of it. Han Sen thought, "It's just enough. Bauer can use xenogeneic mode to disguise herself as Dollar, and I can come out representing myself Han Sr." He gave Bauer the Evil Lotus Ring, Skybone Armor, and Kill Sky Hammer to see if she could effectively use them. Bauer used the Evil Lotus Ring and Skybone Armor. The Evil Lotus Ring shone with a purple light. It turned into a purple shadow that covered her body. This was the Evil Lotus by Sima. It had good resistance to every power. It was good stuff for the purpose of surviving. The Skybone Armor had a knife light. It was like many knife lights protecting Bauer. The Skybone Armor was a very rare armament that could attack and defend. The knife light protected the body to provide powerful defense, and the knife light was also like a saw that could strike things. It was very powerful. The Kill Sky Hammer was able to break space in a single hit. The power it possessed was ridiculous. Any Sima would break under the Kill Sky Hammer. When Bauer enters xenogeneic mode, she is very powerful. With these 3 God personality armaments and me next to her, she should be fine. She will just leave if anything bad happens. Han Sen thought this was doable. He explained things to her once and asked if she wanted to take part. Bauer can become Dollar Dad. That will be so fun. Bauer will love it. Bauer looked very excited. Moment God's power is unpredictable. Han Sen told Bauer, "You need to be careful. Listen to my commands. You will enter the God Temple later, and you will be the first one to leave. You cannot risk fighting Moment God. Just pretend and swing the hammer a few times. Your father has got this." Little Angel had been drinking Geno fluid by the gallon, and she was almost maxed out. She still probably would not catch up and be at what was required for the fight in that God Temple just yet. The next day, Han Sen had to meet up with Fox Queen. He became Dollar and wore the Sky God crown. He returned to his God of Wealth Temple. The God of Wealth Temple had just opened. Fox Queen secretly came before the God Temple. While still outside, she said, "I am Fox Queen. Please, let me see you, Mr. God of Wealth. Come in." Han Sen stood atop his altar. He looked very serious when he spoke. "Greetings, Mr." After Fox Queen entered the temple, she bowed. "What I promised you is possible," Han Sen coldly said. "Were you doubting my power? I would never dream of doing that. It's just the 9-spin destiny mirror is too important to the fox race. That is why I feel very nervous. Please forgive me." Fox Queen was very scared as she kowtowed. At the same time, she was very excited. "Humph, take it." Han Sen's heart jumped. The 9-spin destiny mirror appeared in the air. It flew toward Fox Queen. When Fox Queen had the 9-spin destiny mirror in her hands, the Sky God crown displayed a message in Han Sen's head. Wish fulfilled. Received 300 lifespan. An additional requirement master and slave contract is available. Many lifespan years flew out of Fox Queen and went toward Han Senator. Han Sen witnessed his lifespan increase. He had a lifespan of another 300 years. His total lifespan was almost 3,000 years now. Han Sen also saw that Fox Queen's forehead had a mark that said, God of Wealth's Wealth. It had some special connection to the Sky God crown. Fox Queen looked sincere as she said, Mr. Extreme Kings by Wuxiang has been chasing me non-stop. Cannot beat him. He will kill me sooner or later, and I will be unable to serve you. Han Sen thought, Damn you, Fox Queen. You are a servant, yet you are still a conniving conspirator. You want to use me to get rid of Bai Wuxiang for you. Han Sen's heart jumped. Suddenly, the God of Wealth mark on Fox Queen's forehead flashed. Fox Queen immediately held her head. With her will, she was unable to withstand the pain. She started rolling across the floor. In a moment her face looked terribly pale. Her green veins were on display. Her eyes were sticking out of their sockets. It was terrible. It looked as if she was going to blow up at any moment. Mr. Mercy. Fox Queen was begging. Han Sen turned the God of Wealth mark off. He looked at Fox Queen and said, You are my servant. You listen to whatever I say. You speak only when you are spoken to. Mr. I know that I was wrong. Fox Queen quickly straightened herself up and bowed. In her heart, she was thinking, Old fart. Do not think you can control me forever. If I hadn't discovered a way to break this, I would not have allowed you to take control of me for a time. Olio. Han Sen took out something for Fox Queen. This is my token. Seeing this is like you are seeing me. If someone else uses the same token to find you, you must listen to that person. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Right? Yes, Mr. Fox Queen politely bowed and put away the token. After Fox Queen left, Han Sen thought, The Fox have attractive people all over the universe. Their intel is at the best level. If I can get the help of the Fox, that means I have eyes all over the place. But this Fox Queen was Ghost Bone General's wife. She must know a lot of secrets about sacred and the god spirits. This time, she is willing to obey me, but perhaps she has more sinister and ulterior motives. I should be careful whenever I have dealings with her. After Fox Queen left, Han Sen noticed Sky God Crown's benefit. Fox Queen had the mark of the God of Wealth. Han Sen felt wherever she was in the universe. He could control the God of Wealth's mark whenever he wished. If he wanted her to live, she lived. If he wanted her to die, she would die. When Han Sen took off the Sky God Crown, he no longer felt anything. Only the 300 lifespans were a part of Han Sen's body. My God Spirit seat only comes from the Sky God Crown. I am not really a God Spirit. That makes sense. Han Sen did not think this was a shame. He never planned on being a god anyway. Having a big boost to his lifespan was already a surprise. In the Extreme King's little garden palace, a xenogenic mode Han Sen walked in. Bai King was brewing tea as he coldly asked, Dollar, how was your trip? It was successful, Han Sen said. I convinced Han Sen to join our cooperative efforts. But he has a condition. What condition might that be? Bai King did not raise his head. It seemed as if he knew that was going to happen. We have to give him the treasure that can save Golden Growler, Han Sen said. He will be the one who saves Golden Growler. Fine, but I will only give it to him when we are outside the God Temple on that day, Bai King said with a nod. That should be fine. Han Sen looked at Bai King's black gem ring. He went on to ask, Mister, can I look at the ring again? Why? Is there a problem? Bai King asked. He took off the ring and threw it at Han Sen. Han Sen accepted the ring. He looked at it and gave it back to Bai King. Do you really use this ring to test the holy body genofluid? Bai King looked at Han Sen and asked, Why would you say that? Han Sen looked at Bai King as he said, Believe it or not, I can tell you honestly that I never used the holy body genofluid. Yet, this ring reacts to me. I am afraid there might be another reason for that. Can you help me clarify my confusion? Bai King suddenly frowned and asked, Do you think I am lying to you? If you really do not know anything, I am afraid this entire thing was incorrect from the beginning. Han Sen sighed and said, It's fine. We will find out the truth. I still have things to do. I am going to leave. After that, Hansen flashed away. After he left the Bai Sima, he used galaxy teleportation to leave. Bai King watched Hansen depart. He spoke to himself with an expression that kept changing. Is there really a problem with this ring? Or is Dollar involved in some sort of conspiracy? After Hansen returned to Space Garden, he discovered that the house had another Hansen. The Hansen in the house looked at the Hansen that came in and asked, "How is it?" Pang. The Hansen that walked in was some smoke. It looked like Bauer. She laughed and said, "This ring reacts to me. That is good." Hansen nodded. Although he had guessed this result, he did not feel safe if he had not tested it. Bai King had seen Hansen before, but he did not show anything toward Han Senator when Han Sun used his xenogenic battle body to meet with Bai King. Bai King started to act all strange toward him. Han Sen guessed that the ring only reacted to Han Sen when he was in xenogenic mode. It did not work on normal mode Han Sen. Han Sen did not know the xenogenic battle mode Bauer simulated made the ring react, which was why he wanted Bauer to try it out for him. If there was no reaction, Bai King would not give the ring to Bauer. She would then be able to disguise herself as an assassin and do something to Bai King. If Bai King grew suspicious, he would have no proof and could not do anything to Han Sen. He had now proved that the ring only reacted to xenogenic battle body. This enabled Han Sen to guess about a lot more. Xenogenic battle body mode is a result of combining 4 genoarts. The ring reacts to xenogenic battle body mode. I am afraid it is not a tool to test the holy body genofluid. This is weird. I do not know if Bai King is lying to me or if the whole of the Extreme King has been fooled by past kings. But that was none of his business. The time for a meeting had come. Han Sun let Bauer scan his xenogenic body, but she did not transform yet. Remember, you go in last. You are also the first to leave. Do not get close to Moment God. You wait here. Come in after I have established the deal with Bai King. Han San was wearing the blue and black striped robe as he spoke to Bauer. He then went to the god palaces. Bai King and 2 other people were already waiting there. "Mr. Long time no see. Are you okay?" Han Sen was in front of Bai King. He bowed and looked at the other 2 people. Han Sen thought Bai King would have brought many Extreme King's elites with him, but he had only brought 2 people who did not belong to the Extreme King. One of the creatures had white hair. The skin was black, and it looked like an old ape. The other one was like a spirit. It glowed with a green color. It was like a green ghost that one could see through. The presence of these 2 xenogenics was very powerful. They were clearly true god xenogenics. That was undeniable. Thanks for Godfather Han's arrival. I am fine. Why do I not see Dollar? Bai King smiled. It looked as if he did not care about the grudge he had with Han San in the past. Dollar says he needs more time to prepare, Han Sen replied. He is preparing a powerful weapon. He will come later. Bai King nodded and said nothing. He pointed at the 2 xenogenics and said, "This is Sun Moon God Ape. He is a powerful time element true god xenogenic. This is Space Spirit. He is a space element true god elite. With their assistance and the power you and Dollar, the 2 of you elites have, our operation will surely be a success." "You are very thorough." Han Sen turned around and asked, "I wonder, how will you break the time god power trapping Golden Growler?" "This is it." Bai King did not talk crap. He brought out the treasure. It was a gold pair of jade scissors. The scissors blades were metal and black in color. The bottom part was made of jade stone. It was pure white. The 2 blades were forged to look like a water dragon. They snapped together like 2 dragons playing orbs. This treasure is called Light Scissor. It is made from the time element true god xenogenic light dragon's xenogenic genes. That is how it was crafted. Our alpha killed the female and the male, the 2 light dragons. With lots of rare material and other xenogenic genes, it cost them tens of dozens of years to forge. That is how the light scissors came to be. It is very good against time restrictions and by Samace. It should be easy to break Golden Growler's time power. This will be the weapon that kills Moment God. After pausing, Bai King went on to say, "I promised you I would let you have the scissors, but the light scissors are only supposed to be used by someone who has a time element power. I will let Sun Moon God ape use of the scissors because he can provide us with the most help. Of course, the decision is still yours to make, Godfather Han, Bai King said. I am merely making a suggestion. He passed Han Sen the light scissors. Han Sen tried using his own power. He found that he was unable to activate the light scissors. He needed a time element power to use the top-class True God weapon. Han Sen thought, what a good fox. He knew I did not have time element powers, but he did not say only Sun Moon God Ape could actually use the light scissors. He is saying it is pointless for me to use it and only he can use it. He coldly laughed. But you have the wrong intentions. I am not very good at time element powers, but I researched it. Bai King watched Han Sen being unable to activate the light scissors and smiled. The Sun Moon God Ape looked quite cocky. He thought Han Sen would allow him to be the one who used the light scissors. As Han Sen held the light scissors and looked at Sun Moon God Ape, when Sun Moon God Ape thought Han Sen was going to give him the light scissors, Han Sen's body exhibited some changes. The light scissors released the sound of two dragons moaning. A black and white light was shining brightly. It turned into a pair of black and white dragons that circled Han Sen. Sun Moon God Ape's face changed. Bai King was shocked too, but his face quickly returned to normal. He laughed. Godfather Han really is very unique. You have mastered time element powers. Just a little bit, but it was enough to use the scissors, Han Sen coldly said. He put away the light scissors. The light scissors were very strong, but they also cost a lot of power. Han Sen had just used them for a moment, and he already felt tired. Sun Moon God Ape thought he would be the one to use the light scissors, but now there was no chance. He felt depressed. He was buzzing as he asked, why is that dollar not here yet? Is he afraid of killing Moment God? Did he not dare come? Han Sen looked at Bai King. He laughed and did not ask anything. It was unknown what he was thinking in his heart. Han Sen thought, although Bai King does not know Han Sen and Dollar are the same people, thinking he won't suspect our relationship, perhaps he will think of something. This cooperative effort might be to test us. Fortunately, Bauer can make use of the sunglasses. Otherwise, Bao King is sure to think of something. At this time, the few people saw Bauer, in the shape of Dollar, come flying over. I am sorry to keep you waiting, Bauer said. She was learning how Han Sen spoke. It is good that you are here, Bai King said with a laugh. Since everyone is here, let's just get into the temple in case something bad happens. Han Sen summoned the shield of the Medusa's gaze. He held the light scissors and the shield as he used time area. Good. Bai King nodded. No one had an opinion to share. Everyone just summoned their true god weapons and god personality armaments. Bauer turned on her evil lotus by Sima and sky-bone armor. Her body shone with a purple light. It displayed a knife light that was like a saw, covered her entire body. Bai King summoned his god spirit's spirit body. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit had their weird faces. Clearly, they had powerful power protection. Everyone used their powers before they approached the God Temple because they were afraid that when they faced Moment God, they would not have the chance to bring out their gear. After preparing, everyone entered the God Palaces. Once they entered the realm of the God Palaces, many creatures of the universe turned their attention to them. Huh? Isn't that Dollar? He is going to the God Temple to kill a God Spirit again. Why is Bai King with Dollar? Whoa! Godfather Han Sen is there too. Last time, Moment God blew him up. He has dared to come back. Those two Xenogeneics are not normal. It is such a powerful team. Which God Spirit are they going to challenge? It must be a disaster class one. What disaster class? Dollar was able to kill a disaster class God Spirit by himself. Who needs Bai King and Godfather Han, those elites, all to fight together? I am afraid the God Spirit they are going to kill is an annihilation class one. Many scary elites in the universe were looking at Han Sen and the others make their approach. In a palace on a red dwarf planet, the woman who was wearing a red qipao and using a red umbrella was looking at the sky. She gently said, Master, Han Sen is going to challenge Moment God again. Should we go and do what Han Jinji told us to do? Do you think we should follow what he told us to do? Human King sat on the throne. He looked as if he was smiling, but he wasn't smiling. He watched Han Sen and the others enter the grounds of the god palaces. The red-clothed woman was beneath her umbrella as she coldly said, "Although Han Jinji does not have an heir, Han Jinji did not have to do this. Han Sen is his great-grandson, so they will have a connection. Perhaps he is using us to help Han Sen break through the line." Han Sen had just entered the Moment God Temple. He immediately used galaxy teleportation. He suddenly was in front of Golden Growler, who had been trapped by the Time God Light. He was waving the light scissors toward Golden Growler. BZZT. There was an invisible shockwave. It came from the center of the God Temple. One easily saw it with their eyes. It suddenly flushed out like a wave, and it made time pass slowly. The power of the light scissors was not affected. One black and one white dragon, the two of them, crossed each other and headed for Golden Growler. They cut the twisted space that trapped him as easily as a sheet of white paper. The power seemed like it was breaking bamboo as it went toward Golden Growler. Dong! Seeing the light scissors about to cut open the god power trap that was around Golden Growler, everyone suddenly felt dizzy. They could not see what happened. Moment God was already standing before Golden Growler. She flicked her long jade finger. It landed on the dragon head of the light scissors. It knocked the light scissors away. Sun Moon God Ape. Bai King had the three-headed, six-armed spirit for protection. Although he was affected a little, it was not by much. It was forced to break the time delay power. He was swinging 6 weapons toward Moment God. Sun Moon God Ape wasn't about to slow down. He was holding a sun and a moon. The sun and moon were twisted. It made the time go fast. It extinguished some of the delays caused by the time god power. It made it so that Han San and the others were not affected by it too much. The space spirit was not affected by the time delay at all. Its transparent hands were striking toward Moment God. The space crack was spreading. Moment God did not move while everyone was attacking. She went with God Light and pointed her finger. It was like time was rewinding. The movements of Han San and the others seemed to go backward. Moment God's body flashed. She teleported to Han San, who was closest to her. Although the light scissors were not affected by time rewind, Han San had been affected by it. He started falling back. He was not able to raise the light scissors to block Moment God's attack. Every creature in the universe was frozen. Han Sen, Bai King, and the others were the greatest elites in the entire universe. Before Moment Goddess, they were useless. Boom! Suddenly, there was a thundering hitting noise coming from the God Temple. Dollar was holding a mini, black, small hammer. It hit toward the space around the others. Suddenly, many space cracks developed in the God Temple. It made the blood rise in Han San, Bai King, Sun Moon God Ape, and Space Spirit. What shocked them most was that the rewind time power was no longer working. Moment God's mouth was bleeding God blood. Holy shit! Dollar is so strong. He used a hammer to damage Moment God. Everyone was shocked. Han Sen had not expected the Kill Sky Hammer to be that strong. It broke time and space. Even the rewind time God power was not excluded from its might. Pang! 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 Bauer swung her hammer at space 3 more times. The god symbols on the hammer were vibrating. The whole of the god temple was like broken glass. There were more and more space cracks. Dollar! Big God! Put away your god stuff! Sun Moon God Ape was crying. Those 3 hammer strikes had not killed Moment God, but they were going to kill his god body. He had a few broken bones. 11 of his organs were torn and bleeding. Only God knew how much blood he was spilling out. This wasn't only happening to Sun Moon God Ape. Space Spirit was not faring very well either. Bai King and Han San were a bit better, but they were still shockingly pale from the blood gushing out of their mouths. Moment God's face was a bit pale, but she still looked better than Han Senator. She was staring at Bauer. She flashed away and appeared in front of Bauer. She pointed toward Bauer. Bauer swung her hammer. She saw the hammer light and twisted powers collide. They arose like the lights that happen when a sun is destroyed. Moment God was shaken away a few miles through space. Bauer flew away too. That hit provided no one with an advantage. Han-san was worried about Bauer having a disadvantage. Seeing a situation like this, he was incredibly delighted. He did not hesitate. He used the light scissors to cut toward Golden Growler's body. One black and one white, the two dragons crossed each other. They went straight for Golden Growler. They surrounded his body, cutting the time god power like it was cutting a cloth. "Don't worry, Dollar. I am going to come to help you." By King's spirit body God light exploded. He was waving 6 weapons at Moment God. As for Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit, one had a time power buff and one had a space power buff. By King forced open Moment God's time area. Moment light. Moment Goddess's eyes looked cold. She put her hands together like a goddess. Time waves and God light filled the God temple. It was just for a moment, but Bai King and Han-sen suddenly felt their bodies age. It was like 1,000 years had passed. Han-sen shockingly found out his lifespan had decreased by a few hundred years, and it was still fading fast. Pang! There was another clap of thunder. The moment light power was broken. Han-sen's lifespan stopped leaking. One had a hard time watching this. No one knew if it was Bauer's hammer breaking the moment light god power. The shaking power shook Han-sen and the others like their bodies were broken. They were lucky they had not been torn apart. Bai King and Sun Moon God Ape looked strange. They were very happy to be saved by Dollar, but they also felt depressed. Their lives had been saved. After a few more hammer hits, even if they were not killed by Moment God, they were not going to be killed by Dollar. Roar! As this happened, the light scissors finally removed the restrictions around Golden Growler, who had been trapped a long time ago. Golden Growler was finally free. It roared to the sky with a beastly voice. It shocked the sky full of everything. Golden Growler had been trapped, but he had not been lost. He had seen everything that happened in the God Temple space. After he roared, the gold light in his mouth exploded. A mysterious, old golden door was fired out. Moment God saw Golden Growler release the golden door and frowned. The tips of her feet were in space. Some weird time shockwave spread out. Golden Growler's movements were slowed down, but the golden door could still fly out. Bai King rushed toward Moment God and shouted at Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit, "Hurry up and help him open the door!" Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were soaked in blood. They used their time and space powers to buff Golden Growler. It made the golden door come out faster. They looked at Bauer, who was swinging the hammer. Sun Moon God Ape was about to pee himself. He shouted, "Dollar God! Stop swinging. Swing again, and we are going to die." The wounds they had were not caused by Moment God. It was all because of Bauer. Han-sen knew the Kill Sky Hammer's radius of attack was scary, but there was nothing he could do about it. That thing was very powerful, but no one was able to control the radius of that power. Luckily, the closer to the center of the shaking point someone was, the more shaking power there was. They were quite far away, so the shaking power they felt was quite weak. If it was like Moment God's power. When facing the Kill Sky Hammer face-to-face, one of those attacks would have probably nearly killed Sun Moon God Ape. Moment God saw where the Kill Sky Hammer came from. She knew that the power of the hammer could break every other power. She ignored Bauer. She flashed above Golden Growler, put her hands together really fast, and made a weird symbol. It was heading for Golden Growler. There was a wave headed for Golden Growler, so it opened its mouth. The gold door only exited its mouth halfway. The door was frozen there. All of that happened in just one moment. At the same time, Golden Growler stopped moving. Moment God flashed away. She dodged by King's knife sword, which was crazily slashing. She appeared in front of Han Senator. She carried the time light. Her hand was reaching out for Han Sen's light scissors. Han Sen knew Moment Goddess was afraid of the golden door that came out of Golden Growler's mouth. Even if her power could not kill Golden Growler, it could trap it. If she could kill him, she would have done it already. Moment God moved to take the light scissors away so that Golden Growler could not be set free again. An Annihilation class God Spirit is hard to deal with. I wonder how scary a Reboot class God Spirit is. Hansen used the time area. The time element did not have much of an effect on Moment God. Instead, Hansen was affected by Moment God's time God power effect. His movement was very slow. He could not dodge her and prevent her from stealing the scissors. Bauer's body flashed. She was suddenly above Hansen's head. The hammer was striking toward Moment God's hands. No! Moment God had no reaction. Hansen by King, Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit screamed. Their faces looked black. Earlier, Bauer had waved her hammer a few times, which almost shook them to death. Their bones almost cracked. Now it was about to come down near their bodies. It was going to kill them. Unfortunately, it was too late for anything. The hammer in Bauer's hand had already hit Moment God's hand. Hansen knew this was going to be bad. He flashed backward and raised the shield of the Medusa's gaze to try and protect his body. Bai King used his spirit body to raise a shield and protect himself as he quickly retreated. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were running away as fast as they could. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Boom! Arg! Hansen and the others screamed. It was like a television show in which they were blown away. The four of them blew up, flew and rolled away. All the god blood spilling out was like it was for free. Hansen and Bai King were faring a little better. Only their bones and organs were ripped. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit only had half their lives left. That was especially true of Sun Moon God Ape. His limbs were soft, and he was twisted like a pretzel. He was going to be disabled. Big God! Please stop shaking me. Cough, cough. Moment God still hasn't touched me. Cough, cough. I am going to be killed by you. Sun Moon God Ape was speaking and throwing up blood at the same time. He was going to cry. Shut the hell up. You're only a little bit hurt, yet you are crying. Are you a 3-year-old child? Bauer lifted her lips. She then lifted her finger, enabling a giant lotus light to come out of it. The petals had a holy light. The body of Sun Moon God Ape was covered in that holy light. The wounds were healing fast. It was at an unbelievable speed. The lotus light was the true god beast soul Hansen had claimed from the light well lotus. It had a powerful healing by Sima. Hansen had given it to Bauer. If Bauer was in danger, she could use the lotus to save her life. Suddenly, Sun Moon God Ape and others saw their severe wounds healing. Sun Moon God Ape was very happy and said, Big God, you really can do everything. Stop talking crap. Give me your time and space power. Bauer shouted. She was holding her little hammer and going toward Moment God. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were busy gathering their powers. They buffed Bauer so that she could catch up with Moment God. Boom! The power of the Kill Sky Hammer struck Moment God's time God power again. Bauer used her Kill Sky Hammer to fight Moment God face-to-face and not lose. It was bad for Sun Moon God Ape. Although there was the light well lotus healing by Sima for protection, the by Sima could only heal, could not block the damage. Sun Moon God Ape was being shaken again. Everyone was spitting out blood and healing. Their bones broke and healed and healed and broke. Their organs ripped and healed and healed and ripped. It was like they were suffering absolute torture. Felt absolutely awful. Big God really is the strongest in the universe. He can fight Moment God without losing. Big God is so overbearing and strong. Go and kill Moment God and bring the creatures of the universe some dignity. Big God is invincible. The creatures from every race started to speak like Sun Moon God Ape. They added the 2 words after every mention of Dollar's name. No one thought it was an unworthy title. Most of the creatures in the universe thought Dollar was the big universe's first strongest elite. The other true gods were too weak before Dollar. Calling him a big god was to separate him from other elites. Interesting. Human King squinted his eyes. He watched Bauer battle Moment God. His eyes looked weird for a second. The red-clothed woman stood behind him and said, I think this Dollar has an even higher chance of breaking that level. Yet Han Jinji wants us to assist Han Senator. Are you sure he is not just showing bias? Human King laughed and said, Dollar is strong, but he is depending on his god personality armament. He has the evil lotus by Sema and sky-bone knife armor too. That hammer, if I am not mistaken, is Kill Sky God's god personality armament. I bet Kill Sky God descended to kill him and he killed him. That is how he got that Annihilation class god personality armament. Kill Sky God possessed someone and descended? The red-clothed woman asked. It would have been so much weaker. Even so, killing Kill Sky God would have been an almighty task. He did not have the Kill Sky hammer at the time. Human King nodded and said, "This kid is very rare. I do not know who created this monster. His genes are complex. They are more complex than a creature from the sanctuaries." While everyone was talking, Han Sen approached Golden Growler with his light scissors. He knew Bauer did not have much time. He had to finish the fight to save Golden Growler. In that massive fight, Bauer might not have been able to last an hour before she spent all her power. Bauer kept swinging and swinging. There were crazy, mad explosions going on. Scary powers exploded wave by wave. Because the destructive power would damage everybody, Moment God had to be fast. She was still able to go through it. Even if a moment was forever, the Kill Sky Hammer's power was able to break it. Time Rewind only rewound a short portion of time. It was impossible to block the hammer's explosive powers. Seeing that the light scissors in Han Sen's hands were going to break Golden Growler's time trap for a second time, one easily saw the Moment God frown. Kill Sky God really was not enough to be a success or loser, Moment God coldly said. She raised her jade hand and pulled out a strand of hair. Her hair, which had been tied up, fell down like a waterfall. It reached her ankles. Her hair looked weird. It almost looked like it was made of crystal. The strands looked like needles. She put the hair between her fingers. Moment God looked calm. She looked serious as she raised it toward her face. 10,000 skills are strong. Time is king. Forever after, there is no end, but it is like a bird flying through a gap. Could occur in a second. 1 second can be forever, and it could be a second. A second is nothing, so accept my anger. Moment's end. When Moment God spoke with her God voice, which was frigid with her cold emotions, it was like there was a giant shadow of a clock in front of her. The clock shadow did not have needles that told time. Moment God's jade hands touched the hair. She put the hair in the shadow clock's plate, combined with the shadow clock. BZZT. A weird movement was released from the shadow clock. The clock, which did not exist, turned solid. It seemed ancient. It was like a very old god temple or church time clock, but the clock's plate only had one needle. There was no hour, minute, or second needle. Catcha! The needle pointing at 12 suddenly jumped 1 block. It was now pointed at the 1. When the clock finished jumping, the time in the god temple instantly seemed to exhibit a weird change. No one was not able to see what sort of power it was, so no one could block it. Han Sen slid out his light scissors. The blades turned into 1 white and 1 black light dragon. They ripped Golden Growler's time restriction power. Golden Growler escaped again. It opened its mouth and spit out the golden door. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit were shaken. Blood was spilling from their mouths. They also had to buff Bauer with their time power and space powers. Their faces were twisted. Bai King looked very happy. He looked at Golden Growler and wished to say something. Suddenly, everything started again. Han Sen's hands and the light scissors went toward Golden Growler again. Sun Moon God Ape and Space Spirit coughed up more blood again. Bai King smiled again. Bauer threw down her hammer again. The whole of space was shaking. It happened again and again. It was like a short video that opened on a brainless cycle. Everyone was repeating their actions from that one moment again and again. In that infinite cycle, even Moment God was stuck like that too. She followed the infinite cycle to repeat her actions again and again. Upon seeing that, all the creatures were frozen. The legends claim that a god spirit in their temple possesses special god skills. Sky Palace leader said with his eyes on fire. It looks like Moment God's special god skill is that moment's end. It can make time circle infinitely. Special god skills are very powerful. He kept watching the Moment God temple, which kept looping its time. Sky Palace's first seat frowned and said, Moment's end can only make time keep repeating itself for a period, but it does not do anything good for her. She is trapped in that time loop too. She is in a deadlock now as well. Special God skills. Unless Moment God Temple escaped the God Palace's control, that power will be affected by the God Palace's rule. Even she will be unable to control it. That is not strange. Moment God is afraid that Gold Growler's golden door will open. She would not use Moment's End unless she was in fear. This is interesting. What is behind the golden door that even an Annihilation class God Spirit is so scared of it? Sky Palace leader looked at the Golden Growler with interest. Golden Growler kept cycling with time over and over again. The golden door went out a little, and then it went back in a little. It went out a little and then it went back in a little. It was not able to really open it. Sky Palace's first seat said, "No matter what this is, it is futile now. Moment God Temple has become a dead place. Whatever enters it will end up in the time cycle. Those guys are done for." He paused for a moment and then went on to say, "But that is good. Han-san was chosen by Sacred Leader, and he has the Holy Kirin's Holy Spirit. Perhaps he will one day stir up trouble. That dollar is even weirder, and by King is always suspicious. If they had not been trapped here, them causing problems was inevitable. So, this has sorted out many problems for us. Can scare the guys who are hiding. They will not dare to do anything. We just need the space barrier to heal. The God Palaces will eventually fade into the nether. Everything else will return to normal again." Sky Palace leader shook his head and said, "I am afraid things are not that simple. Those old antiques are full of conspiracies, and they have had them for God knows how many years. It was not easy for them to have this opportunity. Why would they let this go? Han-san being trapped is just the beginning. They are merely waiting. They are waiting for other people to strike first so they do not have to help others. No matter what, someone will be impatient and do it first." "So what if they do?" Sky Palace's first seat asked. "Who else can be like Sacred Leader and kill God spirits like killing dogs? Who else can go to the Geno Hall?" Sky Palace leader wished to say something, but somebody flashed in space. Some creature walked into the infinite cycle of Moment God Temple space. Sky Palace leader and the audience were shocked. They wondered who dared go to the Moment God Temple area. They all looked over there. A woman was wearing a red cheapao and red high heels. Her hands were holding a red paper umbrella. She walked forward. When she walked, her very long and white legs were displayed. Her curves were perfect. She was like a drawing. That woman was not the main point. The paper umbrella in her hands was not for her. She was like a servant. She held it for the man in front of her. She did so carefully. It was as if she did not want the man to get a sunburn. The man and woman walked into Moment God Temple's space area. The red paper umbrella covered the 10,000 lights. No one was to see what the man and woman looked like. It made their bodies appear like walking shadows. They walked into the space cycle but did not get restrained by the time cycle. Can't hold it and strike, huh? What are they going to Moment God Temple for? Are there people inside there? Sky Palace leader frowned. While everyone was watching, a man and a woman approached Han-san, who was still repeating his actions with the light scissors. He was unable to get out of it. He had no other choice. Who are these two guys? Although Han-san was stuck in a loop, his mind was not caught in the cycle. He was still lucid and aware. He felt weird as he watched the man and a woman walk in front of him. Because the red umbrella's light fell, he was not able to see who the man and women beneath the umbrella were. Han-san wanted to know the answer, and every other creature in the universe wanted to know the answer too. In Space Garden, Wang Yuhang spoke with worry. He said, "These two guys can bypass the restrictions of Moment's End power. Are Han-san and the others going to be okay? If those two are going there, they must be enemies," Wang Fujing said with a frown. "Han-san and the others will undoubtedly be in danger. Go save him." Xiaqing King stood up. His eyes were on fire as he spoke. "Don't do it," Moment Queen said as she coldly leaned against the doorframe. "It is pointless for you to go. You will just fall into the time loop created by moment's end. You cannot help. So what? Xiaqing King asked. Are we not going to even try? Are we just going to sit here and watch them all die? Brother Xie, do not be in such a rush, Zero said. Moment Queen is right. If we go now, it is useless. It will only lead to the death of more of us. This won't work, and that won't work, Wang Yuhang said with a look of annoyance. We can only watch San Mu die. Moment Queen coldly said. There is no need to be in a rush. Han Sen and the others won't die easily. In moment's end, time will remain in a fixed loop. Even if the man and woman seek to kill them, after killing them, the time loop will only result in them being revived. To kill them permanently, they must break moment's end. If moment's end breaks, Han Sen and Dollar can fight back. If they cannot fight, they can at least run. How could I forget all that? Wang Yuhang was very happy. They all were and felt a major relief. If they cannot kill Han Sen, what is the point of them going there? Qin Xian quietly asked. No one was able to answer that question. They could only look into Moment God Temple and see the man and the woman's movements. The red-clothed woman stood behind the man while holding an umbrella. The man was standing in front of Han Sen, and he was inspecting him thoroughly. He watched him keep repeating the movement of releasing the power of the light scissors. After a while, the man reached out his hand. It landed on Han Sen's head. The hand was wrapped in a red mist. One was able to vaguely see the semblance of a face. The man's 10 fingers were very long. They appeared powerful. It gave people a strange feeling. What does he want to do? Sky Palace leader frowned and looked at the man's hands. He could not guess what that man wanted to do. He is not going to one-palm slap Han Sen to death, is he? What if he does slap him to death? In the middle of moment's end, Han Sen can keep reviving. Sky Palace's first seat was confused. In fact, in the universe, every scary elite was watching this scene with a look of profound confusion. Only in a house perched upon an old mountain, where an old man was holding a bottle gourd of wine, was there a difference. He watched the man's hand. As he did, his eyes flashed as he exclaimed, Finally! He is making the first step. When the old fortune-teller spoke to himself, the man's other hand flashed with a cold light. He cut the hand that was on top of Han Sen. Every elite was shocked. They watched his injured hand with bated breath. They were unsure what the man planned to do. Beautiful blue blood oozed out of the wound. It was crystal-like and glowing. It was as weird as it was beautiful to see. When he saw the blood, Han Sen was shocked. He thought, what is going on? This blue blood and Blood Legion blue blood has the same power, but this is much more powerful than the blue blood I saw before. Who is he? Human King? What is he doing here? Why is he doing this? Han Sen's mind was riddled with questions, but no one was able to answer him. Besides, he could not ask because he was still stuck in a time loop. Aside from repeating his actions, he was unable to do anything. Holy blood! When Sky Palace leader and Sky Palace's first seat saw the blue blood, their expressions changed. Just like them, the expressions of many old antiques across the entire universe were changed. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. One drop of crystal-looking blue blood was allowed to drip onto Han Sen's head. Where the blood dripped, his black hair and white scalp turned blue. The man's hand was resting on Han Sen's head. He allowed the wound on his hand to drip blood, one drop after one drop, onto Han Sen's head. Moment's End was able to make this keep repeating. After repeating, Han Sen's head, which was dyed blue, was still blue. It did not get wiped out by the time cycle. More blue blood being released. It flowed through Han Sen's hair and down his face. His entire head, face, and neck had turned blue. The blood was now seeping into his clothes. It was like it was going to dye his entire body blue. This guy, what does he want? I am not a blue fairy. Why dye my body blue? Han Sen had countless thoughts, but he could not figure out what the man wanted from him. All the elites of every race were frozen as they watched this happen. No one was able to understand why this man had suddenly appeared. No one knew what he wanted. Boom! 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 From the highest floor of the God Palace in the Geno Hall, noise that was like thunder sounded. The Geno Hall's door slowly opened. The Geno Hall's door completely opened. The light inside was bright. It was too bright to see what was in there. One was only able to see a body was there. It was standing inside. Because the light was so bright, it was impossible to see what the body looked like. Whoever it was, they had the presence of a god or demon. The suppressing pressure unleashed by that presence was felt everywhere in the universe. It was difficult for anyone to breathe. It felt as if everyone had to kowtow before it. Are you really going to do it? The body standing at the door was looking at the man on Moment God Temple's plaza. You can try and stop me, the man coldly said. His hand was still atop Han Sen's head, allowing his blue blood to keep dripping all over Han Sen. How dare you? The god spirits were mad. All the god temples burst open with god light. Countless scary god powers flew out. It was like many god spirits were going to kill the man beneath the red umbrella. If I did not dare, how did I kill a sky full of god spirits? The man's voice was calm like undisturbed water. When he spoke, the many god spirits were furious. All the god lights of every god temple exploded like a volcanic eruption. The sky full of god spirits were breaking out of their temples. The creatures of the universe felt a massive chill as they watched all of this unfold. Even though the suppressive feelings of the god spirits weren't coming after them, it made them feel shocked and have a desire to flee. The man behaved as if he did not even see the fires wielded by the god spirits. He still stood where he was. He let his blue blood keep dribbling onto Han Sen.